Hey, party people, please join me in welcoming the one, the only Nick Wooster to the channel. Welcome, Nick. Hi.
Zoe, how are you?
I'm good. I'm so excited to have you here. I am going to start by reading some bits of Nick's bio from his website. There's a lot of good stuff here. I want you to know all the amazing things that he does. So I'm just going to read real quick. Nick Wooster is a design and retail consultant with a resume that reads like a roll call of top American fashion brands and stores. Nick's tenure at the menswear space has spanned over 30 years with various positions at Barney's New York, Bergdorf Goodman, Neiman Marcus, Calvin Klein, Ralph Lauren, and JCPenney. He started his career as a buyer, transitioning to design and eventually back to retail. Most recently, Nick has been consulting for a handful of global fashion brands while continuing to cultivate an enviable digital presence with a vast network of followers on social media. Currently, the style editor at Large magazine and creative director of luxury Italian sportswear brand Paul & Shark, Nick has also recently collaborated with Italian-crafted Brooklyn-based brand Greats. Nick continues to consult with brands around the world, designing a capsule collection with the Japanese brand Kwon, as well as a capsule for the Italian brand Mr. and Mrs. Italy. So, but, go to nickwooster.com. There's his whole bio is there. This amazing timeline is there. I love how you added I think it was you had squeezed in, had lunch with Fran Lebowitz, right in there somewhere. If you are feeling uninspired by fashion in general or menswear specifically, please go to Nick's website and just click on that streetwear button and check out some of Nick's amazing outfits. You know how I feel about a man in pink. Perfect. On and on. Okay. Anyway, Nick, welcome. And hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. It's so weird to have something like that read out loud. But what's interesting is, and how I sort of see myself today is that, yeah, I've actually been working around fashion or around clothes, which for me, it's really what it is. It's the clothing business for 45 years. It'll be 46 years this year. I started when I was a sophomore in high school, junior in high school. I was 16 years old and worked in a clothing store. And that's so fundamental to who, I am. It was really, I've told the story a million times, but it was really because my mom, we grew up completely middle. We weren't rich, we weren't poor. And my mom, I don't know, when I was in a freshman in high school, I came home and I said, Mom, I want a cashmere sweater, like Jay Simpson has. And she said, I'm happy to buy you a sweater, but it's not going to be cashmere. If you want cashmere, go and work for it. So I sort of figured out that they had the cashmere sweaters at the nicest store in town. So when she told me I needed to work, I was like, all right, let me go there and see if they need help. And, I asked and they said yes, which is one of those really random things in life. I was a young kid who just went in and said, could I, do you need any help after school or on the weekends? And they were like, we do. So, I was super fortunate but also it's exactly the thing that I tell people when they say they want to work in fashion, then I say, then work in fashion or specifically work in a store, because that's what I did. Or when people ask me, how can I be like you? I'm like, go work in a store, because it doesn't happen overnight. And I am testament to that. Without getting into a whole bio, I can sort of sum up my life as being, my 20s and 30s were on fire and amazing. And so was my drug problem. And then by my 40s, I crashed and burned and I couldn't get arrested. And then, when I was 44, 2004, living in Los Angeles and not, I ended up having to work at Barney's in Beverly Hills selling women's designer dresses because I got fired from a job and I needed to work. And, I was in the store and somebody said, oh, what are you doing? And I was like, well, I don't really have a job right now. And they're like, well, come and work here. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I was a buyer here, 20 years before that. And they were like, well, if you need to work, we have a job. So I took it. And, you know, I wasn't there forever, 7 months or something, but, you know, in my mid 40s and thinking, all right, fashion was a young person's game. I guess that, you know, the life that I used to have, I won't have again. And when I turned 50 is when everything started. You know, when we were speaking before, you said something about like you knew me from 2005, 2006. You didn't know me from then because I was actually living in LA and totally under the radar. But in 2010, I started a Tumblr and I became content. And that's when I was the men's fashion director at
That's
Marcus.
the blog I saw. Just
Yes,
not as
yes.
early, but yeah, that's the blog I saw.
Yes. And so, but it was like, but that's what was so shocking to me is because after sort of having 8 years away from the business and being, you know, like, I don't know, having the big jobs that I used to have, I I read in women's in WWD that you know, the men's fashion director job at Neiman Marcus and Bergdorf Goodman was available. And so I still knew people there and I asked them, you know, what the deal was. And they told me, listen, here's who you have to speak to. And I sent my resume in and made the contact thinking there's no way that they're going to hire me for this because I really haven't been in this world for 7 to 8 years. And, you know, they got back to me, which I was like, really? Like, I couldn't believe it. And then a little bit of time elapsed. And what I am assuming is that they sort of exhausted all the possibilities in New York, because as I said, I was living in LA. And, you know, sort of at the end of the year 2009, as we were coming up on the men's season starting in Europe in January, you know, they offered me the job. I mean, I had several interviews and I did meet with people in New York, and but it went very slowly. And I just assumed, okay, this isn't really going to happen. But the other thing that I can say about that is that it probably happened because I didn't need it to happen. You know, I think that with careers, or at least my career, there were so many points that I was really desperate where I wanted something so badly, you know, and I maybe it's like relationships too, because I know people that want to be in relationships. And I always find that if you want something really badly, it usually doesn't come. But I was at a point in my life, I'd been living in LA for 6 years, 7 years, and I was like totally okay. Like I had sort of, I don't want to say resigned myself, but I had sort of gotten okay with my life in LA. I love LA. And I was just kind of like, good, you know, and it was really one of the first times in my life. I was 49 and I thought, all right, this is cool. Like I'm good. But I sort of took the plunge to see if it could happen. But I really remembered at the time thinking, you know what, if this happens, great. And if it doesn't happen, great, I'm good, because I really had a nice life. And it happened. And then I was like, really? Like, you know, and so what ended up happening was I won the lottery, in that it was exactly a moment in time when, to your point, blogs had been sort of like percolating for 5, 6 years. Tumblr was sort of like going, and #menswear was a thing. And, you know, the dress code at Neiman Marcus was that you had to wear a jacket and a tie. Which, of course, after living in LA for 6 years, I was like, fuck, like, I hate that. But I'm really grateful to them for having that dress code, because it was like the clothes that I needed to wear to work to be, you know, okay for, I got written up on the, you know, many times actually, because I didn't follow the dress code properly, but which is kind of how I do things. But the reality was that I sort of like figured out how to push the limits of wearing a jacket and a tie. And I sort of looked, and because I love clothes, this is like what it all boils down to is I love clothes, period. I don't love fashion. I don't love the fashion business per se. I love clothes. So anyway, you know, I started getting my picture taken. And again, it was like that thing of like, why are you taking my picture now? I used to be cute. Like, you know, but okay, sure. And, you know, like I was, you know, Tommy Ton and Scott Schumann were probably the two, you know, two of the most important street style photographers of the time. I mean, after Bill Cunningham, of course, but
Yeah, I remember the sartorialist. I was following him alongside, yeah, Tommy Ton and yeah.
Right. And, Jack and Jill. And again, I didn't even really, I knew about the sartorialist and I had heard of Tommy Tom, but I didn't know anything about them. And I didn't plan to get my picture taken. Like, I remember Scott pulled me aside and said, "Oh, can I take a portrait?" And I was like, "Sure." He didn't actually run that one. He sort of caught me after a Gucci show, which is the first picture that he posted. And what's so funny is that I didn't even know that he was taking my picture. And then somebody said, "Oh, wow, you're on the sartorialist." And in those days, not that it isn't a big deal now, to be on his Instagram or something, it is. It's always flattering when anyone does this. But I was like, really? Like, wow. Like, I didn't even know that he had taken my picture. And it was just like one of those things that he took a photo of me talking to somebody who I used to work with at Bergdorf's and hadn't seen for, probably 15 years before or after. And it was just one of those like random moments. And and I'm eternally grateful for that. Like, I remember it like it was yesterday also. And then obviously a lot's happened in the past 12 years. This is January of 2010. But that's really when everything happened that you and I are talking, because that's when it started.
Wow. So I have so many questions. Listen, okay. I know you saw the social media, the Instagram post and on Twitter where I was like, if you have questions for Nick Wooster, let me know. So I have like a million questions, but I also have a million questions.
Okay.
But okay, so where do I even want to start? Because here's the thing. Okay, so to my audience who may or may not know, Nick and I met because we are co-authors on a book project with like a dozen other people. So there's like 15 co-authors and we each wrote a chapter about our path to to being entrepreneurs and how we found success in our various fields. And the woman spearheading the project, her name is Patricia, and I spoke with her last week. And she said, hey, when you talk to Nick, you should ask him, because apparently he had written part of this in his chapter. He's like, you should talk to him about all the times that he's gotten fired. And I was like, okay, I'm going to tell him you said that. And she's like, it's fine. I think that just hearing this story that you just told is so incredible, because I think that people need to be reminded often that success isn't a straight shot, and that, yeah, it's more like an awkward zigzag. And and also there's this thing where, and this comes up on my channel a lot, is number one, if you don't make it as a 20-something beautiful, youthful person, then you're never going to make it in fashion. Or if you fail, that's it. Those are all your chances. You don't get another chance. And there's actually a lot of questions people asked about whether or not you've experienced ageism and within the industry when there's so many young people, and how late is it? How late is too late to enter the fashion industry? So can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. And again, you sort of bring up a whole host of topics. I mean, it's easy for me to say today that it was, okay, when I said I walked into this clothing store and, okay, yes, I'm a white male. And although I'm gay, that hopefully you don't immediately know that about me, but you might too. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The point being that I understand as a white male, I've probably been afforded privileges that many other people don't have. So that's the first thing. But with that said, the thing that I do know about just my experience is that, yeah, my very, very first job, I actually got fired from. And I always talk about having my first job being working at this clothing store, which is true. It's just that I also worked for another clothing store before that. And after like 3 months, they fired me because there were all these old guys sitting around. And I thought, oh, well, if they're sitting around, I should be doing that too. And then what I didn't realize was the reason that they hired me was so that I could do the thing so those old guys could sit around. And, after like I don't know, the sort of the 7th or 8th week, they were like, okay, this isn't working out. I would go in every Saturday. They were like, yeah, we don't need your help. And, and of course, I didn't understand at that moment what I just told you. I was like, okay, fine. I hated that story anyway, and what I learned later is that, how you work, your ethic, your work ethic, which as a Midwestern kid, I grew up in Kansas, as a Midwestern kid with a very hardworking father who worked in, who had a business, and then my mom who stayed home and was also very hardworking. Not to say she because that poor woman, I mean, was raising 3 boys, cooking, cleaning. I mean, I never made my bed a day in my life until I went to college. Like I didn't make my bed. My mom did that, and which is horrifying to sort of articulate now. Like what a horrible thing, but that's what happened. I mean, that's how we were raised. So my parents worked very hard. And my dad's, mother worked very hard, and my mom's father worked. So all of those sort of like examples were around. But I, of course, am like how all 20-year-olds are. I was an asshole. Like I was an idiot, not sort of when they talk about like millennials or Gen Z, as being the worst. No, they're not. I was the worst. I'm a boomer. I'm the end of the boomers. I was the worst. Maybe the boomers before me were better. I'm probably closer to Gen X in terms of my mentality, but I was born in 1960. And trust me, I was an asshole. Like, so it anyway, how the career works is, yes, I had a lot of great opportunities, let's say, given to me that I took advantage of. And I, was very ambitious and very, I get bored easily. So I was always looking for the next right thing. This is why I'm not in a relationship, because I'm always looking over my shoulder, like, is there something better over here? And, and that's really been the way that I've always been. And that's me. Like, I don't apologize for it. In terms of building a career, probably I could have done a better job of maybe staying in a few places longer or something. But I believe that that's what makes me me, meaning that the minute I get sort of like ready and thinking about something else, I basically did that. And, today, what ends up happening at I'll be 62 this year, is that, yeah, I think ageism itself is a thing. And I'm a beneficiary of sort of like this life that sort of young people have or aspire to, which I'm eternally grateful for. But, but I see it around me. I know many of my peers, people that I've known and worked with that are even 5 to 10 years younger than me, are having trouble, getting the next right job or getting a job. So fashion, which is a terrible business for a variety of reasons, meaning as a business model. So if you're a young kid wanting to have a brand, the business model of fashion is a terrible model, because you've got to fork out all this money to buy fabric and produce clothes. And then you've got to show it, which costs money. And then you've got to wait for orders. And then while you're doing that, you've got to make the production as well as start to produce the next season, all before you get paid. It's a terrible business model. It's a mercenary, brutal business model, and also it is for people and personalities, models, all these young kids that have bright ambition, big eyes, and, want to do all these things. And they go to their first casting, or they, start interviewing for jobs. And then they see that it's a pretty tough industry. I'm sure that all glamour industries, advertising, music, sports, Hollywood, are tough too. I don't think fashion's the only one, but it's the one that I know and the one that I know about. So I don't know if I answered all of your questions, but it's still a stuff. Part of it is that I could never tell anyone how to sort of build a career, because I really don't know how to do it. I just kept doing. In AA, we talk about like, do the next right thing. Like, you just do the next right thing. And eventually something will work out. But you just have to be sort of patient, and I do believe that a lot of it is luck, but I also luck is you have to work at being lucky. I mean, it's not just hoping you win the lottery. It's like if you do some things, you may help the universe make you lucky. By that, I mean work.
That's so weird because I've never been to an AA meeting, but I talk about that a little bit in my chapter where you should just really focus on what you're doing right now and just try to be really good at it and like try to make that very successful instead of trying to play chess with your career where it's like, oh, is this gonna, and then like map things out. It's like, no, you were handed this opportunity, do a really good job at it, and then finish that up and like, celebrate your success, which is really good for your mental health, and then do the next thing and do that really well. Because I don't know if playing chess with your career actually works for anybody really, because life is so unpredictable, and especially in the fashion industry. So
It is. I mean, I always tell people too, like, especially young people that are sort of like in that first or second job. I mean, this is after free internships. I'm saying like a paying job. So many times, and it's true, I tell young people that are in their sort of like first or second job, and they may or may not have a boss that they are smarter than. Probably they are smarter than their boss. Because a lot of people fall upward in the fashion world. I think in all corporate settings, a lot of, and I'll tell you why I think that is. But anyway, just wait. This is what I always tell them. Just wait. Because if they're really as horrible as they think they are, they'll probably get bored like they are, and they'll get another job or they'll get fired. And by default, you find yourself in a job. This is what happened to me. Like you'll find yourself in a job just by being there, and so I'm not saying that if you're in an abusive situation or a terrible situation or, something like that you should stay in it. But I know how I am. And the minute I get bored, I'm like, okay, I'm ready to do something else. And, my thing would be just wait, just wait, because it's shocking how many people, the churn that happens at all levels. And so you can find yourself in a situation where you get that job just because you're there.
Just to step back into what you were saying about how the fashion model as a business model is terrible. There's a lot of conversation about how wholesale is dead. What do you think? Like, do you think wholesale will ever really go away or
No.
change enough?
Okay, so I don't have a crystal ball, because if I did, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I'd be playing the futures market. But yeah, I mean, it is changed. It's changing. The landscape of retail and obviously wholesale has changed and is currently changing. But I don't fundamentally believe it will completely go away. In the same way that I don't believe that physical stores will completely go away. I mean, for sure, we've learned, and especially it was accelerated because of the pandemic. Buying things online it's just another tool. It's just another way to do things, and certainly makes life very easy for a lot of people. It's probably allowed for new business to happen in luxury or in retail. And it's probably taken away some business from certain stores. But by the same token, I do believe that compelling retail, Apple, Tiffany, Bergdorf's, I'm sure there's, Le Bon Marché in Paris. Like there's a million amazing stores still, Dover Street Market, and there will always be a need and a desire for that kind of thing. So in that case, they need to buy from brands. And so there will always be, or I believe there will be, a wholesale channel, but it probably is not as big as it once was. And the number of showrooms and the opportunity around wholesale will probably be less. But I still think that if you're a small brand, you're probably not going to be able to afford to be direct to customer if you didn't start out that way. There's a lot of barriers to entry to make that happen. But with that said, I think that, some brands that maybe started in wholesale could pivot. And I think that, in the same way that some brands that start as direct to customer pivot and add, or I wouldn't say they would give up that, but because nobody's giving that up. Everybody wants a direct line to someone, but they can also pivot and add wholesale to what they're doing. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but for sure, if there used to be 100 showrooms, there might be, 11 when it's all said and done. But that's not to say that, it is changing for sure. And then consequently trade shows and a lot of the other sort of ancillary things that go along with this are changing as well.
So switching a little bit, okay. So when I did the call out for questions on social media, I would say that just a lot of questions were, can I raid your closet? To which I said, no, if anyone's doing that, I'm first. Okay. So stop right there.
I'm super selfish with clothes. No, you may not raid my closet.
And then number 2, and I quote, how do you keep yourself so fly? Okay, that's a direct quote. People are really dying to know, like, just a ton of questions about your style, your personal style, and how to cultivate personal style, and how do you shop, and how do you pick things out? Like, people really respect your eye, and so I got a lot of questions on that. So can you speak about your personal style and kind of how it's evolved over time and what you look for when you're shopping for yourself?
So, so my style has totally evolved, and it continues to evolve, I believe. But it still goes back to that fundamental thing. Like, I love clothes. I have loved clothes since the moment I was conscious. As a little kid, as a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, I had very specific, tantrums around wanting or not wanting to wear something. And that it became very clear before I ever went to kindergarten that my mom had I had to be involved in every decision, which is kind of how designers work, I think. Like, it's a creative process. It's like, it's a good idea if it's my idea. Now, you might be able to help me get to that idea. And a lot of clever people have been able to do that. And I have had to do that with a lot of other people who are just like me. But for sure, I had to have it say in my clothes. Otherwise, it wasn't going to happen. Like, I just wouldn't wear it. In the way that some kids are musical, some kids are athletic, some kids, are math, have an aptitude for math. I believe I have an aptitude for dressing myself. Like, that is just something that I know how to do. But I remember when my first buying job was at Barney's in 1987. And I worked for a really, intimidating guy, this guy, Peter Rizzo, who I honestly believe taught me everything that I know. And Fred Pressman, the owner of Barney's, or the son of Barney Pressman, who made Barney's, who transformed Barney's from a discount suit seller to a luxury emporium. So Fred taught Peter everything, and Peter in turn taught me. And, I honestly believe that everything I learned in 1987 in those opening, that opening moment of my career, I had to learn how to hone my taste. They taught me how to sort of edit and how to sort of because I think that I know that I was all over the place. And I think that that's probably the single biggest mistake that people make in this regard, is that, they want this and they want that, and they want Versace, and then they want Balenciaga, and then they want, Supreme. And okay, great, sure. All those things are great, but you probably need to start somewhere before you can get there, and so my advice for style is always start with the basics. So if you have a foundation of basics, and by that I mean, the color navy blue, the color gray, the color black, the color white as building blocks, then you can layer on all kinds of things. But if you just go out there thinking, I want that Versace shirt, and I want those Balenciaga sneakers, and I want a Gucci belt, and, and that's how you'll be stylish, you won't. You won't. Less is more. And, that sort of like, I don't know, that saying attributed to Coco Chanel is like, you really need to look at yourself in the mirror and probably take one thing away. And I continue to do that today, because sometimes I, get a little overexcited maybe and throw on a bunch of shit. And it's like, ooh, I'm well served by remembering that. Now, trust me, there's plenty of pictures to indicate that I didn't follow that advice, but, and so to answer your question about how do you develop your sense of style, all these things, I mean, that's a book and an educational course that I might be doing, because we're never gonna solve that in this conversation.
I'm actually so glad you say that, because I get these questions, and not just this kind of question, but a lot of different kinds of questions where, people expect like a pithy, like 3-line answer. And I'm like, oh no, like I could create a curriculum for a whole degree on that.
Because the reason why is this, this has taught us that we can do that. And to a certain extent we can, and kids can. And it's kind of like, I noticed this in my nephews, I don't feel, and I'm not, if they are going to watch this, which I'm sure they won't, but if they hear this, I'm not trying to judge you. It's just an observation. And again, I believe it's generational. But I also believe that there isn't probably the evidence that they have or need, but like, I would think that they would want to learn and explore and understand like the history of something. And in the end, I don't really think they do. And it's because I think they are so used to this that they don't need to necessarily. Now, I think it's a little bit interesting, and it's also why I believe I'm qualified to have 900,000 followers on Instagram, is because, yeah, I do know something. Like, I have had some experience. Now, I understand that there are many people who have way more followers than me and with way less experience, and power to you. Like, that's awesome. It's not about one versus the other, but I just know for me, I feel like I earned every one of them because of what I did long before Instagram ever came around. But I believe that there's value in history, in education, in sort of like curiosity. Like, these things to me are really important, and they've formed the core of how I operate and how I do arrive at the clothes I pick, the things I decide to wear, and the career that I definitely had.
Did you go to art school?
No, I went to the University of Kansas. So I'll never forget, when I was like a kid, I said to my mom, I want to go to UCLA or Harvard. This is when I was like a junior in high school. And my mom and meanwhile, I had done nothing to be able to do that. And my mom just looked at me and she said, we're happy to send you to college, KU or K-State, the University of Kansas or Kansas State University. And the point being that, like, I had a public, public high school and public college, public university. And of course they went to K-State. So I chose KU because it was the bigger school and I thought it was more glamorous. Now, I will say my career and certainly my choices were always based on, I was very impressionable. And I believe that it's a sort of, not, I don't want to say a failing, but obviously there's some psychology behind that. Like, you're trying to make up for something, but I was always very like, concerned about what others would think of me, even though I was gay. Well, probably because I was gay. But by the same token, when I got dressed, like I always say this about getting dressed, I'm fearless. I'm fearful in every area of my life except getting dressed, in which case I'm completely fearless. Like, I'm afraid of heights, but I'm not afraid of wearing a skirt. I'm afraid of like what people think of me, but I'll wear like pink, pants. Like, it's just, I've always been like that. And, and that's the weird dichotomy of being like an introvert extrovert, or, an introverted extrovert, because I definitely, want you to like notice me, but I don't want you to talk to me, kind of thing. Um,
That is so relatable. That is so relatable. Do you have any thoughts on fashion school? Because I would say that if I had a dollar for any time anybody asked me if fashion school was necessary for a career in fashion, I could quit this channel and retire in Bali or something similar.
Okay, so I hope this is not going to offend you. So I absolutely don't think that a degree from a fashion school is essential for a career in fashion, except for pattern making and draping and sketching and those kinds of things.
You
So
didn't offend me because that's usually my answer. Like, unless you want something super technical, you really have to study a very technical thing. But there are a
so
lot of pathways.
that's right. And I know some people, who studied fashion merchandising who in fact are merchandisers. Only a handful, but they do exist. I mean, most merchandisers didn't study merchandising. The one thing but to go back to your original question, but the most important thing I 100% believe in is you need you need to be educated beyond high school. So that whatever that is, even if it's a vocational school or something, but you've got, 12 years of public education, or even if it's private, is not enough. Frankly, the 4 years of a university, in my opinion, I'm totally uneducated when it comes to people that I'm friends with that are way smarter than I am. And it's not that you have to have a doctorate degree in order to be, I don't know, intelligent. I'm not saying that, but I was getting high the entire time I was in college, and I was in a fraternity. So that experience was kind of wasted. Thank God my parents didn't send me to a private, school, because it would have been wasted on me because I was wasted all the time. But I do think it's a rite of passage, and I think it's an important milestone that you need to sort of do, even though I know it's a really horrible thing to say with what it could do to people because of the extreme. When I went to college, do you know how much the tuition was at the University of Kansas in 1978? $350 a semester. And when I graduated, it was like $780. And my dad was like, wow, it's really gone up. That's how much it costs to go to college. So
I went to a private art school 20 years ago, and it ranged from beginning to end $16,000 to $26,000.
right. And again, because then the flip side is, and if there are students listening to this, I'm sorry to have to say this to you. You probably already know it. But then what's so heinous is you do have this debt, this huge debt load, whether your parents help you or not. I'm sure that there's there's going to be something there. And then you don't even get a real job. Like I got right out of school, I got 3 job offers the week I moved to New York and started interviewing. Now they paid $11,000 a year, but you got benefits and you got a paycheck. Like there was no such thing as an internship. It didn't exist. That came in sort of like the end of the 90s, 2000s. That was all, some horrible, thing cooked up by God knows who to, this idea that you have to pay your dues by doing free internships. I think they're basically outlawed in LA, at least in California and New York. I can't speak to the rest of the country, but, at worst, you're going to get a minimum job, but, at least you should get something. You should get compensated in some way. But it doesn't even begin to be able to allow you to live in a place like New York and also service the debt for your education. So it's a terrible situation that, people are put in. So when I say it's an important rite of passage, it is, but I understand that for some people, it may be an impossibility or something. But that's when I go back to the thing that I said at the beginning, which is then work. If you want to work in fashion, then work in fashion. And by that, I mean doing anything, meaning working in a store, working as an assistant in some way, being an intern, whatever you can do. Because listen, I know about high school kids that start getting internships in places like New York, San Francisco, and LA. Now, granted, they have access because of where they're born or where they're raised. And obviously there's, not every kid has that possibility. But my point being that if you start at an early age, like saying, I'm doing this, and you demonstrate to the universe that you are willing to do it, I believe that the universe will respond in kind, and that you might find yourself being an intern in high school, or in the summer between your senior year of college and senior year of high school, freshman year of college. I hired an intern last summer, and I just had breakfast with him. He came to New York. He goes to Savannah SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design, and he helped me put my website together last summer. And he, I will hire him again next summer if he doesn't. But I tell him, get a real job. Don't work for me. Get a real job. But if he doesn't get a real job, he can be my intern, I pay him something, because it's like his time is valuable. Like, it's not, I would never, somebody said to me ages ago, like, why don't you have a free intern? I'm like, because I wouldn't do that. Like, they need to get paid, and I think it's really important. So anyway, I kind of digressed on that, but I think working is really important. So work. If you can't go to school, work.
I feel like the thorough line here to check in with the audience is that there are multiple pathways, but you have to put in the work somehow. There are a lot of different paths to fashion. Everyone seems to think that there's like one true line to success. And just the fact that, the book we worked on together with Patricia, is that we had a bunch of entrepreneurs who all have their own pathways to success. And yeah, there is no one true answer. There's not like one beacon where that's going to be the way that you find success. But the main thing is you have to put in the work.
Right. And, and again, like when we had our call today, I listened to some of these people, and I've like read up a little bit on some of these other authors. And, I feel like such a sham, because I'm not an entrepreneur I mean, the title that I gave, I don't know whether they're going to use it or not, is I call myself the reluctant entrepreneur. Never in my life did I want to or think that I could work for myself. I had a lot of my identity tied into the kinds of brands or companies that I was working for. And as Patricia said, I kept getting fired from these jobs. And then it was like, oh, fuck, like a girlfriend, she's actually a very good friend. Her name is Rupal Patel. She's the fashion director of Saks Fifth Avenue. We worked together at Neiman's and Bergdorf's, and she sat me down sort of at lunch one day. This was in 2014. And it was so my last real job was in 2013, working for JCPenney, which was, of all the jobs I've had, the most creative and interesting job of my life, because we were trying to transform. I know we were trying to transform something. I'll go into that in a minute. But so Ron Johnson, the guy who invented Apple Retail, along with Steve Jobs, he was brought in as the CEO to transform JCPenney. So he brought in all of these amazing people. And for a year, we were changing JCPenney, and it was unbelievable. Such an unbelievable experience. It was super creative. It was because all we had to do was make it better. We weren't, being told no, it was all about let's change. So for a creative person, that's a super fantastic brief to have. It's like, that's amazing. Can you do more? That's what the feedback was. It wasn't like, we needed to be, it was like, oh my God, that's great. But when the board fired Ron, a week later, they fired me, because I was promoted. I originally came in to do menswear, but I was promoted a few months in and got my boss's job, which was to oversee all of the private label, men's, women's, kids, and home. And at JCPenney at the time, it was a $15 billion business, and 50% of it, $7.5 billion, was private label. So I was overseeing the design of $7.5 billion worth of, of products.
No pressure or anything, right?
Right. And I had, 250 people reporting to me. And it was like, and that had never happened in my career, that kind of job. It was fantastic. It was amazing. It was the most amazing experience. So, which again is a little bit of a thing too, because most people be like, JC Penney. Like I'd worked for, what you said, Bergdorf's, Calvin, Ralph, Barney's. And those were all interesting, some more than others and some nicer than others. But like there was some amazing experience there. But that experience of JC Penney was something truly special because I was working with people that worked at Apple. I was working with people that worked at Abercrombie when Abercrombie was a big deal because one of the executives was from Abercrombie. It was an amazing, and we were hiring amazing people. And it was just such, I worked with Martha Stewart, Ellen DeGeneres. We went to the Oscars, we flew private because it was like they had 2 planes. It was an amazing experience. And I'm glad I'm not doing it now, in that I'm glad that Rupal set me down and said, you need to work for yourself, because I already had a couple 100,000 followers on Instagram, 100,000 followers on Tumblr. But I was like, I don't want to, I need a job. And, the reality was she was right. I mean, the opportunity and I've made even more money. I made a lot of money doing JCPenney, but I've made even more money doing this. Now, not every year, but like as a total, it's been extremely lucrative, but it didn't happen overnight. And because I was fired from JCPenney and given a sort of nice severance, I was able to give myself the runway to be able to do this, being an entrepreneur. But I don't function like a normal entrepreneur. I don't have, employees. I don't have inventory. There's a lot of things that I don't have. But as a single person, it's amazing the opportunity that's come up because of social media. And because of that, I've been able to work with a lot of really interesting companies. And I'm super grateful for that.
I think that regardless of age or level of experience or whatever, you and we're part of like a new generation of entrepreneurs where like entrepreneurs like us have not existed because they didn't have the internet. Right. And so I've built my business off of my reach, my channel, and like all the opportunities that came with that. And so have you. And I did want to ask you about how social media has played a role in your career, because I get so many messages from people who they want the reach of social media, but they don't want to deal with social media. And they always ask me like, is it very important? And I always think like, people have the wrong mindset about social media. And maybe it's because you and I grew up when we didn't have social media, but it's like, you can think of it as a chore, or you can think of it as an opportunity and a gift to like access so many people for free that you would not have been able to access before. I think you're a prime example of how incredible social media can be in terms of like growing a career.
My God, I mean, for sure. I was interviewed by Guy Turbay at the New York Times in 2013. So literally 2014, literally like in the first year of me becoming what I started to say back then was a free agent, which just meant that I could. It's so funny. I get on LinkedIn all these requests for people that like want me to be their agent. I'm like, I'm not an agent. And I love that I call myself a free agent, even though I know nothing about sports. But what I know that means is in sports is that I can do whatever I want. I could play for any team. That's how I bill myself, as I'm a free agent. But what I said about Instagram in 2013, it was only 2 years old at that time. And this is also, my brother and my sister-in-law would be horrified when I say this. I've never really planned for the future, meaning I don't have much savings. But I always said Instagram is going to be my 401k plan. And it kind of is. Now I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't say as a strategy you should set out and like rely on that, because it probably won't work. And I don't even know that it's going to work for me. But what I know is that, yeah, I mean, Instagram is, or social media, social as they call it, is like, sure, I'm sure there's a lot. I don't know anything about it. Like, let me just be perfectly frank. Like these social media managers that are like hashtags and things, and you have to do this, and
That algorithm.
fuck you. Like, I don't like. I got here just fine without doing that. Like, but I do know that there is some science behind it. And I mean, can you imagine if I actually maybe applied a little bit? Maybe I have twice as many followers. I don't really know. Or I can make twice as much money. But the point is that I've done it in my own way, but I'm not stupid. I understand that there are some basic laws of physics or laws of, that you have to sort of follow. But the principal driver of it has been the same thing that's been the driver in my career, which is, I mean, if you have a little restraint, if you have a little bit of taste, if you have a point of view, those things will serve you well. If you're all over the place, if you don't have a little bit of restraint, if you're like an asshole on social media, like, how people are like assholes in real life, it's probably not going to work for you. Or it might. I mean, it worked for Donald Trump, but but I wouldn't say as a rule, that's a good way to like build something. And I did, and again, I can't tell anyone how I got this, because I honestly have no idea. But I do believe that it's because I'm authentic. Like, I do believe that it's because I am me and I don't make any apologies for it. And I seem to be having fun with it. And I think people are attracted to those kinds of things, like, oh, wow, that looks really fun, or he or she are funny, or they seem like they're a little bit interesting. If you can harness those ideas, you'll probably do pretty well. And how, we build audiences is the same way you build relationships. Like, that's really what it is. Like, if you're a nice person in real life, if you look someone in the eye when you speak to them, if you remember their name, if you respond when they ask you a question, meaning like engaging, if you can do those basic things in life, you can do them on social media. And you can also ask for help, like, meaning there are people who can help you to do it. They're probably going to be young and they'll probably be at the beginning of their career, but you should listen to them, because that's actually something that could be beneficial to you, especially if you're in my age bracket, or even 20 years younger than me. If you're in your 40s, like, you probably could stand to have a 20-year-old help you in that, or a teenager help you in that world. And you might be surprised at the results.
I think my favorite thing about your social media, like, I follow you on Instagram, have for a minute, and my favorite thing is nothing you talk about or post about seems incongruent with the rest of you. You don't like shill any sort of random thing where you're like, how much you get paid for that? Because it just all seems consistent with your style and the things that you like. Everything looks like you from what I've seen of you. Of course, nobody can really know you unless they're like your tight friend for 20 years. But like, just from what I've seen of you aesthetically, like, it all looks like it belongs. And so I feel that authenticity. Like, I like this. Hey, look at this. I like it. And it feels real because it looks like your style. And so when you were talking about being authentic online, I think other people really see that too.
Well, thank you. And I mean, listen, I have turned down many opportunities because they didn't feel right for me. I do tell people that I am that I'm not in the business of saying no, and meaning because of like the pandemic, like a lot of things have changed, and yet I have to say that the people that are continuing to work with me are exactly the kind of people that I want to work with. I mean, are there some things that are a stretch? I'm sure there are, but at the same, and I remember seeing some comments early on when I I really did make a pivot from doing more consulting work to, but there was always, let's say, Instagram in the background. It's shifted, and especially starting in 2020, where now I'm starting to do some more consulting, but for 2020, 21, it was 100% Instagram. And, but the people that come to me are the people that I have to say I want to work with. And I'm not in the business of saying no, but I have said no. I've had to have said no, because I just feel it's like when people offer me, they show me their brand or something and they say, have a look. Is there anything here you'd like? I tell people no a lot because I don't want you to send me something that I'm not going to use or that I'm not going to appreciate. And I'd rather just tell you no, thank you, and then just have it sit there. And because it breaks my heart, like when people sort of say, oh, I look at your, I know your work and I think you would love this, and then I see what they're offering and I'm like, really? Because I think if you looked at it, you would understand that that's not something that I probably would wear. But I appreciate I'm always touched when they at least reach out, but I'm always like, wow, I guess I'm not doing a very good job of telling,
those people, okay, I get those emails too, and they see the numbers on the profile, they see how many subscribers I have, and they're like, oh, she's the one. And it's like, do you want to represent our yoga pants? I'm like, when have I ever repped a brand? Period. Like, I'm a teacher. Like, what are you talking about? I get so many offers from video games. They're like, your channel is perfect to promote our next video game. I'm like, is it a fashion game? No, it's like not even close. So yeah, there are just some people who are always going to just look at the number, like see how many followers you are and just get so excited about that. But that takes me to some other questions because, given you have so much at your disposal and that you get to see so much product, whether it's just stuff you shop for, stuff that gets sent to you, what do you think is missing in menswear, if anything? Or what's something you'd like to see more of?
Oh my God, this is going to be another one of those kind of things that I'm going to say this and probably offend somebody, but so in my career, I've met some different people. I'm thinking specifically of like, there was this, kind of a finance person who started a collection. I'm not going to say what the category was, but it was like, I started this because I just couldn't find what I was looking for in the market. And I always think to myself and want to say to their face, then you're not looking hard enough because it exists. Trust me. So with that said, what do I think is missing? I mean, in a way, nothing is missing. But I do believe that there's lots of opportunity. And I believe that about the collaborations that I do. Okay, I'm not reinventing the wheel. I am not Rei Kawakubo. I am not Yohji Yamamoto. I am not a real designer who is, giving us new ideas, new proportions, making us think in a way. That's not my role. Like, I've never been that. I wish I was that person. I'm not that person. What I am is an interpreter. I mean, I believe that I have a point of view and a sort of like a knowledge and a skill base that I always think about things like, oh, I really like that, but I want it this way. Like I want to add or subtract or change the color of something that already exists. So in a way, me doing collaborations with people is like the perfect, what they get out of it is like an exposure to a new audience or a bigger audience, or like in the case of if it's a brand in Europe or in Asia, a new market, meaning the United States, and I get to piggyback on their expertise. Like they make luggage, so I don't have to worry about if we decide to make something, is it going to be nice? I already know it's going to be nice because of what they make. Or in the case of Lardini, they make the most beautiful tailored clothing. So I know that if we make a jacket, it's not going to be like a cheap, gross jacket that looks like somebody made, in their back room. No, it's going to be a beautiful jacket. Grenson shoes, or, there's so many great people that I've worked with that already do something really well. So I don't have to worry about what the end product is going to be, you know. So that's and what I love is that I can sort of give them my spin on their brand or their product. And I think that's a really fun utilization of my skills as a merchant and then and having worked in design. So I don't know if I answered that, but you know, what's missing? I mean, I always think that there is an opportunity for, you know, like in sneakers, you know, there are a million sneakers out there, but there's always a different colorway, meaning like somebody's interpretation or somebody can bring to the table like their color sense and, you know, and always manage to make something look new and different. So I do think that there are ways for lots of people to contribute, but, you know, I can't say that there's any great white space in the world because frankly, there's too much product as it is.
So coming off of that, I would say personally that the thing that's missing in fashion in general are products that cater to different body shapes and sizes. So like on every level, like people who are very tall, people who are very large, people who are very short, you know, like the whole thing, like that's what needs to be filled. And personally, and just also just hearing feedback from so many people I talk to, they don't want anything new and different. They want what everyone else gets to wear, but in their size. I hear this a lot, especially from the plus size women's market. Is like, we want to wear the same trendy stuff all the other girls get to wear, except in my size. I hear that a lot.
Okay. So, and I think in that realm, which has never really been my realm, meaning it's not my experience. So it's not, because again, I've always said this too, like this is a selfish endeavor. You know what I mean? Meaning like my working in fashion, it all happened for purely selfish reasons because I wanted clothes for me. That's why I work in menswear. I'm not a woman. I don't, you know, so it's like, why would it's purely selfish. So to your point about sizes. Okay. And again, I don't want to say this to offend anyone, except that because it's my reality being short and let's say thick, you know, like I'm not thin, I'm thick. I mean, I'm muscular, but I'm also thick. Not everybody can wear everything. That's the first thing. So that's, you know, so with that said, what the strategy is how to figure out how to have the look, whatever that is, in your way, size, shape, type, price. Because again, not everybody can afford the same thing. But one of the great things that's happened in the past 20 years because of fast fashion, because of just because of the, you know, supply chain, I guess, it's easier than it ever was to be able to look a certain way at sort of any given price. You can look at that up here. You can look at, you know, you can look this way down there. And that's a great thing. I know that the size thing is a problem, is a conundrum, because in the same way that, you know, not all plus sizes are the same. Some large people are short and some large people are tall. And that creates a huge problem for being able to, you know, to make clothes. Now, I mean, again, people who do production or pattern cutting understand this very well. So let me go back to the body thing. So like everybody wants to look taller and thinner. Michael Kors says that. And I believe that's true about men and it's true about women, even if they don't articulate it that way. So my style has always been finding clothes that make me feel good in them, you know, first. Once you've figured out who those brands or those types of fabrics, because some fabrics hold you in and some fabrics let it all out. So you have to understand that if you're sort of like going this direction with your body, you're probably not a candidate for chiffon. But that doesn't mean that you can't find other ways to, accessorize or to, but like you gotta sort of be comfortable in what you're wearing with the right foundation garments, the right sort of like cut, the right style. And then you'll look, because you'll feel good in them, you will radiate and sort of like project something. I know I'm not addressing all of this thing about sizes, but the point is that once you can sort of crack the code of the first part, then you can start to attack what it is that you want to do. Is it like shoes? Because the good news about shoes is that for the most part, I know that there are people who have, particularly large feet or particularly small feet, and so they can't have necessarily every designer brand going. Outside of those problems, which I don't know how to correct, for the most part, a great pair of shoes can work with any body type, or most body types, not any body type, most body types. The same with bags, accessories, and you can sort of find a way to feel like you're getting the look or the sort of the spirit of something without, unless or until you can figure out what other clothing that might be. Now, as a brand, so for brands, the conundrum of sizes is, and also because of the terrible business model of fashion, meaning the idea that every 6 months it goes away. Like this, it's a terrible business model. This idea that we tell people that it's basically clothes are the used car market, because the second it hits the threshold of a store, it starts to decrease in value. Because if it comes into a store in September, in 2 months, it's going to be marked down. Also, when you need it. So everything about the business model is stupid in retail and fashion. I mean, I've said this a million times. I hope people will quote me on this. I hope people will call me out, because I'm talking to you department stores. I'm talking to you brands that ship, summer clothes in January and ship fall clothes in July. Stupidest thing in the world. I said that when I was a buyer. I'm like, why would you do that? It's so stupid. Like, you need winter clothes when it's cold, not when it's hot. But the problem for brands is sizes. So if you have to make a billion sizes across all these different matrices, and it's only going to be good for 2 months, because and women's contemporary is the worst market of all. That's the market that really accelerated these markdowns. This idea that it's been on the floor for 2 months, we need newness, let's get rid of it. It's like, and then they take it all back, that they then shovel into, the off-price channel. And meanwhile, they're just bringing in more shit, because if you keep doing, when people talk about Yves Saint Laurent was the greatest designer ever. Yeah, he did it twice a year. Today, these brands, and again, it started with women's contemporary. We need 2 deliveries a month, A and B, June A, June B. No, you don't. No, you don't. We need newness. No, you don't. You don't need newness. You don't need 2 deliveries a month. You don't need 12 deliveries a year. This is the problem. So if you're a brand and the thing you want to do is make the fewest amount of things possible, because that's why the shoe business is so hard, because there are so many sizes. If you start to take a top and make it wide, short, tall, long, skinny, cropped, by the time that one top in that one fabric, that one print, it's like you would spend, you're basically making couture, you're making sort of something made to measure. That's not to say, I'm not trying to say to people who are looking for these things that you're out of luck, but what I'm saying is that there are opportunities for people to to do the same thing that high street brands do, which is look at the runway and do your version of it for that specific market. But one brand cannot do that for everyone. Or if they do, it's a very rare thing. And, it just, I mean, I can't, I mean, some of the designer brands now by adding kids, and I know that there's a lot of, you see sort of different sizes on the runway now in sort of some of these bigger brands, Michael Kors or, or whoever. I mean, it's great, but what I wonder is how does that really come to the market? Like, I don't know where all those clothes live, you know, be,
I mean, when I talk to students and clients and stuff, this is why I'm always saying start small and start with like a niche shape, size, market price somewhere. Because, students come to me, they're so ambitious, they're so excited, and they love fashion, and I don't want to kill that. But, they're like, I want to dress everybody. And I'm like, no, 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 no. You got to like narrow it down to a customer and really address those needs. And as you make more money, you can help, hire help to expand. But yeah, like if you want to dress everybody, it's just going to fall apart. And so you just start with a few great products for your niche customer and what they need from fashion and grow from there.
Well, right, because it goes back to what I said about like having to refine my taste and my style. It's an editing process. It's like you can't be all things to all people. So you have to learn to sort of like pick a lane, stay in it, and from there you can grow. I mean, it's like, many men's designers have added women's, Tom Brown, being a perfect example, or Ralph Lauren being a men's designer who added women's later. Like, there is room for lots of people to do lots of things, but everybody doesn't get or need to do everything, especially straight off the bat.
For sure. I mean, who even has the money for that? If you have the money for that, what are you doing in fashion?
Well, right. Don't invest it in fashion. It's the worst investment you could make.
So the other point I wanted to make when you were talking about how you think there's already so much product in fashion, what is your take on sustainability in fashion?
Well, it's one of those things that I think has taken hold. 20 years ago, 18 years ago, it was all about organic. And I remember like thinking that is the most bullshit concept because the dyeing process is already so, harsh to the environment. Like what the hell is organic cotton going to do, once you've dyed it? So that one, let's say, kind of went away. But sustainability, because I do think that everybody who goes outside or looks out their window, understands that the planet is not functioning correctly. Like it is not behaving the way that it did even 20 years ago, or frankly, even 10 years ago. So this idea is, and I mean, I have to be honest, I am not an expert. It's probably, I could say the wrong thing, but I will say this, it's here to stay. And I think that, whether it's sustainability per se, or just the idea that people are becoming more conscious of their consumption, of their choice in material. I mean, for me, it's, the worst is the human labor that produces cheap clothes. This is the biggest crime ever committed. I mean, if you see a $5 t-shirt or a $5 pair of jeans, those are not ethically treated people making them. Like it's impossible. So I don't want to single anyone out. I mean, it's, unfortunately, it's consumers who have also put us in this place because, that's one of the things that we learned about with JCPenney was this idea that if we say the price is the right price, meaning that if something costs, like a towel, they did all the research and they found out that a towel costs, they sold the most towels at $10. What they figured out was they don't need to retail it for 20 and tell them they're getting it for half price. Just put it at $10. But what happened is it didn't work. People want to be told that they're saving all this money. Well, the same thing is true with sustainability. The same thing is true. People will check boxes on questionnaires on, when they're being surveys that, of course I believe in that. Absolutely. It's, I believe in that. But when they vote with their dollars, that they're doing the opposite, they don't. Do you know what I mean? And so there's a lot of, that's where the sustainability thing, I think, works to a point when, when you give people the option of saying, you can have this for 25 made in America, or you can have it for 14 made in Asia. Very rarely do they pick the 25 made in America, even if they said on a survey, oh, I would always buy made in America first. Yes, as a concept, you probably would, but when it comes down to it, and part of it is because it's an economic reality. It's like, I don't have the money to spend 25. I only have the money to spend 14. Like, it's an economic reality for me. So I'm not saying that like these customers are doing the wrong thing. It's just that we've gotten to a place where it's, we've gotten addicted to cheap things in all areas of life, and so weaning us off that's the biggest issue with sustainability. Because like, listen, if your economic circumstances are such, no, you should not go out and spend hundreds of dollars on something. The good news is you can probably find nice things that fit your circumstances. But if you're a person of, let's say, normal means, but you're just consuming like crazy, so you can have hundreds of things instead of like one really nice thing or 5 really nice things, that's where we need to sort of like adjust. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. That absolutely makes sense. Yeah.
But for me, the biggest problem is the human capital that it takes to make cheap clothes. And that's really a horrific problem, in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. When sustainable brands, they offer things and they're not made in ethical factories, or if they're so cheap, you wonder who made them. It's like, can you really call yourself sustainable? You think that sustainable only means like, recycle polyester or something? It's like, keeping people in these positions is not sustainable. It's not right. So no, you cannot call yourself sustainable if those are your manufacturing practices.
No, and again, it's marketing and it's bullshit, a lot of it. But I do believe that as a concept, it has legs. And I think we're only going to see more and more of that. And I think if anybody's going to ask me about trends, first of all, I hate that word. Like, I've always hated that word because I think it implies the idea of trendy, or the idea that like, it's not going to be a good idea next season if it's a good idea this one. Now, like I said, I've made lots of mistakes, but like, I do think that a trend that I'm seeing is toward better and more classic in general. I'm talking about in menswear specifically, but I even maybe see it in women's too. This idea that I do think it's an offshoot of this a sustainability concept, which is, instead of buying 5 really dodgy things, just buy 1 or 2 really nice ones. And I think more people are waking up to that concept. And I feel like I'm seeing that around, and women have done it for years with like buying a better handbag or a better pair of shoes, and then buying, fast fashion clothes or basic clothes. But then, but I think then with like, then they want to have a nice coat, then they want to have nice trousers, then they want to have a nice blouse. And, before you know it, it's like they're sort of trading up, but they're doing it by not having more. They're doing it by having less.
I mean, personally, I think a lot of it stems from celebrity worship culture and this idea that you can't wear anything twice, because celebrities don't wear anything twice. They're always on the red carpet wearing something new. And so people want to emulate that in some way. They know they're not a celebrity, but they want to emulate that in some way. And so they think that they have to wear something new to every party that they go to. And that's really not true. And honestly, unless you are a celebrity, people are not paying that close attention to what you're wearing party to party. I think people can just calm down about that and rewear things.
First of all, those celebrities that they're seeing on red carpet events, 9.9 times out of 10 They're borrowed. They don't own them. You know, every once in a while, someone like Jane Fonda or someone will, you know, appear somewhere and she will talk about the fact that, like, I didn't borrow this. This is mine. I paid for it. And it's blank years old, you know? And she even made a comment, which again is major. I should make this, I should make this declaration, but I can't. And that is, she said, you know, I'm 80, however old she is, 80. It was when she was getting arrested in DC for those, you know, all those things that a couple winters ago or last winter. And she said, I'm 80, whatever, 82 or 83. I'm not buying any more clothes. I have tons of beautiful clothes. Like, my commitment to the planet is I'm not buying anymore. And I'm not saying that we should do that. I should do that. I'm not saying we, you know, that everybody should do that. But I do think that people have to remember that, like, they don't own those clothes. They are borrowed. The jewels are borrowed. The clothes are borrowed. You know, I do that to myself sometimes too. Not to the point that I think I have to have new clothes, but I do think about, like, oh, I was wearing that at Paris Fashion Week, so I've been photographed in it. But trust me, most of the clothes that I wear are mine. I don't borrow clothes ever, because it's not, I'm not a model size. So things have to be tailored to fit me. And I'm not going to wear something now I've worn a couple of things here and there, but it's very hard for me to do. Also, I feel it's my job to be a customer, to be a good customer. And I am a good customer. I pay for most everything that you see me in. Every once in a while I get gifts, but but what I think is, and I do bring things back out, and I like that. You know, Kate Middleton does that in the royal family. Like, the royal family is famous for, like, wearing things over and over again. And I think that if people are so, they should watch the royals, because it's a good thing, you know? And I do think that people are starting to become more aware of things like that.
Yeah, I would love to see that, because if you're going to follow celebrities, just acknowledge that they just live a different life than us, and their wardrobe needs are different. Like, it's hard to tell celebrities certain things because they are making their money off of how they're perceived by the public. And so they have a lot of pressure to look good all the time. And I get that. I'm not unrealistic about that. But that's not everyday people's realities. And so you don't have to consume and create, like, buy so much stuff so that you can emulate this lifestyle that is not yours, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. But yeah.
Right. I mean, listen, it's a little bit, I'm not saying I'm a celebrity, but it's a little bit my reality too.
That is the reality. You are a celebrity.
I recognize that I, have to look a certain way, and the clothes that I need are different than the clothes that a lot of people are going to need because of the kind of events that I attend. But yeah, I always say people should not do what I do. Like, people shouldn't dress like me, not because they shouldn't dress like me, but they shouldn't dress like me because, not because I don't want them to wear what I'm wearing, but it's like nobody should put the value of time and effort into getting dressed as I do. I recognize that it's a choice, but I am the biggest, I'm envious of people that have a uniform. I think that is the chicest thing in the world. Like, it's so awesome. And it's what was great. I hated his uniform, but what was so great about Steve Jobs is, like, this idea that, like, I'm busy doing something else. I don't need to waste my time thinking about what I'm going to wear. And I respect that 1000%.
I have a little cubicle in my closet where this is my teaching wardrobe and that's it. And then just like, I'm in my 40s. I've worked in fashion for a long time. I've been invited to my share of stuff where I have to, like, look good. And so, like, that's the rest of my wardrobe is, like, stuff I can pull out on the fly whenever I get invited to stuff. Once this stupid pandemic is over, that whole thing. But yeah,
Yeah, and everybody wants to look good, like, you do need to, everybody should have something in their wardrobe that is special, that, that makes them feel special, that they don't wear all the time, that is, and it's an important thing. It's really important.
Yeah.
To our well-being.
Speaking of well-being, I had a question that I thought was so good. Can you speak to the importance of physical health, mental health, and spiritual health as you age and how it influences your style and style choices?
So this is what my book is going to be about. This is not my chapter, by the way. My chapter is more about our story, my story. But I am going to work on a book, and
She got you.
Well, yes.
No, it's great. I can't wait to read it. No, seriously.
A really funny thing that somebody said, this straight guy said, which was hilarious, because the cover of the title says, so on the link that I sent out when I was asking people to do the pre-order, Patricia Wooster, Lindsay Ardmore, and somebody said, "Is Patricia your drag name?" Which she also thought was hilarious. I sent her a screenshot of the tech of the conversation.
Oh, that's too good. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my God.
Okay. So,
oh my God.
So, anyway, the next book, the real book, and or maybe like I may do something else that in a sort of educational thing, but right now at 62, everything you just asked in that question is 100% of what I think about right now. And I realize that a lot of the choices that I've made prior have not served me well about how I eat, what I eat, the way that I treat my body, or frankly, my mental health. So let's start with mental health. So I got sober 26 and a half years ago in 1995 when I was 35 years old. I was high my entire 4 years of college and the first 12 years of living in New York. And, I should be dead. But it was when it was understood that that wasn't going to be my path of, like I was going to be, I'm still around. That's when I've started to, in the last 5 years for sure, when I stopped smoking. So I started smoking when I gave up drugs the first time, but I finally stopped in 2015. I started to really realize like, wow, I'm here for the long haul. So I really better take care of myself. So I've been seeing an age management doctor really since 2008 when I was living in he lives in Los Angeles. He was my doctor in LA, and I continue to see him. And I, take supplements, testosterone, peptides, human growth hormone, and I get my blood checked every 3 months. And, like I said, I haven't done it perfectly. I've yo-yoed in the past. So what's that? 12, 13 years of doing this. I've yo-yoed up and down, but in the last, well, so during the pandemic, I went haywire with eating, and I've started to lose that weight again since October of last year. And it's in this last moment that I've really realized like, oh shit, my body does not respond the same way that it did in my 30s, 40s, and even my 50s. It's different. And, I think that what we eat, what we put in our body is a direct result of what comes out, meaning what disease, and I'm not saying that, eating potato chips causes cancer, but I do think that, you have to look at everything. If things are coming up for you, you have a part in it, especially around what you put in your body. And so while I'm not a practicing vegetarian or vegan or have ever wanted to be, but I'm way more conscious of the amount of meat, which is way less than it's ever been, and the amount of vegetables, which is way greater than it's ever been, and how important exercise. So exercise has always been part of my life since I was I'm a gay guy. I want to get laid. So it's like, going to the gym is an important part of like that. But I've gone to the gym. I've not gone to the gym. And the last 6 years, I've been very, very, very diligent. And the unfortunate thing is that if it was just the gym and you could look good, I'd be great, but it's not. The diet is equally important. And so I think that there are a lot of questions that people have. And I think there's a lot of things I can share about diet, exercise, and just general well-being, friendships, relationships. And I don't mean that you should be in one, but the kinds of relationships you have with people are a good indicator of how you're doing. If you're like always fighting with people, probably mentally you're not in a good place. Whether even things like Wordle, I think that we should be stimulating our minds too, not because I think I'm going to get Alzheimer's, but because it keeps us interesting. I mean, I'm learning to speak French and Italian again, because it's important to exercise your brain. And I think it's real. And I think physical exercise is and by that, I don't mean that you have to do CrossFit every day, but moving is really important.
So let's do a rapid fire round to wrap things up. Quick answers. What do you think of TikTok fashion?
I have no idea.
Are you on TikTok?
So I have a TikTok account. I couldn't get Nick Wooster. I'm the Nick Wooster. I've never made a TikTok. So this is the thing. I probably sound like an old person now. I have purposely avoided TikTok because I think it's too much work. Because I see these people that do all those outfit changes and all these things. And it's like, I know what a nightmare it is to do that. I don't want to do that. It's too much work.
It's a lot of work.
But I do watch a lot of TikTok.
Yeah. Okay.
And what do I think about TikTok fashion? The same thing I think about all fashion. It's an expression. It's something cute and interesting and fun. And not everybody has to do everything.
What are some new menswear brands we should know that you're excited to watch?
This is like the worst question you can ask me, because for someone who's, I couldn't tell.
What comes to mind? It should be like, oh, this is no?
No. So
nobody that's like.
I guess it depends on what you mean by new. There are some brands that I know for 90% of the population they've never heard of. So in which case they would be new, but they're not the newest. There's a really amazing brand from LA called ERL. And it's this guy, I don't even know his name, but it's his initials. And it's in Dover Street Market because it's part of the Comme des Garçons family, but he produces it in California. And it's in, sort of expensive stores, but he makes these puffer jackets and in really cute colors. And he also makes them for kids. And they're the cutest things in the world. They're really, really, really cute. So ERL is someone to look out for.
All right, I'm gonna check that out. What was your dream job when you were in your teens? I know you always wanted to be around clothes, but did you have a specific thing?
So when I was a kid, I wanted to be a buyer because I didn't understand. I knew that there were buyers for stores and I knew that buyers traveled and I wanted to travel. So and then when I became a buyer, I would sit in the runway shows and go, I want to be a designer. And that's really been the two things that I thought of and did. Very
cool. And last fun little question from one of my followers, and I quote, how do you keep the mustache so luxurious?
I brush it.
You don't use any special products or anything?
I don't. It's very wiry today. I really want to cut it off, but I just brush it.
You just brush it. I mean, obviously, I don't know anything about facial hair upkeep, so.
Lucky you. It's yeah, I mean, the beard, the problem with the beard is that if it goes too long, I feel like Dirty Santa. So I try to keep it short.
Nah, I wouldn't have pegged you as Dirty Santa, but yeah. I think when people have seen you without the beard, but I think if people saw you without the mustache, that would be like a double take.
I mean, I always have some sort of stubble going. after I got my facelift, I did sort of go clean shaven for a little while, but it's like, it's just easier to just have a little stubble.
I love how you just drop these things that most people would be extremely reluctant to share. And you just drop them like, whatever. It's like when I got my facelift, it's like, okay. And then you're talking about your AA meeting and just like, I just love how you're like, yeah, so whatever. Taboo subjects, what are those? Whatever.
Well, I'm sure that, my parents would be, or my dad or my mom, if she were still alive, would be like, a little discretion would be a good thing. I don't, I've always been a little bit unfiltered. I mean, it's documented. It's in a magazine that I got a facelift. I mean, I talked about it for Esquire a few years ago, but like, yeah, I mean, because you know what? It's one of those things that like, I was so, okay, when I tell you I don't want to get my picture taken, I'm telling you the truth. Like, I really don't like getting my picture taken. I've seen a lot of nice pictures of me, and I'm always flattered when I think they're really good. But so when all this started in 2010, by 20, so I was 50, by 2014, genetically, my mom and people in my family have that kind of turkey thing that like hangs down here. Mm-hmm. So I started to really notice it. And it was one of those things that like bugged the shit out of me, that I would see these pictures and I would be like, I don't like that. And so, people, in my 20s and 30s, I think I talked about wanting to get a facelift just because like everybody's so insecure about their looks, including myself. But I knew that this was one of those things that could be fixed. And so I saw 4 doctors, and like the first doctor was like, we're going to do filler and all these things. And I was like, ugh. And then like this woman who I probably would have gone to, who, like trained under someone in Brazil. And then there was like another like plastic surgery nightmare kind of place that the people who worked there looked really freaky and scary. And then I saw the doctor who did it for me. And the whole thing was, he was traveling and I was traveling at the time that I knew I had a window to be able to do it, which was the summer of 2016 in August, because I pretty much have the month of August off because of working with Europe so much. So I knew I could take the time off. And so they said, listen, we don't really do this, but send us a photo of your face. And if we think that it's worth you coming in, we'll juggle everything and you can pop up here and see the doctor. So I took the picture and sent it off, and like immediately the phone rang. He can see you at 3:00. So like I knew that it was a good fit, because I wasn't going in trying to say, make me look 25 years younger. It's like I had a problem and he was able to fix it. So that's, for me, I'm happy to talk about it. It's like anything else. Like I had a problem and I got it fixed. I don't think there's any shame in that.
Yeah, no, I just super love how open you are about everything. It's like, yeah, this is my life. And yeah. Okay, I could talk to you for another 3 hours, but we do have to cut this at some point. So okay. I'm going to round things out. Is there anything, so like, I usually end these things with some sort of call to action. Is there anything you would like to say, like follow Nick on Instagram, or anything that you want me to add?
Follow me on Instagram, because as of today, I'm at 915,000 followers. So I should, if I keep going at the rate I've been going, I should hit 1 million sometime this year, probably September, October. So
that's exciting. Everybody follow Nick on Instagram. I'm going to drop the link in the description box below. Follow Nick on Instagram so we can help him get to 1 million even faster than he thinks he will. Okay, I'm going to drop everything in the description box below. The link to the book we both worked on, his website, his Instagram, all those good things. I hope you really enjoyed this conversation. I learned a lot. I love having experts in their field come in, because I also, end up learning new things, and I love that. Drop your questions and your comments and your love for Nick in the comments below, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Welcome to this month's video. Today I have a highly requested and anticipated video. This is my interview with fashion designer Melissa. Melissa, please pronounce your last name for us since I don't want to butcher it.
No problem. My last name is Calamia.
Calamia. Okay. So, Melissa, please introduce yourself to everyone. Tell us about yourself, what you do, and why you do it.
Okay. So I'm a senior designer. I've been specializing in intimate swim, active, and lounge for about 8 years now. The reason that I like this specialization is for the same reason that a lot of people hate it, which is the fact that it's really technical, it's incredibly subjective, and it almost never gets the credit that it deserves. It's usually not the star of your show in terms of a fashion collection unless you're a brand that specializes in it. So because of this problem, the market is saturated with a lot of really bad product, and we've kind of just come to accept that as the normal. So for women especially, shopping for a new bra or a swimsuit is such an anxiety-inducing experience that a lot of people would rather skip the pool party than go to a department store and look at their bodies in an ill-fitting swimsuit under poor lighting, which is totally understandable. But it's come to lead a lot of people to believe that their bodies are the problem instead of understanding that the product is the problem. So I like lending my specialization to these primarily functional garments so that I can help to alleviate some of that anxiety in such a vulnerable moment for people who are looking for this type of intimate product. So just knowing that I can create things that can give someone the confidence to hit the pool or the gym or just the comfort to feel their best in day-to-day life is really fulfilling.
Wow. It's true. Like the kinds of garments that you design, that you create, they're tough for women. Like it's a hard buy. They're not like t-shirts. Honestly, I get a lot of people trying to start a new t-shirt brand. I'm like, yeah, because that's easy. So all of these questions are questions that I received across my social media from all of my subscribers and followers, etc. So what is it that you do at work? What's an average day like? And what specific things do you do at work?
Okay. So an average day is kind of difficult to pinpoint in fashion because fashion works on a calendar, as I'm sure most of you already know. So it depends on which stage of the calendar you're in. So in early stages of a seasonal calendar, we're working on my concept creation. So during that time, my day could be filled with things like market research, watching the latest shows, checking out stores, just to analyze what's trending, what's missing in the market, and how it can all relate back to our design direction. Also spend a lot of time in museums, researching artists, and just generally trying to find inspiration to incorporate into a seasonal concept. But in stark contrast, if you're talking about something like our technical development stage, which is post-concept, we've started designing the products, and now we have to tell our factories how to make our first protos and samples. We will spend days poring over tech packs, which is essentially data entry. No designer's favorite task for sure, but it's so vital because you have to explain every single detail about how you want this product made, from the color and construction down to like stitching and materials of every single piece of every single garment. So very wide variety of day-to-day activities. But like overarching or like specific responsibilities, I'm responsible for developing seasonal coloring concept under the direction of my leadership, and then interpret that concept into tangible product, help source the materials to make that product, and communicate with manufacturers on how to construct that product. I also lead fittings, present final collections. I do a lot of travel to trade shows and to meet with manufacturers. And during this entire process, I'm usually asking myself a ton of strategical questions like, is this right for the brand? Does it tie into the greater strategy? Does it support the story to lead us to our next product? And my most frequent question to myself is, how on earth am I going to communicate my thought process and research to leadership in a way that's digestible to them and ultimately to our customers?
So that communication, when you say, how do I make this digestible to them? What's the most difficult part, like that they have a problem receiving?
I think it's just the volume of information. So if you're designing a whole collection, your first instinct would just be to go like piece by piece and describe every single little thing, but you're going to put everyone to sleep and they will retain pretty much nothing from what you're trying to explain to them. So I was trying to like gather like the common themes and speak to like more general terms, like these are the prints that we're going after, these are the fabrics that we're going after, these are the trims that we want to use, and just trying to shorten the explanation as much as possible and keep people engaged.
Okay. At work, what are the things that you collaborate with others, and what are the things that are your sole responsibility?
That is a good question. So of pretty much everything that I just described, there's not one component that isn't collaborative in some regard. A great designer is only as good as the team supporting them and the support that they give to their team. I am lucky to have a super skilled and competent cross-functional team, and they do things for me like communicating fit comments, finding fabric mills and manufacturers, just different partners that are consistent with our values and growth strategy, my merchants who translate the budget into a strategy and seasonal roadmap. And then I also have an amazing associate designer working under me to help me execute all of the above tasks. There's almost nothing that I do that can be traced back to just me.
So how many people are in your team, would you say?
Currently, like in my team that directly report to me, I have one. I have an associate designer, but then lateral people on my team, called the cross-functional team, I have 2 merchants, 2 TDs, 3 people on production sourcing. Trying to think of who else. I also have my manager. I don't want to leave anybody out of this.
This isn't your Oscar speech, Melissa. No one's gonna get offended. Write it in People magazine. Melissa forgot to mention her mom in her Oscar speech. I think out of like all the people that you mentioned, I think that the one that people will be least familiar with is merchants as part of your team. Can you describe a little bit about what they do in relation to your job?
Yeah, of course. So merchandising, they're literally responsible for like the visual merchandising of how the product is going to look, what the assortment is going to look like. So there's a little bit more analytical counterpart to design. So they take things like the budget, historical sales data, and they kind of calculate that all out into like what we need to buy in order to meet our goals. So they will pass me off a roadmap that says things like, we want to carry over 4 colors from last season, and we want to add maybe like 6 new colors, 2 of which are fashion, and the remaining, which, we're kind of open to see what you have. And we want these silhouettes. Here's some trends that we think would be really relevant. And then those are the parameters basically that they set for design. And then once design gets some sketches and some like working product together, then they sit down and do a little pre-assortment. Then we get protos back. And then they do final assortment. So they pick like actually every single SKU that's going on the website and what we're moving forward with.
Just as an aside, I have a friend who is a tech designer, and she's like, merchandisers just come into my fittings and they say, this isn't going to sell, and that's not going to sell, and that didn't sell before.
I don't have too much experience with that yet with my current merch team. And to be honest, I haven't had a ton of that in the past either. I mean, I think it's always a difficult balance with your cross-functional team to, manage who is kind of staying in their lane, but also like very much respecting their opinions and understanding where they're coming from. And if they have things that I disagree with, then, we can sidebar and talk about it and kind of negotiate a little bit. But they're all, we're all looking out for the best interest of the company at the end of the day. So sometimes if it's, I have to take a step back and kind of look at the bigger picture, and maybe we don't need all of those greens, and maybe they're right, and maybe this is the best time to test it and play it a little bit safer or more aggressively. It's just all about how you're communicating.
You're like way nicer and more diplomatic than my friend was me.
I mean,
but no, I've had bosses and managers and merchants be like a lot more tactful when they say things, for sure. She just happens to have one that's not particularly tactful at all, and she'll, and she's new and she works for a giant corporate brand, and she's like, yeah, that didn't sell last time. Don't put that seam there. Yeah. So I guess it kind of matters on like, the brand and how much creative leeway a designer has, whereas like some companies really focus on the most wearable version of a thing. And I think that that's kind of the company that she works for as well.
Yeah, it definitely depends on whether or not a company is more like merchant driven or design driven. I think there's a bit of an equal split of both where I'm at right now, but
That's
yeah,
nice.
It would be very difficult to have a difficult merch partner because you really do work kind of side by side with them for so much of the process. They're one of like your biggest collaborative counterpoints across the cross-functional team. So definitely glad that I'm not having the same experience.
Oh, okay. So to rewind a little, at what point in your life did you know you wanted to be a fashion designer? And at what point did you decide lingerie was what you wanted to focus on? I got that a lot. A lot of people want to know, like, all your early day stuff, when you were like, yes, this is what I want to do with my life. I think some people are a little bit lost, and fashion is a huge industry, and you could be kind of like anywhere in it in terms of like job and like garment category. Sorry, I get teary when I laugh a lot. Well, I'm not like weeping of sadness. But yeah, so people really want to know, like, when did you know fashion was your thing, lingerie was your jam? Like,
my creative interests have always been somewhat clothing related. My mom taught me how to use the sewing machine when I was pretty young. I honestly can't remember ever like looking at a sewing machine and not knowing how to use it. So I would make doll clothes. I would make my own clothes. I would thrift clothes and remake them. I would make all of my friends have skinny jeans when we were in our emo scene kid days, and started altering things and manipulating things. So I knew that it was something that I was really interested in. My grandma also taught me how to knit, crochet, and embroider. So it was just always part of my passion. And my godmother was also a lingerie designer in Italy and Argentina, and then had her own dressmaking shop when she moved to the US. So
cool.
It surprised absolutely nobody that I wanted to. And I think it surprised them even less when I told them that I wanted to be an intimates designer. It sounds like it was fairly straightforward though, but I will say it was a big decision. I mean, I actually dropped out of high school to enroll in school for fashion. It was difficult to get my family to support that choice, to say the least, but I had a lot of conviction for a 17-year-old, and I think eventually they recognized that. But my, I guess, interest in intimates started a lot when I was in college. I became obsessed with the counterculture designers like Vivienne Westwood and Jean-Paul Gaultier, and was at the same time equally obsessed with garments that had a high level of technical challenge like corsetry and underwires. I also love the empowerment that lingerie gives to its wearers. So once I kind of found that there were some links between like Westwood to Agent Provocateur and Jean-Paul Gaultier for La Perla, I found my calling for sure, and I just threw everything I had at it.
All right. So, I mean, I've known you for a long time, so I know the answers to these things, but did you go to school? Where did you go, if you want to share that? And what were the biggest benefits of your education? Because I would say that if I were to rank the popularity of questions that I get on my channel, like, am I too old to get started? Do I need to go to fashion school? What would I learn if I get there? So did you think that school was a benefit to you? What were the biggest benefits? And what do you think that you learned in school that you use the most kind of in your everyday life?
Okay. Well, I went to school at Academy of Art University in San Francisco, where I got my associate's and my Bachelor of Fine Arts in fashion design. I think one of the biggest things that I learned there was just how to contain and focus my like frantic creativity into a more cohesive, adaptable, and well-rounded aesthetic. My professors pushed me so far outside of my comfort zone and really challenged me beyond what I thought I could have ever been capable of. And I don't think I would have learned my strengths and boundaries as early in my career as I did without that period of unbridled, supervised, constant experimentation. I would say most directly applicable skills would be pattern making and construction, for sure. The science of fabric and fiber, big one. Color theory, constantly. Time management, and learning to handle criticism.
One of my favorite things about this like weird fake internet career that I have is I have these really interesting random conversations with strangers. And someone told me that they have turned over at Parsons, they have made pattern making and sewing optional courses for fashion designers. What do you think about that?
That's a difficult one to wrap my head around. I don't understand how you could possibly design in these mediums without understanding how to work with them. That's like being a sculptor and never touching clay. Like I don't think I could ever work like that. I am very curious to learn from people who have taken that route, how that works for them. But yeah, that would make me uncomfortable.
Yeah, don't you think that, just understanding how cutting works and how the body works and how something's going to drape helps you be a better designer? Like you come up with more ideas because you're like, oh, I can do this with this fabric and I could do this. If I stitch it like this, it's going to look terrible because it's going to, ripple real weird, Like you kind of have these like, kind of like a backdrop of like knowledge as you're designing, no? Especially for something as technical as lingerie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, a lot of my innovation and inspiration comes from creative pattern making and learning ways to, try and eliminate a seam. And so sometimes I'm just draping with fabric or going back to pattern making and sewing up some mock-ups and just trying to figure out how we can do without or do better. But you have to understand the limitations of what you're doing because you can't just say like, oh, I'm going to eliminate an underwire and sew the bra the exact same way and it'll be so much more comfortable. It doesn't work like that. And you have to understand how a bra is made in the first place to know that can't just translate like that. So I think it helps understand the limitations, and if you can better understand the fit issues through knowledge of construction, then you can figure out how to innovate on them.
Yeah, back to that whole everyone wants to make t-shirts because fit is so, if you can get your head through the hole, you can get your arms through. There's your t-shirt, who cares? It's like the easiest thing to buy online, whereas lingerie online could be like, do you think you could do what you're doing now without school? Like to have gotten as far in your career as you have in the time you've been out working in the world, could you be where you are without school, without your degree?
Probably not, if I had to guess. I mean, I know that I had probably a stronger foundation than most people going into school, just with my background in sewing and understanding of construction. But I think, like I said, just that supervised point of creativity, I think I would be a lot more limited in my confidence and ability to execute things. And I think I would be a lot less likely to, be confident in my voice and bring my thoughts to the table because I was concerned that everybody already knew what I was trying to talk about and that it was already like something that couldn't be achieved or would be dismissed. I think it would have hindered my confidence a lot.
It's so funny because, I did an interview with two of my college classmates a couple years ago, and I asked them like, what's the number one thing you learned at school? And they're like, time management and the limits of my capabilities. Like, who knew I could produce that much work in that time frame, under that much pressure? Like, I would never have imagined I could have done that. And then when you graduate and you know what you can do, you have like so much more confidence. You can like, you have so much more freedom because you know that you can do this much more than what you thought. And so I think that like a lot of what school brings you is a mental. I mean, of course, technical skills are there, but I think technical skills can be learned in a lot of different ways. But like, I think a lot of this like kind of mental stuff, like having gone through that intense system,
yes.
I think a lot of people really feel that when they've come through like a a really competitive fashion design program like Otis, like Academy of Art, like that.
Yeah, I think also like I used to get more creative blocks and design blocks before I went to school and just didn't really know how to connect the dots or how to push through it. But when you're in school, it's kind of like beaten out of you almost. Like, so constantly under pressure to be continuously creative that you can find inspiration in anything. You're just like, whatever, okay, I'm doing it. It's my new project. It needs to be finished in 2 days. So I really hope it works, and go.
And because designers, we don't have the luxury. I read, like you'll see things. A lot of people see these things where, the singer's album was pushed back. They had to re-record. They had to do this. It's like designers for like commercial products like us, we don't have that luxury. Okay, our deadline is this date. That's the date.
Yeah,
that's the date.
It doesn't have to be so precious, it's like you stop kind of putting like this ultimate inspiration on a pedestal and just start doing the work. And as it starts to evolve, you are really surprised by what things you can pull a lot of inspiration from and what things are actually influencing you. So in that regard, it was definitely worth the experience.
I did get a lot of people asking me what you were inspired by, but I think that kind of encapsulates it. It's like, it's the moment. Anything goes. You pick something, you run with it. It's not super precious. You got to do it anyway. The deadline is there. You're going to do it again.
Sometimes I like the challenge of trying to find inspiration that's out of something that I'm not innately inspired by. Like, not everything that comes down from leadership like strikes me the same way that it strikes them, but I have to figure out how to make it strike me that way and how to interpret it. And so, yeah, it's just one more challenge and one more thing that makes life interesting.
So is that how that happens with you in your experience, where leadership says this season we're going in this direction and you just have to go with that?
It depends on where you work, but yes, that's a lot of how it goes. As I've gotten higher level positions and stuff, I'm more and more responsible for helping to make those calls. But definitely at first, this is the inspiration and there you go, and run with it. Here's the palette. Here's what we're doing. Now apply it to your category.
I get this, this is probably very spiteful and terrible of me, but I just get this deep sense of satisfaction when people working in the industry, back up things that I tell my students all the time. Because, when I explain design process to people, all these, newbie designers, they're like, Zoe, I don't do mood boards and I don't do color stories when I'm at work. I'm like, well, because you haven't been promoted yet. All the underlings, they're just given the direction and you have to design them. And then as you get promoted and as you can be more responsible for those decisions, as you become a more senior level designer, director, moving on, you get more and more decisions put on your plate. But in the beginning, you're just doing flats. Here's your direction, right?
Yeah. A lot of flats and tech packs, a lot of color ups.
Yeah.
Learn to love Adobe Illustrator. You need to be able to use it in your sleep, like an extension of your arm. Like of an assistant designer, 100%. And I mean, it still is a lot of what I do too. I can't just delegate everything that I don't want to do all the time. There's a lot of times where I have to, sit down at my desk and pop open Illustrator and do the work right alongside my direct report. And that's fine for me. I mean, I have been an individual contributor at companies in the past too, where the entire thing was under my responsibility, both to envision and to execute. So I'm comfortable with it. But yeah, you definitely get more doors open and more visibility into the overarching design process as you level up in your career.
I'm going to ask a personal question. Nobody asked me this, but this is just coming from my own, just for my own satisfaction. How much do you know about grading patterns?
Enough to get me by.
Have you ever graded patterns before? You yourself graded a pattern?
I have never graded a pattern for an underwire bra before, but I have done some rough grading or set grade rules for a panty or a swimsuit and had someone else execute the grading.
So you set grade rules, but someone else, you hire out the grading.
Yeah, it usually goes through tech design if you're at a larger company, or where I was at before, we used a company in the garment district.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that the answer you were hoping for?
Because everyone and their mother asks me, can you do a grading video? And I'm like, I'm a designer. I don't know how to grade. I know how to set the grade rule. Like, I want a large to be this size. I want an extra large to be that size. I don't know how to grade stuff. I've never graded. I graded a t-shirt just to learn what it is. Mm-hmm. And it was definitely just like a learning thing. That's it. I've only graded the one thing, and I'm like...
It is like a beast in and of itself. It's certainly not for the faint of heart. And I feel like if you ever did a video about it, it would be a long and tedious one. So.
Oh my God, it would get 3 views. But no, seriously, like, I'm just, there's so many things to teach people about designing. I'm like, but we don't grade. Like, let's just focus on the things you do need to learn. Like, I'll do 100 more Illustrator videos before I do a single grading video, because you need to focus on the things you need to learn.
Agreed.
Everybody wants to, I don't know why I get so many grading questions. I literally do not know why, but it's like a thing.
I mean, it is a pretty like mysterious beast. There's not a lot of information about how to do it right. And there's also a lot of misinformation about what it is and what it means. And there's also a lot of companies that don't even do it right. I mean, there's so many occasions where you'll get things that are graded improperly between washes. And so one pair of jeans fits you at a certain size and the other one the same silhouette by the same brand will fit you completely differently because the grading wasn't taken into account for the wash and the way that the fabric has changed through the dyeing process. So yeah, it's very important, but yeah, I don't do it too often.
I don't know any designers, you know, unless they have like a heavy tech background, or they used to be tech designers, know much about grading at all. Speaking of washing, wash tests are another one of those things where none of my designers want to do it, but I'm like, do it anyway, and they never want to do it. It's like, oh, that's boring. I'm like, a lot of designing is boring. There are a lot of things. Yeah.
It's not all just, you know, sitting in your ivory tower doing beautiful illustrations all day long, but
you know, chain smoking and eating croissant. No. Yeah. All right. Next question. Actual questions people asked. Okay. I got a lot of questions about the beginnings of your career and your internship. So transitioning from school, because you went to school in San Francisco and now you're in New York. So can you outline your career a bit for us? Did you have any internships during school or after? Like how, and then why and how did you move to New York?
Okay. This is a story, but let's dive in. So when I was at Academy of Art, my roommate and I wanted to get more real world experience into the fashion industry, but being in such a rigorous design program, we didn't have time to dedicate to like a corporate for credit internship or anything like that while we were trying to finish up our final collection. So we started a blog, which out of fear of completely aging myself, that was not a super popular thing to do at the time, is to have a fashion blog. It was still a relatively unsaturated market. So we started chronicling just what was happening in the local like San Francisco fashion scene, or even like worldwide, just like reviewing fashion shows, reviewing local designers, new stores that opened up. And so once we started to get some viewership, we were able to get press credentials to fashion shows and meet with other designers that were interested in having reviews. We networked our asses off, and that was when I met you.
Oh yeah.
So you were my first internship.
I was?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, no, I knew you interned for me, obviously, but I didn't know it was your first.
Yeah, you were my first internship, which, as you know, started out kind of ad hoc, but then grew from there. And before I graduated, I was able to have experience as editor-in-chief of a fashion blog and an internship with you listed on my resume before I even graduated. So
I would just like to take this time to note that I think you did ask to be put on your references when you were looking for work in the beginning. And I was happy to give it because she like showed up when so many people flaked. She like did what she was asked. And at the time, I didn't know much about like her design ability or her construction ability or anything. But it was like she showed up on time. She did what she was asked. And so much of it is like being there and doing what you're told and, showing up and doing the work. So much of it is that. And so she left an impression on me without even like me getting into the nitty gritty of what she was doing. It's like, no, she has work ethic. She has professionalism. Yes, go hire her was kind of how my mindset at the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So that led me to my next internship, which was my first internship out of school with a company called Zinke, who did swim, intimates, and lounge. The way that I found Zinke was just by reaching out and applying. Wanting to specialize makes it very difficult to use job boards like LinkedIn or Indeed or whatever. So I would specifically target them, reach out to their like customer service and just ask if they were hiring any interns or if I could speak to anybody on the design team. And I specifically targeted small companies because I wanted to kind of get my hands dirty in like the actual goings on of what you do as a designer, and had heard from other classmates and friends who had internships at larger companies that, they were doing a lot of coffee runs and photocopies and sourcing and trips to the garment district. So I wanted to do something more than that. So I got what I asked for, that's for sure. They offered me a paid internship with the promise of an assistant position at the end of the internship if I completed it successfully. So I took a risk and packed up everything, including my dog, and moved out to New York. Dove in headfirst into that job, and it was such a small company. I was employee number 4 of, I think, ultimately 5. And because of that, and being the only other creative person, like the only other person on the design team besides like the creative director and co-founder of the company, I was handling absolutely everything and assisting with absolutely everything. So I would work on concept, turn it into sketches, take those sketches and create the tech packs, do the flats, the color ups, show them back to my creative director, get her yes or no. I would do first proto pattern making and sample sewing in the studio, and I would even fit those, correct them, so I'd send like second patterns to our domestic manufacturers. Did a lot of liaisoning with our domestic manufacturers. What else?
That sounds a lot like my first job too, because there were 6 people in the office and we had 2 sample makers. So I didn't do any sewing or cutting, but yeah, I did a lot of designing stuff, but also production stuff. And then they were a very print driven company. And so I was designing prints as well. And then like going to production meetings, and cause we did both international and domestic production. I love it. Like I always encourage people to like early in their career, work at a small company. So you're wearing like 100 hats and you're learning so many different parts of the business, which I think is like really key when you want to eventually start your own business. Not to say that you do, but like, especially for those business-minded folks, to like work at a tiny company, I think is so valuable.
Yeah, it really was. And I was helping the operations manager with sourcing, even like production ordering, placing POs. And it was so funny because I would meet with some of our suppliers for the first time and they'd be shocked that I was so young because they thought we're talking to someone higher up in the company. It's like, nope, just me, 23 years old. Can I have that fabric now? Thanks, bye. I'm on a deadline. Actually on my lunch break right now. Please, I need to. Yeah, I also led 2 surfwear collaborations with 3 people while I was there, which was really exciting. Yeah, just so much more responsibility than I would have gotten at a larger company. And at the time, I didn't really know how much more I was doing until I wound up leaving and looking for a new job. So there were some outside factors that created a lot of tension in the company, and the culture started to degrade really rapidly. So I left, and about a week later, the company unfortunately closed down. So I was afloat without a job as an assistant in New York City. I'd never left a job without having another one lined up before. I'd never really had a real job anyways. So it was definitely against the advice of my parents to do it. But when they closed down anyways, I was like, haha, I made the right choice. Anyways. So looking for a new job was really tough because I kept being rejected for being overqualified for other assistant roles.
So annoying.
So I was kind of stuck, which is when I picked up freelancing. So while I was freelancing, I found Shiloh Bird Studio, where I met Shiloh and Janae, who owned a product development studio up in Greenpoint, and they were helping major designers and some new up-and-comers get their product ready. So I worked for them as a swim, intimates, and activewear specialist. I was simultaneously working for the McCall Pattern Company, doing technical writing and illustrating. That is basically to say that I wrote the instructions on all of those patterns that you open up with their little tissue thin paper, the little booklet that comes with it that shows you how to sew each seam and what piece goes next. And originally I just kind of took it as a way to make ends meet, get insurance, etc., while I was freelancing and just support myself during that time. But
I didn't know it came with a booklet because I've never used one of those before in my life. So they sell a booklet inside the thing with, I knew of the tissue paper.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you take out the tissue paper, there's also another page, and there are a couple of pages folded up that tells you all of the steps in order to do things. So all the pattern pieces are numbered, and then it illustrates the pattern, like stitch the side seams together, press, turn it inside out.
Now I feel like I should tell people to start with that if they're trying to teach themselves how to sew, because the instructions are there. So if you learn how to make an apron with home pattern, then you can figure out how to make an apron a commercial version, an industrial version, whatever. Okay.
And it's not directly applicable, and sometimes it hurt my soul to follow the home sewing instructions, because the seam allowances are different than industry standard. They're usually a half inch where it's normally for industry standard, where it's normally 3/4 of an inch sometimes for home sewing. So that can be I would think a really hard habit to break if you start out doing home sewing. And then sometimes the construction is just ad hoc because they assume that you have a home sewing machine because you probably don't have an industrial machine or a room full of industrial equipment to be able to sew all of these things that you need. So there's a lot of using zigzags in places where you would have used, maybe a cover stitch or a marrow. So they kind of fake out a lot of the construction. So it's good and it's bad. It's good just to get you comfortable with a sewing machine, but you have to definitely take it with a grain of salt.
Okay, then never mind. But this was a very enlightening conversation, though.
Glad to hear.
See, you learn something new every day. Okay. So you were at Zinke, and then you were working freelance and also doing the McCall thing. And then?
Doing the product development thing with Shiloh Bird was really great, and we worked for some awesome brands like Chromat, Floatamol, Cushiony Docs, now just Cushiony. We also helped people launch new brands, so I did a ton of client-facing work, just really interfacing with the general public, which is something that you don't typically do a lot as a designer, and just really having to act as a leader and person of authority. So I gained a ton of experience just on how to communicate with people. I had my first full-time direct report and managed a pool of rotating seasonal interns, but I wanted to give a broader, more long-term contribution to a company. There were so many times where I would be working on something and then the contract is done and you give them their stuff back, and then you have no idea if that made it into the collection until you see it in a magazine or on the runway at one of their shows. And I just wanted to know more end to end what was going to come of this product. And there were so many companies where I was oh man, I wish I could actually just dig deeper and help you really fix your stuff, because I can identify all of these problems, but I just couldn't do anything about it. So I also was kind of needing to get out of the feast or famine of freelancing. I couldn't make it work enough for me to not have a second job, and it was starting to burn me out. So that was when I went to work for Aeropostale, which is, as I'm sure a lot of you know, mass market juniors retailer, probably very familiar from those middle school years. The hot color polo shirts, double polo perhaps, depending.
I don't think I ever partook in the double polo. Regardless of how other people feel about the brand and its legacy or whatever, because I think for a lot of people, what the experience is working at a brand and the public's perception of the brand can be completely different things.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I had built enough groundwork working for smaller companies and working in freelance that I was finally ready to see what these large corporate design companies looked like and worked like. So I started there as their designer for Intimate Swim, and then eventually took on Active while I was there as well. I definitely got to learn how the larger corporate design companies work. It was also my first time working for a merch-driven company. So I learned a lot about just how to navigate corporate politics, to be honest, which is a really valuable skill. And just learned how to work with like such a larger team and how to execute things without necessarily having a lot of visibility into like the whys and hows. But eventually it just wound up not being the right fit for me. Like I said, being such a big company, it's not really possible to give visibility to people who are at my level, but I've just never, ever worked like that before. And there was such a long chain of command. It just started to wear me down to try and constantly like push that boulder up the hill to get my ideas up to the top or to try and get a seat at the table. So I think it can work really well, like that kind of setting for people who like to focus just on the execution of design and just want to create that great product and want to leave the big overarching decisions to the people who are paid to make those decisions. But I like to focus on strategy. I like to have a seat at the table. And I realized it would take a lot more levels for me to climb to be able to get there. So I wound up leaving.
Yeah, it is just like a matter of what you like, and it doesn't have to be what other people think is the more glamorous thing, but just what works for you personality-wise.
Yeah, exactly. And like that can definitely work very, very well for someone. I just was not the type of person to be in that environment for a very long time. So I was there for about a year and a half before I took my current job at Bombas to apply my passion for comfort and innovation to their product team as the senior product designer.
All right. So how long have you been at Bombas?
I've been at Bombas for a year now. I started last January, so just over a year. Bombas is a digitally native direct-to-consumer brand that creates comfort-focused apparel with a mission to help those in need, which is something that really resonates with me. They were founded because socks are the #1 requested clothing item in homeless shelters, and for every item purchased, a specially designed item is donated to those in need. So the tees and socks that we sell to our customers are actually designed much differently than the socks and tees that we donate to the homeless community. And they're specially designed to be darker to show less visible wear. They have more reinforcements to be a little bit more durable. Certain items have antibacterial treatments on them because they can't necessarily access laundry as often. So it's kind of cool to have like this duality and be able to design both customer facing products and products for those in need. So far, we've actually donated 30 million pairs of socks to the homeless community in the 6 years that the company's been in business with the help of 3,000 giving partners nationwide.
That's a lot. Wow. That's really impressive. And you know, the socks thing, it makes so much sense, but it's just one of those things that you don't think about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people think about donating to food banks and toiletries, but socks, that's true. Socks are important.
Yeah, you can't donate a used pair of socks.
Yeah.
And a lot of times even there has to be like proof that it's new. Like it still has to be in the packaging. So even if you just tried them on, you still can't donate them. So it was a huge need that we saw and that we wanted to meet. And so they've put their mission behind it, and they really believe in everything that they do. I mean, I can tell you firsthand from working there that it's just such a great company to work for. Truly, they mean what they do, and they're so committed to their mission and to giving back. We have like 10 to 15 different opportunities throughout the year, or throughout every month, actually 10 to 15 opportunities per month that we can go and work with some of our giving partners in the community and do either donations, or we can cook for a shelter. There's a ton of different things that we get to participate in, and it kind of helps like with the culture too of like level setting the playing field, because you know you may be handing out a pair of socks like next to someone you've never really worked with that much before, or maybe you're next to the CEO, and so it just gives everybody a bit of an opportunity to get to know each other better too, and to really reinforce like that connection of giving back together.
That's really nice. I've never worked for a company that works so hard to give back. That's really cool. That's really cool. Okay, so back to subscriber questions. What advice would you give to aspiring designers on how to get those first internships and jobs? Just keep emailing?
I mean, you have to like become a detective these days. You can't just submit your application into like the online form, because it goes into a black hole of who knows where most of the time. So, you know, you have to use LinkedIn to find who the hiring manager is, the recruiter, and send them an email directly, or send both of them an email directly, just explaining your interest in the position, and be authentic with your emails. Don't copy and paste every time, especially if you're sending to the same company. They're going to compare notes. Don't do that. Also, making sure to explain what you bring to the table instead of why you want to work with them. Can use recruiters, network, again, be persistent. I actually had an interview once where they didn't respond to my follow-up after the interview because they wanted to see if I would follow up again and how long it would take, because email follow-ups are often such an integral part of being an assistant designer. So, you never know when they're trying to test you, so follow up. Also follow up on rejections. See if they're hiring again a few months later, or 6 months later. Just keep the lines of communication open. I've actually gotten friends interviews at places I've never worked before because I was still in contact with their internal recruiters and saw a job opportunity that I thought they'd be a great fit for. Let's see, what other tricks have I used? Also, applying to roles above and below your title and asking if the title is flexible, because a lot of times they may not be like discriminant against whether you're an assistant or associate. They just want somebody, and maybe they posted it as an assistant and you were really looking for an associate, or vice versa. So I think there are certain realms of flexibility depending on the job title. So definitely look into that.
Some people have like different ideas on, what gets handled by who. And like, I think depending on the size of the company, like job titles get absorbed into one because there are fewer people or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I'd also just encourage people to edit everything that they're sending. Like, tailor your resume to who you're sending it to, tailor your portfolio to who you're showing it to. I have had so many people just plop a dictionary full of work on my desk and like ask me to sort through it, but it's so reflective of how you work as a designer. And I don't want someone that's going to just plop a pile of sketches on my desk and ask me to pick the best ones. I want someone with conviction about what they like and what they think and what they want to show me. So I think that's really, really important, and something that maybe doesn't get taught as much as it should when interviewing, or even just when showing your portfolio. And also keep your portfolio up to date throughout your career. That is a rule that I don't always follow myself, and every time I don't do it, I really regret having to rebuild my portfolio.
No designer does it until they want to start looking. They're like, I want out. Okay, portfolio.
Like sometimes it's so insurmountable when you go to do it again that you just like delay looking for a job, and you just stay at a job you don't want to be at because you'd rather be there than work on your portfolio.
So, from your point of view, what are the things that people need to be putting in their portfolios, and what are some things about portfolios that you hate? That's not going to get work, or you're like, I want this person.
I think, like I said, showing like an edited collection that actually relates back to the brand that you're trying to apply for shows a lot of ability to edit and just infer that it's not really about you, it's about the company. And it's not just about showing like your breadth of work or your skill set, but just showing what you can do for them. I also like to see portfolios where there's a range of different like executions, like some digital drawings, some hand drawings, but also like maybe in one collection that was really technical, I want to see your flats and your tech packs. And maybe in the next one that's like really whimsical and creative, I want to see what your thought process was and what your mood boards look like, and not doing all of those things for every single collection that you have, but just choosing which ones that make sense for to make your portfolio a little bit smaller. I also really like digital portfolios for that purpose too, because if you're the kind of person that's like, well, what if they want to see this one? What if I didn't bring like the one that would be super relevant? Oh my gosh, what am I going to do?
That's every student. That's every student. Because they don't know what they're like, I don't know what the hiring manager wants, so I'm just going to take everything.
Yes, and I hate when people take everything, and most hiring managers hate when you bring everything. So I like digital portfolios for that reason, because if something comes up and they want to see something like more bright and more sunny, I'd be like, well, I have a swim collection that I can show you. And I didn't put it in this because I didn't think it was relevant, but if you want to see it, and they're like, yeah, and then just like navigate to the folder that it's in on my iPad and pull it up, and there you go. So
yeah, back in the days when I was looking for design work, we didn't have digital portfolios. Like when I started college, like not everyone had an email address. So every student had physical cubbies, and teachers would slide you notes into your cubby to get a hold of you. because I'm old like that. So we didn't have the luxury of digital portfolios. So I would take everything, but I put in a giant piece of paper. So like I could reorganize my portfolio all the time, and I would put the 3 best that I thought would fit for this particular interview at the top, like the first pages, and then I stuck that big piece of paper in there. Like that's what I wanted you to see. Like, this is how I edited. I think you would be interested in these. But if they were like, so do you? And I'm like, oh, in the back.
Yes.
And just kind of shuffle in the back. But like, you don't have to look at those if you don't want to. So yeah, like for those paranoid people. But like, I think at least showing that you thought about that specific interview and you put together the projects that you thought worked best for that particular. And I'm asking you these questions because these are my students' obsession. So when you cold email, like what are the things that you mention in your cold call emails?
I usually mention the fact that I applied through whatever portal it was that they had. But then I will reattach my resume, and I usually have like a preview of my portfolio. So it'll be just a few like select images, like put into a PDF that I think are really brand right, but I don't want to like give it all away either. So like my website, I have like just a ton of like final product shots. It's kind of all dumped in there so that you can see like the range, but I don't have any of my sketches. I don't have a lot of my like flats or tech packs or anything in there. And then my portfolio is like fully fleshed out with, representation of all of the different things that I've done. And then the PDF that I send will usually just be a few like key images or even like work in progress images of certain things, or like some collections that I've designed for myself that haven't been produced, just whatever makes the most sense to put into there, but trying not to overlap too much on any of those 3 things between the preview, the website, and the portfolio. And then in the email, I usually just state that I've applied and reiterate my interest in the position and ask if they'll either forward my information onto the hiring manager or, thank them for taking the time to read it, and always close with looking forward to hearing from you, and send it off and cross my fingers.
So it sounds pretty short and sweet, yes?
Yeah, usually. I say like the big long spiel for like a cover letter where you talk about your experience and how that would be relevant to the company, and where your shortcomings may be, but how you could make up for them. Like, and I don't call too much attention to your shortcomings. Small things. Yeah. Small things are okay. If you think they may like be the difference between getting an interview or not, it's okay to address them, but definitely don't dig too
highlight them. I know my favorite is when someone sends me a portfolio and be like, okay, so I know I'm really bad at this. I'm like,
yeah, a lot of times if you don't point it out, they're not going to notice, or maybe they will notice, but yeah, you don't want to be the first person to call attention to every flaw you've ever.
Yeah, like you can have an explanation ready, but like don't be like, look at this thing that is so bad.
Yeah. But if like, say like you are a denim designer and you're applying for a swim position, like sure, you can be like, I may not have much experience in swim, but this is how my experience in denim is applicable. So like those kinds of things. Cool to point out.
Switching gears a tiny bit, how do companies work with trends? Do you attend fashion forecasting presentations? And if so, how are those integrated into design and decision making in the whole design process?
So every company responds differently to trends. Some are going to be driven by trend and staying ahead of trend, while some are going to respond closer to real time. And then on the flip side, some are intentionally staying away from trends or being anti-trend. The through line through all of that is that as a designer, it's still your job to know the trends, whether you're incorporating them or avoiding them. And they can be worked into the design process at pretty much any stage. Like, to incorporate it, there's really no rule. So like, say if yellow is trending, I should probably have an iteration of yellow on my palette. And if like a high cut leg for swim is trending, I'll consider adding a silhouette or 2. But am I going to do a high leg yellow swimsuit? Maybe. That depends entirely on the brand. That's usually where merchants come into play to say, no, that's too trendy for us. We don't want to go there, too big of a risk. We can do yellow, but we're doing it in a standard silhouette. And maybe we can do that high leg in something safer, like a black. And yeah, just depends on how invested your company is to staying on trend.
Because I get a lot of students who tell me things like they don't like to watch runway shows. They don't like to know what's going on because they don't want to accidentally copy what would you say to someone like that, where they don't want to know what's going on?
It's a lot easier not to copy someone if you know what they're doing in the first place. I mean, there's been like instances too with like schools having like their collections come out, and like at the same time another like major designer has released something really similar, and now the student is like, you know, kind of in a bind for job prospects because it looks like they just knocked off like some major designer. And in those instances when it's so like soon after and you can't react to it and you're a student and you've spent like $7,000 on fabrics in multiple nights trying to sew your collection.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Really change it at the last minute, but the same can be true when you're actually designing for a bigger brand. You don't want to come across as though you may be accidentally knocking off like an indie brand, for example. Like that's a huge no-no as a major designer these days. You don't want to be known to be like duplicative or copycatting anything. So even if you're just like gathering inspiration from images, like you should know where those you should know where that clothing comes from and what brands are making it, so that you know who you're pulling inspiration from. But I mean, I don't get as much time as I would like to like stay current with the shows, and nobody can watch all of them unless you like work for a trend forecasting company and that's your job to watch all of them. But you should definitely need to stay in the loop and know the trends so that you can avoid those pitfalls of copying them or falling too deep into them. Or
professionally, do you at the office or in previous companies use those forecasting services, you know, as part of your process, or is it up to the designers to just keep abreast of trends as part of their job, like kind of separately?
Both. I mean, I think any company, it's your job to keep abreast of trends for sure. Some brands that I've worked for rely super heavily on like WGSN and other trend forecasting services, and some of them don't even have an account to log in and take a look. It just depends on how much they want to know about what the upcoming trends are, how much they believe in them, or how much they want to carve their own path. But yeah,
okay.
It's really dependent on the company.
So I wasn't going to ask this. It wasn't in my radar to ask, but I recently got my own onslaught of this question. Do you know how to sew?
Yes, I definitely know how to sew.
You could not have made it out of that school if you did not know how to sew. I know that for sure, because I'm friends with several former construction teachers from that university. So I mean, me and Chris Applegate still like ping each other on Facebook. So
yes. Well, as I mentioned before too, you know, my mom taught me how to sew when I was young, and so I learned like some home sewing skills and some DIY skills. But yes, when I was in school, I definitely learned how to sew. I had to take sewing every semester of college that I was in, from sewing based on their direction to asking me to recreate my own designs. But I think it's so important because like we said about before, just knowing like the limitations of something, and if you want to innovate or improve on something, like it's so easy to be critical when you don't know how something is made. So if you're looking at a dress or something and like, oh, well, it would have looked so much nicer if that neckline would have been clean finished. Like, well, maybe they couldn't do it. Maybe it just literally was part of the execution in the order of operations that had to be finished last, and so it had to be bound or turned back or whatever. So if you find yourself making those assumptions or questions or criticisms, like try it yourself. Like take it home, take it apart, try to make it the way you would want to, or if it's an expensive garment, just try and remake it yourself. And I think not only knowing like the finishes and the machinery that you need to use, but also the order in which things can happen. That was especially a crash course for me in doing swimwear when the trend was that a lot of things were reversible, is that once you've sewn a circle, you cannot turn it inside out again after that. So if you want your legs clean finished, you usually can't have the waist or vice versa, or you're going to get like a little seam at the bottom where you had to close the crotch up after. So knowing these things, otherwise you ask your factory to do it and they're going to go crazy trying to do it. And they're either going to give you something that's not what you asked for, or they're going to give you what you asked for, but it's probably not feasible for production. And they're not going to tell you until you actually place the order to get it made. And then it's going to screw a lot of things up. Or it's going to require like some sort of ad hoc hand sewing or corner cut to try and achieve that. So definitely your responsibility to know what can and can't be constructed when you're asking someone else to make something.
Yeah, I don't like to teach too much hand sewing techniques because it's not mass reproducible. And I think a lot of people are so obsessed with couture techniques that they forget that 99% of the world is run on mass-produced clothing. That doesn't necessarily mean fast fashion, just anything that's been done on a mass scale. Even 100 pieces, you can't have people like hand stitching 100 things. Oh, that reminds me.
You're gonna pay a lot of money.
Yeah,
for
you're gonna pay a lot of money, but yeah, but nobody's really wanting to pay that. Yeah. Oh, I was doing this research on Claire McCardle because people were asking me to do a Claire McCardle deep dive video like in the future. So I was reading up on her, and she went to Parsons. I don't know how much you know about her, but she went to Parsons, and she did a Parsons Paris year. And when she was there, she would attend the Madeleine Vionnet sample sale and buy couture gowns like $10, which with inflation is not $10, but for $10. And she used to take them apart to learn how to make them and then put them back together again and then make her own. Can you imagine, do you even need Parsons after that? No, you just needed the student visa to get your butt to Paris so you could buy Vionnet samples and learn from her actual dresses.
That is insane. I would love to do that. That'd be such an awesome
she did that with a couple other designers, but Vionnet was her hero. So that was incredible. But yeah, I think that a lot of people who are getting started and want to be designers, they pick the thing that they don't want to learn how to do, and they keep asking people in the industry if they know how to do it just to guess whether or not they also have to learn it. I think that's why people keep asking me if I know how to sew. And every time I have one of these Q&As, they ask designers, do you know how to sew? I'm like, yes, every single designer I've interviewed knows how to sew. I'm like, all right, so Melissa knows how to sew. Has been sewing since she was a kid.
Yes.
Not me. I learned later, but in school mostly. But yeah, the sewing teachers, they told me about this project that they did. I don't know if it was for every single class, but you guys did one where you had to pick a jacket off a designer's runway and try to replicate it just from photos. You had to figure out the pattern and make the pattern yourself and sew it up based just solely on runway photos. Did you do that?
I did. It wasn't a jacket. It was just any look that we wanted to recreate.
Okay.
It's really cool. I liked it a lot. I thought I did a really excellent job of it. Other people absolutely hated it and wanted nothing to do with that assignment. But what I thought you were going to talk about was I had heard that prior to my class, they had tried a project where designers would have to swap sketches and they'd each have to execute each other's sketches, but it caused so many rifts between the students that they had to stop doing it.
I did not hear about that, but I can imagine how friendships would just tank completely. But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about when people say things like, I'm just going to give a picture to someone to copy, or, I'm just going to give somebody a loose sketch and they'll have to figure it out. And my whole thing is yes, you can do that. And there are a lot of really talented, experienced pattern makers who can do that. But it will take less time to actually put together an accurate flat with some notes and details. It doesn't have to be a 30-page tech pack, but just proper information than giving someone a runway photo, because pattern makers charge so much money per hour. And so it would be so much easier to hire a tech designer to do that and work with them on that than just people constantly think it's so easy to just hand over a picture. But I've heard a lot that assignment I just talked about was so challenging because there's so many things that you can't get from just a simple photo. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I always thought that assignment was wow, because I didn't do that at my school. And I always thought that was really, really interesting.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. But yeah, and then when you're working with larger manufacturers and stuff too, they're going to go back to what they know. They're not going to try and push the envelope for you if you haven't given them any direction to do so or understand what it is that they're looking for. So I'll work with intimate brands and stuff sometimes and well, I sent them this sketch and it came back just looking like a pair of regular Calvin Klein underwear. It's they probably manufacture for Calvin Klein and they're just doing what they know because you didn't tell them to do otherwise. If you don't give direction, they'll take the path of least resistance and the thing that they feel the most comfortable with and do best. So if you want something specific, you have to give specific instructions.
Yeah. It's a very well sewn pair of a silhouette that I did not want.
Yes, it's just beautiful and looks nothing like what I was asking for.
Okay, so looking back at your schooling and career thus far, is there anything you wish you had done differently? And if so, what is it?
I don't think there's really anything that I would have done differently, because every, success or mistake that I've done has led me up to this point. And I'm so grateful for the brands and people that I've had the opportunity to work with. So, it is what it is, and I'm happy with where I'm at. But I think there were lessons to be learned for sure, and things that I've kind of taken with me to apply towards the future or to just grow from in general. And the biggest one for me is just to trust your instinct, like whether it's about the people that you're working with or, motives or, or trusting your experience that like you've never been able to properly execute this in the past. Like this is going to be a lot of back and forth, like being able to be confident and speak up when you just know something's not right or something isn't sitting right. But at the same time, keeping an open mind that every new place that you work for, there's a new team, a new manufacturer likely, and a new set of personalities that you have to get along with and work with. And they may have other insights that you don't have. So I think, it's just, I've learned a lot about the difference between balancing my instinct and balancing my open-mindedness for sure.
Cool. All right. So last question. Do you have any desire to start your own line?
I get asked this question a lot. And right now, my answer to that is no. And it's for a number of reasons. One being that I have worked with so many people that are starting their own lines, and I see how much work it is. And to me, that balance between like having full creative control versus getting to clock out and end your day at 6 and go home hasn't really shifted that much for me. And I think one day in the future, there's a possibility that it will, but I don't want creative control enough to give up my personal life to achieve it, is the short version of that. Also, having your own line, you're not just designing product. You are the CEO, you are marketing, you're doing everything. And I don't want to be that disconnected from the design process. I can't wear that many hats. I've worn a lot of hats, but I can't wear that many hats. And, I know my own limitations on things like that. So it's not something that I would see myself doing. Long term, I think I would be more interested in being a consultant or educator.
In my experience, people who have worked in the industry for a while, and the more they know about what running a garment business entails, the more cautious they are about wanting to start their own company. And if they do, they start thinking about the people they're going to hire. They start thinking about who they can put in place from the get.
Yeah.
Because they have a much deeper understanding of what it goes into just the day-to-day. And when I started my line, I did not know enough. And that's why ultimately it was not right for me, because I was doing too many things that I didn't enjoy doing. There's so much conversation these days about the mystique of entrepreneurship and how that image is being chipped away at, because more and more people are coming forth with like, no, it's lonesome and it's hard and like it's not what it's cracked up to be. So, people. Anyway, I got off on a tangent, but
I feel the same way.
Yeah,
This question I get asked very, very frequently. Also, if I'm ever going to be on Project Runway, no.
Oh my
and also, if life is like the Devil Wears Prada, which is also no. So just clearing
oh my God. Do you know? Okay, so when I was teaching, so you had already gone at that point in time. But my students, they used to make jokes by not getting in the elevator with me. Like, not because they were genuinely afraid of me, but they're like, oh, you need the elevator? Okay, bye. We're going to wait for the next one. They would play that joke all the time. And the way I walk, apparently, they used to call it my do not disturb walk.
Uh-huh.
Don't talk to me in the hallway walk.
I feel like I need that do not disturb walk for the streets of New York City. That would be fantastic. Can you do a demo on that next time, please?
So it's fine. Well, I had office hours, so if they had a question, they can come see me during lab. It's fine. Have you seen that show Next in Fashion?
I have, yes.
Okay, so I was gonna watch it, and then my friend sent me the spoiler. Like, he told me. Do you remember my friend Kenny?
Yes.
Kenny sent me an Instagram post. He sent me the profile of the winner, and he was like, "This person won Next in Fashion, and they're awesome, and I think you would totally get their aesthetic, and you should watch the show." I'm like, "Well, you just spoiled the ending."
Well, I never will. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Terrible, terrible friend. What do you like better, Project Runway or Next in Fashion?
Next in Fashion. For
Why?
Sure.
Do you think it's a more realistic interpretation of the design process?
Yeah, it's a lot more, I don't want to say cutthroat, because like Project Runway definitely was, but in just a completely different way. Like, they work in partnerships a lot from the beginning, and it's like, if you were pulling the weight of your team and the other person wasn't, like, it doesn't matter. You're still cut. Like, that's very, very realistic. You can't be like, excuse me, I actually was like doing my job. Like, they're like, no, like, we're not, like, go away, both of you. You don't get like immunity if you weren't able to work with a teammate. That's kind of just how that goes. So that part of it I felt was really real. Also, like, the experience of pattern making and sewing, they depict a lot better. They have like real equipment, and they focus on it a lot more and talking about fit. They also have like household name designers, like specific for each challenge, which was really cool. So like, they brought in Christopher Kane, they had Philip Lim, but designing for collections that were more relevant to those major designers. So that was really cool to get like feedback from them. And then they make them do a ton of different categories. So they had an intimates one, they had like streetwear, activewear, all kinds of stuff. So it was really cool to watch them kind of try and flex. And like, the way that they panic is so realistic. It's just basically like unintelligible, like grunting and screaming in the background. Like, I was on the plane, so I was watching it with subtitles, and it was just like unintelligible grunt, like as the subtitle. It was like, yep, yeah, that's right. That's what happens. Yeah, and I think like the moments of like self-doubt and self-reflection just seem a lot more like authentic, and they're all, I guess I probably should have started with this because this is a really big reason why I watched it. All of these people are already in the industry. They're not like hopefuls, wannabes, like home sewers. Like, they all have jobs. Like, some of them have like dressed Beyonce and like Lady Gaga and launched streetwear collections, and like some of them have their own brands, some of them work for major brands. So it was a lot more exciting for me to be like, that's probably what I would do if I was on there. Like, yep, I think you made the right choice, and just like actually feeling a connection with the people that were on there and understanding their train of thought, instead of just like, I don't know, I guess I'll just sew her into it. Like, can't figure out how to put in a zipper. Oh, well.
So with the winner, not that you so much necessarily think their aesthetic is the best, but did you think that the winner deserved the win?
I think so. When it came down to the final two, I think that, I'll avoid using any sort of gender pronouns as to not spoil, but
thanks, Kenny.
I think that the person who won definitely deserved it, and I think they just took it to the next level a bit more and pushed themselves further. And they're also someone that had kind of struggled throughout the season too, to like really shine, especially in their partnership. So when it came time for them to like blossom into their own, you really saw like an evolution.
Cool. All right, I think that's it. Is there anything else that you would like to tell my YouTube audience?
I have no idea.
No last random piece of advice? No special thing about you?
I don't know. I feel like I've given all my random advice already.
I don't know. We've been on this call for a long time.
Yeah.
I've like sucked you dry. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this interview. I hope you found it helpful. Watch a couple times, because Melissa drops so much good information, especially for those of you trying to start out, trying to make some decisions on whether or not to go to school, how to get internships and stuff. And I think that she can help so many of you. So go ahead and share this video with anyone who is trying to figure out how to start their career in fashion, and kind of where to take things. And share, subscribe, like the video if you learned something new today, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey, party people. Today we have an incredible guest, and we are going to talk about something that we have not actually talked about on my channel yet. And so I'm really excited to have an expert today. Her name is Coy Griffin. I'm sorry, are your pronouns she, her?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So her name is Coy Griffin, and she's going to talk to you about the future of fashion technology with us today. I'm super excited. Coy, welcome, and please introduce yourself to my audience.
Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Coy Griffin. I'm from New York City. My background is primarily in fashion technology and analytics. I've been working within the fashion tech world for about 6 years, and I own a fashion tech consulting company called Your Own Creativity, where we help fashion brands learn how to leverage various technologies in order to grow their business.
That sounds fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey to get to where you are?
Yeah, my journey is super unique. As you may know, fashion technology is super niche. So it's not like there's a major you can take to learn about fashion technology, or you can't go to a university specifically for fashion tech yet. So I actually started out within the tech world. When I went to attended Clarkson University, I studied data analytics and entrepreneurship. And during my time, I interned for a few Fortune 500 companies such as IBM and Johnson & Johnson. And I got the experience to understand like what data is and how it's used in a variety of industries. I always knew I wanted to work in fashion. So one day I'm like, maybe I can, if I'm understanding how to analyze baby products, there has to be a way where I can analyze clothes. So I just Googled fashion and analytics, and I found out that there were so many technologies out there that are used within the fashion technology world. And I kind of just went into a rabbit hole and found fashion tech companies that I could work for to get some experience there.
Cool. So tell us more specifically what your company does.
Yes. So my company, we offer a variety of services, which range from fashion brands who may want to learn or understand how their analytics are working, right? So if you're a fashion brand and you're using like Shopify or Squarespace to manage your website, sometimes you might not understand what those analytics are telling you. So if you want to understand what's your most popular item, or if you're tracking everything on your website accordingly, that's where we can come in. But then we have other fashion brands who really want to get into this immersive worlds of like augmented reality filters or creating Instagram filters or wearable filters. So that is a service we offer as well. And we have a few tech partners to support us with that. And lastly, we have the cool 3D software digital fashion, which is super popular right now. So that's where we take all of your sketches or an idea you might have and develop a 3D fashion show or digital fashion show.
Okay. So before, we're going to show you an example of Coy's work where we show you a 3D fashion show. But before that, I just want to touch on something really important that you had talked about, talking about analytics for your store. So I know many of you here are either running your own direct-to-consumer business or are considering it, and you are going to use a platform like Shopify, and you probably have not really considered the back end and how analytics can help your business, because many of you, and listen, I can relate to that as a designer who does not want to be told how to design stuff. I don't want a bunch of numbers to be like, hey, Zoe, you should sell this next season. Okay, I get it. Okay, I empathize with that. But at the same time, I have told you all many times that, especially in wholesale, when you're working with wholesale buyers, they are very interested in what was your bestseller last season. Okay, are you running the same thing but in a new color this season? Like, they always want to know that. You should know that. So whether you are sticking to D2C and you want to know what you should be pushing next season and help with how much inventory you should order. A lot of my private clients ask me this, like, if I don't have, I don't know how much inventory to order. It's like, how your previous season sold and what sold are going to help you figure out how much inventory to order your next season. And if I also get questions about moving from direct to consumer into the wholesale space, you're going to want these numbers when you are talking to wholesale buyers. Like, this is what we did last season. This is what our business looks like. And that's why we feel confident moving into wholesale. Okay. So yeah, design is about creativity, but I always tell you, creative design, fashion design is the convergence of commerce and creativity. And so you need those numbers to help you because, as I always say, you always need at least enough money to create a new collection. Am I right? You need to sell at least enough for that.
Exactly.
So these numbers are important, and understanding your own analytics is important to your fashion business. Okay. So the 3D stuff that we're going to show you right now, super exciting business. But remember that the number crunching stuff, that's like really essential to your business. And this is also something like at big fashion houses where they can afford to, have like 100 people. This is something that fashion merchandisers often do, is they will sit in design meetings and be like, hey, yeah, like that kind of stuff has never sold for us according to like our legit numbers. And so I don't feel comfortable with this style. This is why designers hate merchandisers. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. But also I'm kidding. But I'm not kidding. It's a love-hate relationship. All right. So I am gonna share this. I'm gonna show you guys this video, and I'm gonna ask Coy to kind of narrate what is happening in this video.
So this digital fashion show has two parts. This part that you're seeing in the beginning was like the campaign where we created this snow background, and now you're seeing the official fashion show. So this fashion show actually took us about 4 to 5 months to develop because it includes 15 custom pieces. So the designer actually sketched each individual piece, and then she gave us like the various fabrications that she was thinking about for each piece, and then in the 3D system we were actually able to put in those fabrications so you can see the exact flow of the dress, right? So as you zoom in and out into the fashion show, you'll see the movement of the pieces, and they're replicating the actual design. So what's really cool about these 3D softwares is you can insert the fabrication if you know which fabric you're going to use, and then see how it will move within the software. You can also see the textures of the particular clothing, and you can customize it. So the reason why this took so long is because we had over 12 pieces within the collection, and we actually created the avatar. So every time you have an item that you want the avatar to model in, one, you have to place the item onto the avatar, and then you have to digitize it or add the animation, right? So that animation really requires a high amount of rendering, which is essentially just like downloading the file. And that requires a lot of processing power within your computer. So most of the time it was just us just processing these large files. But luckily, since I have a team of designers, we were able to break it up according to our team. So in this portion, this is just the end version of the fashion show where we're doing a 360 of each item so that everyone can really see the item in a view. And what's great about this is we can actually break this show into smaller segments so that our customer, our client, she was able to use this as additional marketing materials and not just as a long 3-minute video. So what we've identified for a successful digital show is to not only make sure that it looks good, but also make sure that we can reuse this content, right? So she's able to reuse it snippets from the fashion show when their models are walking down the runway. These 360 videos, she can cut it into like 2 seconds or so. And lastly, the software. So we use Clo3D and DAZ Studio to create this. But since those softwares are very heavy on a computer, we wanted to make sure we added some After Effects to make it pop. So what you're seeing within like the black in the middle, that's actually what we developed in Clo3D and DAZ Studio. But then the ends that are kind of moving with her logo and other images are the images that she provided us within the mood board. And we actually use After Effects to add some more pops and jazz into the file. So the reason why we use After Effects instead of just developing cool effects within the software is because with After Effects, it doesn't make the file as heavy. So once we download everything that we need from the software, we can then use After Effects to really up the design, make sure it matches the mood board, etc. So for the potential fashion designers or those who are looking to enter into fashion tech, it's not only important to know 3D design, but those supplementary softwares are going to be super critical to make your work stand out.
Wow. Okay. What were the programs again? You said Clo 3D, and what's the second one?
Yes, Clo 3D, DAZ Studio, and Adobe After Effects.
Okay, I'm going to list those in the description box below, so y'all have that for your reference. And are these the ones that are most used in the industry, or are there others that people are using?
Yes, so Clo 3D is probably most used. A lot of people are aware about it. People use Blender you can use Blender for fashion items, but it's primarily used for any 3D items. And then Marvelous Designer is also another 3D software you can use. We use a mix of both. So like some softwares are just better in like specific departments than others. So typically we would use DAZ Studio to get like shoes or backgrounds, and then Clo 3D to like animate and build the clothes. And then we'll merge the two and to develop our larger digital fashion shows.
I had no idea all those platforms were compatible. Because I always think like, Adobe products are compatible with each other because they're all made by the same company. But these are all separate companies, but they're still compatible.
Well, yeah, it can be. You kind of have to like play around with the file formats. There are limitations when you are transferring it. I will say that. But if you are looking for specific elements, there's typically some wiggle room for you to just transfer one file to the next platform if it's not too large or like the file format is the same.
Okay, so let's pretend someone is just starting out. This is very exciting for them, and they want to know what they should learn first. Like, what do you think is the simplest way to get started? The simplest software, maybe.
Clo 3D, definitely. So I recommend Clo 3D. One, because they have a library full of resources and tutorials to help you upon your journey. So you can start with a simple t-shirt and you'll find tons of resources to support you. Additionally, you can create your avatars in Clo 3D. So if you don't want to focus on clothes and you want to focus on building like an actual avatar, you can do that within the system. And you can also animate your fashion show in Clo 3D as well. So you can build your designs, build an avatar, and animate all in one platform. And the best part is they have those tutorials to help you.
I was just going to say, when I was watching the video, I was just admiring how the fabric moves with the walking figures. That was my favorite part. Actually, the most impressive part to me. I think that for a lot of fashion illustrators, that getting the drapes right on a figure is one of the most challenging things. So to get the moving drapes right was really impressive to me. I mean, the fabric textures and everything, those were really cool too. But that to me was like, wow, okay. Yeah. Like you can really feel the fabric move with every walk, and the drapes and everything, and how it looks different when, it's a tighter garment than a looser garment. And yep. Very impressive. That was so cool.
Thank you.
Before you learned Clo 3D, are there any specific skills that someone should learn? Because this is what I'm thinking, because I also have like much younger students following the channel. So they're like, well, I can't afford to get Clo 3D yet. So what are the steps up to that?
Right. So Clo 3D also has like this pattern making ability. So if you're a person who wants to create tech packs or rely heavily on tech packs, that if you know how to develop a tech pack, learning Clo 3D would be so much easier. Having backgrounds or skills within pattern making or just like tech packs in general would definitely expedite your process of learning Clo 3D. And then having experience with just like Adobe or any 3D platform, it does not have to be Clo 3D, but any 3D platform will essentially do the same thing. So like you'll learn how to render files, how to like edit the colors. It's really the same across each platform. So if you cannot afford Clothes 3D, one, they do have a 30-day free trial if you want to test it out. But if you can't afford Clothes 3D, I would recommend just finding like a cheaper or free 3D tool and just learning the basics there. And then you can apply it to like any other platform.
Okay. So you said like product development, like pattern making and tech packs would really help you, because I mean, those things are the things that help you understand a garment's construction.
Exactly.
So how much pattern making does someone need to know? Like, they don't have to be really good at it.
Beginners, like
just
beginners. Yeah, you don't need to know a lot. Actually, in Clothes 3D, when you're developing a garment on the there's an option where you can actually see the pattern in real time. So that's why it's really helpful if you do have the pattern background, because you could use that as a reference. But if you don't, that's fine too. You don't need one to get started. Really, if you have any experience of just working in graphic design, period, that will be a great point of reference to play around within the software.
Cool. So we talked about the things that you do with 3D software. What other applications? Like, if my students here wanted to learn Clothes 3D or some other software, what does the job market look like? Well, like, what kinds of jobs are out there?
Yes, luckily, we're in the age where everyone's looking for the metaverse or gaming, etc. So there are tons of jobs, and there's a huge demand, especially within the gaming side of digital designers. So if you want to work for like gaming companies, they are looking for people who know how to use 3D platforms. So Blender is a strong platform that's used across various industries, not just fashion. It's used across gaming, art, even like interior design. So that's one way you can use your 3D design background. But then there's also the fashion industry within itself. So developing sneakers, understanding how to develop sneakers using like 3D softwares is huge. So most sneakers are mocked up digitally before they actually become created. So they're looking for designers in that space. And then marketers, if you are interested in becoming or working within the marketing side, developing these 3D campaigns are a lot of work, okay? So it incorporates a lot of digital designers, but then we also need those creative directors or marketers to develop that vision of what it's going to look like, because everyone needs those like requirements or roadmaps to develop that overall vision for the brand. So definitely anyone interested in designing for sneakers or designing for games or even designing within the metaverse. So for example, a lot of fashion brands want to enter the metaverse or have their clothes in the metaverse. So learning these software skills you can transfer it there too.
Very cool. You know, a couple of months ago, I did an interview with Fashion Illustration agent Marcus Kahn, and he had also mentioned that in the Fashion Illustration track, that there were a lot of collaborations happening between video gaming and fashion illustration. Like, video games, they want to look sleeker, more fashionable. They're consulting with fashion designers to get the right look. Like, that whole space where kind of fashion and video games collide, like, there's so much potential in that space. Y'all, I hope you all are paying attention to that, because I really think that you know, the more we are moving towards digital, and I do believe that many people think that within the sustainable fashion movement, that moving towards, like, a big part of it is the need for newness. Like, people crave new things all the time. And a lot of people think that turning to digital fashion can be a different outlet, a more sustainable outlet for that need for newness. And I think that there's definitely a branch of fashion that is focusing on that. So you heard it on this channel from two like industry professionals and experts. We are moving into this space. It's definitely some place for you to pay attention to and do some research on, whether you are doing 2D illustrations or, you know, 3D effects. Like, that's the space.
Absolutely.
What do you think is the future of fashion? How do you visualize, whether it's your ideal version or realistically you think?
Yeah, for me, I see it as, my ideal vision would be, I don't know if you ever played like a dress up game when you were a kid and like online where you can just create your own clothes or your own wardrobe. So imagine where you can develop your own clothes like digitally, just like a game, and then you can have it 3D printed out to wear that day. That's my world of what I would love to happen within fashion. I do think technically the technologies are there. They're super siloed, but they're there where it can happen. So I see in like, let's say 50 years, no, probably less, like 20 years, that definitely can be possible. And we might see more companies using that as a business model.
I believe you, because when I was in college, I used to date this guy in this other department. I was in fashion school, and he, what was his major? Environmental design. And for their department, they had a 3D printer. And this was 99, like more than 20 years ago. And it was very rudimentary, and it looked like they were blue. The material they were using was blue, but they look kind of like Monopoly houses.
Yeah.
Like, very square and like with a little shingle roof, and they were using Form Z and, that sort of thing. And then cut to like 15, 20 years later, and you see like Iris van Herpen, like, and the super intricate stuff that she's 3D printing for her fashion shows.
Yep.
And you think about how far we've come in that time from these little blue houses that those students were playing around with. And I can see that. Yes. I can see that.
Definitely.
It's coming.
It's coming. It's here. The pieces are here.
I mean, right now I'm focused so much on teaching, design process and, the things that I do know. But if I had more time to like learn something new, I think Clo 3D would be, or, some equivalent of software that's really the future of where we're going. I think that, well, I do know for a fact that tech designers and pattern makers, they are moving into using 3D modeling to do their first iterations, like in the sample making process. Do you work with a lot of companies to do that?
So we have worked, we're actually doing our first trial now with the client that we created the fashion show for. So she's currently in the sample process where she's producing her fashion brand. So just the FYI, all of these items that we created aren't produced. They're in the process of being produced. And we developed tech packs for each item based off of what was featured in the collection. So she's currently producing all of the samples, and she is using the tech packs that we created and referencing these 3D images. And she's found it a lot easier. And when she wants to make an update to a design, or she comes up with a new design, she contacts us to just edit what we already have within the digital asset, and then she sends it to the manufacturer.
Very cool. This is the future. This is the future of fashion. Very exciting. All right. It was so great having you on, Coy. Thank you so much for visiting my online studio and talking and sharing so much knowledge with my audience. Y'all, I'm going to drop her website, the software that she mentioned, so y'all can do your research and figure out which one you want to learn and what you want to look into and all those good things. Is there anything in particular you want to share with us or point my students towards or anything before we log off?
Yes, thank you for having me. And yeah, if you are interested in learning more about fashion technology, I do publish articles weekly regarding different topics happening within fashion tech, and you can find them at my website, theyoc.com. And we publish articles about fashion brands that have entered the metaverse, or how to get your fashion brand into the metaverse, as well as analytics support. So just check out our website if you want to learn more.
Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm a big newsletter fan.
Yes, definitely subscribe.
Yeah, I'm, you cannot be a teacher and just be teaching like outdated.
Yes.
Like you have to keep up.
Keep up. It's so important. So
absolutely. Important. I'm going to subscribe to that.
Thanks.
All right. Please, did I just like lose my stream? Please thumbs up this video if you learned something new today. Please drop some love for Coy in the comment section and drop some questions if you have for her. I'll try to forward them along. And Yeah, this is really exciting. Sorry, I'm like thinking about like all the possibilities that we as an industry can move forward with this kind of technology. But yeah, thanks again to Coy, and I will see you in the next video.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Hey, party people. Today we are talking with personal stylist and founder of Next Level Wardrobe, Cassandra Sethi. And I am so excited to have her because, listen, I have wanted to get a personal stylist on the channel to talk to you about all things like quality clothes, putting wardrobes together, personal styling, what styling is like working as a stylist is like. We're going to talk about how to shop, like how to figure out the fashion world of insanity and how to shop, what quality clothes even look like. We're going to talk about how to style, how to create your own wardrobe that really functions for you. We're going to find out a little bit about her business and how she helps people. I'm going to read her official bio because she is very accomplished and I like it. Okay, so Cassandra is a personal stylist for successful professionals. She is the founder of Next Level Wardrobe, a top-rated personal styling service in the US. She works with C-suite executives, CEOs of all ages, body types, and professional levels to align with their success with their style. I feel like we're going to learn a lot today. Learn a lot. Cassandra, will you please say hi to my YouTube audience and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I am thrilled to be here. I'm a fan of you, so excited to chat with you today. I am a personal stylist and image consultant. I am all about keeping great style simple. That's what I do in a nutshell, and focusing on the right things so you don't overbuy, you have great outfits, and you feel confident every day.
I already feel confident what you're going to say because look at your backdrop. It's so together, so professional. It's got like this very beautiful but calming aesthetic. I am the absent-minded professor. Look at my organized chaos back here of too many things because I am an art supply junkie. One of these days, I'm going to be like Cassandra and have like this beautiful, soothing Zoom call background. A girl can
Yes. Email me. I can help you.
Okay. So the first question of the day: how do you shop for high quality clothes, and how do you even determine quality? What are some key things to look out for? I know you have a fashion background. Can you start by telling us a little bit about what you used to do in the industry before you started this company?
Yeah, absolutely. So I worked in the fashion industry for over 20 years. I have a Bachelor of Arts in fashion merchandising. I studied at London College of Fashion and then spent 20 years working in the industry. So most of my time was spent working in corporate headquarters. So I started off as an assistant planner. I then went to planning, then went to buying, merchandising. So I was all along the spectrum in the corporate world. I built Soul Cycle's retail business when they just had 5 studios, created that retail model, grew it to multi-millions of dollars, and then jumped over to Equinox, where I was a senior buyer for 90 plus locations that they had at the time. So as you can see, I was building assortments often, trying to identify what are those key sellers? Why do people like them? Why are they buying black over gray, and analyzing all the data, making sure they were all in the stores and helping clients build outfits too.
All right. So back to
the question. Yeah.
Quality clothes, because, some of you may know this, but I already made a video called How to Shop for Quality Clothes a few years ago. And I literally walked stores and shot footage of things and like, look at this pilling. Like it's still new in a store and it's already pilling. Like what, things like that. And there were a lot of questions in the comment section wanting more information on how to shop.
First of all, I will say, if you want quality clothes, stay away from fast fashion. So fast fashion is H&M, J. Crew, Banana Republic, all those retail brands that fall under that umbrella. Just stay away from them. That's kind of like a good rule of thumb. People then ask, okay, well, where do I shop? Where do I go? What do I do? And I recommend then going to department stores because for efficiency's sake, they have a lot of brands under one roof. So you can get different price points, different types of product. It is important to try stuff on when you are looking for higher quality items. So obviously the fit, I find typically is much better on higher price point items, higher quality items. So fit. The fabric is usually nicer. So it's not pilling in the store, first of all. It has a nice drape. It feels soft. Also, the little details of a garment, like a zipper. Does it zip okay? Like, can you get it up and down easily? Like double zips are, in my opinion, a sign of a high quality garments because it costs more money to put that extra zip there. Thread as well, like is thread poking out? Can you see it? Is it not clean? That's another sign as well. So I would say those things, when you keep all those things in mind, that's kind of a good way to start. And I don't want to overwhelm your audience. So those are good takeaways to start with.
Yeah, that whole zipper thing is such a pet peeve of mine. If it doesn't pull smoothly, forget it. Forget it. You know, it was a super cheap, borderline rusted over zipper, not having it. Do you ever look at fiber content to help guide your decisions in the clothes?
Yes, I do look at fiber content as well. I like to do either blends or natural fibers versus synthetics. So many things have blends now. In an ideal world, I would just dress in like cashmere all day. But there's a lot of blends everywhere. But I do, yes, fiber content is very, very important as well because it affects the drape and how it fits the wear as well.
Let's talk about intentional shopping because this is very important to me because as someone who lectures a lot about sustainable fashion, and I am fully aware that the bulk of the responsibility lies on corporations who are pumping out so much fashion, but there is definitely a personal responsibility aspect to it. And so when I think about the best way in terms of fashion to be sustainable, I think about shopping with intent, shopping with goals, and not like aimless hauls, right? That being the number one thing, even before you get into the like what exactly you're buying, but just the mindset going in. And I know that you are also team intentional shopping. So I would like to hear you speak a little bit more about that in your world.
Yeah. Yes, I am a big fan of intentional shopping. I think it is, I've read a lot of articles about sustainability and what can we do. And it's such a big problem that it can feel overwhelming as an individual. Like, what do we do to combat that? And the number one thing that I have found is to be an intentional shopper and to buy the right things, take care of them and keep them for a long time. That's the number one thing we all can do. I would say what you mentioned, having a plan is really important because the retail industry exists to sell you product all the time. And so whether you are going online or you are going in store, you are going to see sales and deals and new products every single day that you go in. So they want to distract you and take you off course. If you have a plan, you won't even think about it. Okay. The second thing I want to mention is taking inventory of what you already have in your closet. I always say great style begins and ends with what is in your closet. So if you don't have the right items, or if you have too many of the items that you need, like for example, a black cashmere sweater, you probably don't need to buy another black cashmere sweater. So taking inventory of what you have in your closet, what you actually wear, what fits you, etc. Combine that with intentional shopping, and it's a game changer for sure.
My sister is actually the one who got me into researching sustainability. She is a city planner. She's with a focus on sustainability, and she has a master's in that. She works as a city planner, and she has a 4 outfits rule. And so her whole thing is, if you see a new item that you are like eyeballing, can you make 4 outfits from things already in your closet with this new item? Or do you have to buy a bunch of stuff to justify it fitting into your closet? Like, will it work seamlessly into what you have already that exists as your personal style, etc.? Then go ahead and it's worth the purchase.
Yeah, that's a great rule of thumb to keep in mind. And I hear that all the time from my community is they go into a store, they get distracted, they buy that trendy piece that's on the mannequin, they go home, and then they don't have anything to wear it with, or they don't know how to put an outfit together with that. So then what happens? They keep it in their closet. It has a tag. They never wear it. They feel guilty. They get rid. It's like this whole cycle that just goes round and round. And I always like to say, in that scenario that I just mentioned, their closet is controlling them. And the goal is that they need to control their closet and get in command of it.
Okay. I feel that.
Yep.
That's why I wear so much black. It's just easy.
Yeah. I want to see your closet, actually.
My closet is, okay, I'm not embarrassed. So anytime you're in the Bay Area, you're near me, come over, you can look at my closet. The reason why I have so much stuff is because I don't throw anything away, because I know fashion always comes back in style.
Yeah.
And that weird thing is going to be trendy again. And I am meticulous about taking care of my stuff. I have shoes from high school because I take care of my things meticulously. So I have super old stuff. I have like 20 black tops because, so my universe, I don't even know if I'm going to keep this in the video, but my uniform was always a long sleeve black shirt like this one, and jeans and my ugly shoe of choice. And that's because with design students, a lot of them are trying to figure out their teacher's personal style and accommodate their design project to their personal style so that they can get a better grade. Try to figure out what the teacher wants. And I don't teach like that. I love everything. I love streetwear. I love couture ball gowns. I love I love preppy. I own a yacht kind of clothes. I like a lot of fashion. And so I'm like, don't try to figure me out and try to design around my aesthetic. I would wear a blank slate to school every day. Like, figure yourself out. Yeah. And so I wore this blank slate to school every single day. And when I first started making videos, I was kind of like, should I wear some color? And so I wore a pink shirt, and literally my students were like, we almost didn't recognize you. They're like, did you buy this or did you own it? I owned it. So on the subject of intentional shopping, do you have any tips for how to curb impulse shopping? Because I know everyone loves a little retail therapy. Yeah. And, sometimes you're looking for something else and something catches your eye. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we did talk about like thinking about your own wardrobe and whether something would fit into your wardrobe, but are there any tips that we could keep in mind, put on a little Post-it by our computer?
Yeah. Okay. So one, I would say, again, take inventory of your closet. It's really, really important. Okay. Once you understand what is in your closet, you can start to identify at least what the gaps are. So when you go out or when you go online to a store and you're just kind of like browsing and stuff, you can either categorize like the sweater that you're looking at as a want or a need. And I think that's really important because it gives you confidence with like why you're buying it and how it's going to fit into your closet. So yes, go ahead. Like, style is actually meant to be fun. It's meant to make people feel good and feel confident every day and get them in the right mindset. So there is flexibility with, just browsing or just buying things to buy. But again, you need to know if it's like a need or a want. That's really empowering to have that information.
I do this thing with grocery shopping. I literally have a do not buy list. One of my neighbors moved out recently and they gave me the contents of her fridge as she was leaving because what was she going to do with it, right? Yeah. And for some reason, she had so many blocks of unsalted butter
Oh.
Like, I just shoved them all in my freezer. I'm like, do not buy unsalted kale ever again. Like, I'm never running out. But yeah, that whole figuring out what you own is like so much of the battle.
Yep.
So let's move on to talking about how to create a wardrobe.
Yep.
You said that you wanted to talk about closet mindsets because that is something that is really key to the way you approach personal style. So let her rip. Tell us.
Okay. I've worked with a lot of clients. I've seen a lot of closets in the 4 years that I've been working as a stylist. And interestingly, a lot of people think style is just about clothes. It's not. There are so many layers underneath that. And I see it come out when I work with clients on their closets. Okay. So there's 3 things that kind of come up in terms of roadblocks that people face, common roadblocks that people face with their closet. And the first one I want to mention is people have this fear around letting go of something. And then what if they need it in the future? So a good example of this is, So great example of this happened during coronavirus. Okay. So we have been in this situation for almost 2 years. A lot of clients ask me, do I need formal dresses anymore? Do I need heels anymore? Right. And I always say, you should probably keep like 1 to 2 dresses, keep a light color heel and a dark color heel at a minimum, and you should be good. But they have this fear of like letting go of these dresses that they're probably never going to wear. And it's not like they're socialites or like going out all the time. Like they're like me, like I probably have once a year wedding, if that, right? So there's that fear that comes up. There's also this fear, and I hear this all the time, it's really interesting, this fear of if they clean out their closet, they're not going to be able to fill in the gaps. Okay. So visually, people see their closets packed to the brim. They see it, clothing with tags on it, like all that. They're so used to it. That's what they see every day. And so when they see their closet that's edited with physical gaps and empty hangers, it freaks them out a lot. And they get really worried that they're not going to be able to find items that they would love as much as they did that one sweater that they bought 20 years ago. So it's really, really interesting. And so I have to coach them through that. And one of the exercises that I do is I ask their age, and my clients typically are like early 30s all the way up to 60s. And when I ask like the 30-year-old, okay, when did you buy this? They say 10 years ago. Okay, so it's had a great life. You've worn it a lot. Do you think you have a very long life ahead of you? Okay, it's kind of a weird question. And they're like, yeah, of course. Do you think that it is impossible for you to find another item that you will love in the future as much as that? And then they stop, and I see them thinking, and they're thinking about it, and they're like, no, like I probably will find a great dress again, or a great sweater, or whatever it is. And so then I educate them because I have my fashion background. So I'm like, let me tell you, the retail industry pumps out products all the time. There's newness all the time. Like, you will find an amazing sweater, and you will find a sweater that's even better than the one that you had. And so when you break it down like that, I educate my clients and stuff. They feel so much more confident, like letting go of it and welcoming this new style and this new transformation that's ahead of them. But lots of fears around the closet, though, lots.
So I used to be someone who couldn't let things go and had to hold on to things. And I know exactly why that is. It's because I am I'm not going to say strange. I'm going to say a rare size / shape. Okay. I'm top heavy, which is rare for women. And I used to be a lot heavier. So I was, I'm going to say like 50, 60 pounds heavier in high school than I am now. So growing up in high school, back when there were even fewer plus size options, like I held on to each garment that I could fit into, like it was my lifeline until there were holes in it, all those things. And I'm still like in this size where it's a little bit like when I look at those size charts, none of those measurements suit my body. And so when I find clothes that fit me and I like the way it looks on my body, I hold on to it like it's a child. I don't actually have children. I just have clothes that are like my children. Also a lot of plants. But yeah, like, how do you deal with that? Like when you're someone like me or someone who even struggles more than I did finding clothes?
Yeah. Okay. So I have worked with people of all ages, all body types, and that comes up often for women specifically. And again, the education piece comes into that. And you are very well versed with that. You know how the fashion industry works. But now there's like a lot of new brands out there for certain body types. There's lots of new fiber and fabric technology that has come out, new silhouettes as well. So I always say, we have to cast the net wide in order to find the right brands and the right products that fit you. Because as you know, all these brands fit so differently. And so I think just having that knowledge piece behind it is really, really important. But one thing I want to say is that you said that you take really, really good care of your clothing. A lot of people don't. They don't put the time and energy into that. And that's kind of like an unglamorous thing to talk about because it's like laundry or, hand washing and stuff. But because you take such good care of your clothing, it's probably in really good condition too, which is great. So why not keep it for a long time? Why not?
Yeah. Like one of my things is I want people to think of mending in a different mentality. Like, that term arts and crafts, people think of arts and crafts as like lowly, as a hobby, but that word craft, it has meaning behind it. It has like quality behind it. And I want to elevate that word again so that mending is a good thing that we do and an elevated thing that we can do with our things, like change the mentality behind that word so that people are taking better care of their things.
Yep. Absolutely.
And like when I first started mending stuff, it wasn't a sustainability thing. It was like a holding on to my clothes because I couldn't find any clothes sort of thing. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of things. But I also shop a lot of vintage and sometimes you have to rip out the lining and then it becomes magical and I love it. And I would love to push that kind of like idea forward.
Yeah. I think vintage shopping, secondhand shopping, there's so many retailers out there now to choose from, luxury price points, like true vintage, like there's so many options and there's nothing wrong with shopping secondhand. I shop secondhand myself. The most important thing though, is that you have a plan. So whether you're shopping non-vintage or vintage secondhand items, like you have a plan. That's number one to keep in mind.
Segueing off of that, how do you create a satisfying wardrobe?
Okay, here's what you do. You follow the Next Level Wardrobe Style System. This is a proprietary system that I created that I use on every single one of my clients, no matter their age or body type, where they live as well. And it works. So the system is 3 steps. The first step is to identify what your core essentials are. So what are those pieces that you can wear year round? You can dress up, you can dress down. For example, t-shirts is usually one, especially now when we've all gotten a little casual. Great sweaters as well, layering pieces too. So identify your core essentials. So that's one. Step 2 is to get the right balance of color. Again, I've seen tons of closets and closets are either too dark, so black, usually just black, not even navy, just black, or they are too crazy, like visually, there's too many colors and prints and patterns. So it's like, no wonder you cannot put an outfit together because visually it's just crazy. So we want to get the right balance of color. Over on my website, I have this diagram that I created. It's called the hierarchy of color, and it guides people, gives them a framework on what to invest in when it comes to color. So I'm big on getting those core colors and having that be most of your wardrobe. So core colors are black, gray, white, and navy. And then from there, you can integrate light to dark shades of gray, of blue, prints and patterns of those 4 colors. And then at the very top of the pyramid are bright colors. So seasonal colors, hunter greens, maroons, etc. So 2 is get the right balance of color. And then 3 is fit, right? Fit is like key. If you have to enlist a tailor, great, do it. You can find a great tailor locally. And so those 3 steps, the essentials, the balance of color, and the fit and the right brands for you, make up the next level wardrobe style system and create a really great foundation for my clients. So if they want to try a trend in the future, maybe they want to try like a neon pink for summer, they have pieces in their closet that they can make outfits with that hot pink top. So it gives them the flexibility to try things, to create outfits for any occasion, and to feel great every day. So they don't have to think about it anymore.
I love what you said about color, because I think that everybody does this, but they don't consider it in their closets. Like interior decorators, they think about a color scheme for a house or a room. Designers, they put together a color story for each collection so that together everything merchandises back to each other. And like when you're presenting, any of the tops can look good with any of the bottoms, so that you could shoot lookbook photos in whatever combinations. But then like people like don't do that to their own closets. They just buy like, oh, this is a nice color. Ta-da.
Yep.
Let's go for it. And I like that. It's like when you have some sort of limits, you can kind of like try out trends, but still have it absorb back into your closet in some sort of way. Yeah.
Yeah. And the best thing is my clients and people in my community, they want to make sure that they spend their money on the right things. And so this framework, the 1, 2, 3 step system, it allows you to focus on the right things when it comes to building a very long-lasting, sustainable, versatile wardrobe versus I need to read blogs and read magazines to find out what the trends are. And then you feel anxious and overwhelmed. You do wrong buys. And it's just, again, the vicious cycle. So we want to get you out of that, focus on what really matters. And then maybe in the future, you can try a trend, but you'll have the right pieces in your closet to actually create an outfit with it.
Yeah. You're like hitting so many of my things, like, because I think for one, we obsess too much over what celebrities wear. Like, they either have stylists who are obsessively putting things together, or they have terrible personal style and just so many things. And then the other thing is, and I was talking about it with a friend of mine the other day about how people, like earlier when you said, stay away from fast fashion. And people are like, well, everything else is so expensive. And it's true. There are a lot of things that are expensive. You do, like, you can thrift, you can vintage, and vintage comes in all price points.
Yep.
But to me, it's like, no, buy a few things that are really high quality, that are well priced, but it's like the cost per wear.
Yep.
I think about it in terms of cost per wear. It's like, if you wear the crap out of like a $400 sweater, was it worth the money because it was your favorite and you wore it all the time and it made you feel good because it looked good on you and it draped perfectly on you and these things, instead of, just hauls of disposable fashion that you wear once only because it either fell apart or it wasn't really cute.
Yeah.
And part of the thing about celebrity culture that I despise is they're always wearing new stuff. And so people think that you always have to be wearing new stuff. And I'm very comfortable wearing the same stuff all the time. Like, I feel I'm at this point in my life, I'm 42. I'm very comfortable in who I am now and my own personal style. I wear weird things sometimes. Like my fixation on pom-poms is like a funny little running joke on my Instagram. It's fine. I love pom-poms, but it's like, you gotta have to find yourself.
Yeah.
And not try to relate too much with these celebrities who their lives are different. The worst thing someone's ever done is start that whole stars. They're just like us. They're not like us at all. Their lives are different, and we don't have to buy into that.
Yeah. And that comes back to the word incentives. So, like celebrities, they have different goals than me, than the clients that I work with, than you. Like, their style is meant for them to get talked about in the magazines, news, like they want to be the center of attention. Whereas me and my clients, we do not want to be the center of attention. We want style that whispers, that doesn't scream when you walk into a room. And so, yeah, the fixation on celebrity culture and what they're wearing and newness all the time, in my opinion, it's just a distraction from what you actually need to focus on, which is those 3 steps.
Yeah, just keep it in entertainment. Like, it's very entertaining to look at like your perfect style, but then just like leave it alone. So some of you who are watching this video may be like, that sounds a lot of work that I don't know how to do. And so should I hire a stylist? Is it very expensive to hire a stylist? What would be the point? And what would you say to that?
Yeah. All right. There are options for styling services at every price point now, which is great. So obviously there's a Stitch Fix, there's an hourly stylist, there's stylists that sell packages, comprehensive packages like me. I would encourage the person who is thinking about hiring a stylist to think about what their goals are. Okay. So if the person just wants new stuff delivered to them every month, let's do Stitch Fix. That would probably be best for you. If they don't care about sustainability, if they're going out all the time, Stitch Fix, I think, is perfect for that type of client. There's also in-store stylists. So like Nordstrom and Bloomingdale's have in-store stylists that work commission-based and all that. They're great too. So it's a complimentary service. They do expect you to buy product though, because that's how they make money. But that is good if you're kind of in a crunch, if you have a lower budget and maybe you need a new dress or you just want someone to pull for you. If you were looking for long-lasting results, comprehensive results, not just putting a Band-Aid on the problem, and if you want stuff done right the first time around, which is what my clients want, you got to invest. You have to invest in a qualified stylist. And a qualified stylist will, in my opinion, have experience in the industry, work with clients of different body types and ages, go on their Instagram, see if what they're posting and what they wear is in line with what you are envisioning as well, and make the investment. It's so funny because a lot of the clients that I work with, they have never, ever hired a stylist before. I do have a handful of clients who have like used Stitch Fix or Trunk Club, but they've never invested with a stylist who gets them comprehensive results. And so in the beginning, it's nerve-wracking because it is an investment. It's the most they've ever invested in their style and in their image. By the end of it, I mean, their life is transformed. And that's what really makes my job rewarding every single day, because again, I work with people of all body types and ages. They have struggled for years with shopping. The fashion industry isn't relatable to them. They've given up, like all these super negative emotions. And I bring them to this place where they send me selfies every day. They text me when they get complimented. And you can just see kind of their whole aura kind of raise a few levels. And so, yeah, so I would say definitely think about the goals that you want and then decide on what type of stylist would be best for you.
Now, would you recommend that people hire a stylist that is geographically close to them? Or do you think, no, like online is fine, just take some pictures of what you've got going on and then we could talk over Zoom? Like,
yeah, I would say right now in 2022, I think online styling is the way to go. And I say that because the retail stores have been heavily impacted by COVID and their inventory levels. And typically what is happening, you go into a store, they don't have a good assortment. You go in, they don't have your size, they have to order it online anyways. So I think virtual styling is perfect for most people. If the person is really craving that in-person experience, which is very special, and I enjoy working with clients in person, I would say wait until the inventory levels get more robust in the stores. and then work with someone in person. But for now, virtual is the way to go. Absolutely.
You know, talking to you, it just seems like, you know, styling and putting together your wardrobe and your closet and having good personal style. It's like one of those things where people, but especially, well, I think for men, people expect men to not know about these things and for it to be fine that they're not as presentable as women. Like they just wear a mediocre suit to work, call it a day if they do have one of those like so-called white collar office jobs. And then with women, the expectation is that they should know this stuff. And it's like cooking and cleaning. It's like women should just know this stuff. But my favorite thing is like cleaning TikTok, where people are sharing cleaning advice, because we should not be expected to know this. Just know it.
Right.
And they're sharing advice on what chemicals to not mix. You know, what is the best technique to wash this? And it's like style, personal style, and looking good, putting together a wardrobe. These are things that women are expected to know magically. But it's like any other thing. There's going to be people who are good at it because they studied it and they thought about it, and they're intentional about studying this particular way of doing things. And so I think that there's like this roadblock with women in particular of like, I should know this myself.
Yeah.
Why should I hire someone for something I should already know?
Yep. Yeah.
But that's not necessarily the case.
No, it's not. I always say style is a skill, and it's a skill you can get better at. So you can get better at it in many different ways. So you can read blogs, watch YouTube, follow me on Instagram, whatever it is, and you can kind of DIY it. But then the next level is hiring a coach, right? And so you get that personalization and you get that relationship as well, which is really fun to grow. And so it just depends like where you are in your journey. And I will say personally, like I hire a lot of coaches. Like I have a personal trainer. I have other people in my network that I use for business and personal as well, because it's a full-time job to keep up on all this. Like, do I want to read articles about how to lift properly? No. I don't. I want to watch reality TV after work and not have to think. Like Vanderpump Rules. I love that show. Okay. Now it's the same as a stylist. And so, you know, it is a full-time job. That's why I launched my company and why I love what I do. And so I take all of the blogs and videos and advice out there and I edit it for my clients. I like to consider myself as an editor for my clients because I'm keeping them in mind, shopping for them, and then presenting to them the best things for them, their lifestyle, their age, body type that I have found. But style is a skill, just like anything else. Absolutely.
So let's segue into the next topic, which is how to style outfits. And why do you think people have such a hard time putting together outfits?
Okay. I will share a very unglamorous answer, but I'm here to tell the truth. And the truth is that their closets are a hot mess. That's why they can't put together outfits. Honestly, that's what it is. So don't read those blog articles that is like 5 reasons you can't do X with your style, whatever. I'll save you the time. Your closet is a hot mess. That's what the issue is. So again, it's either too dark, it's too light, too crazy, too many prints and patterns, and you don't have the right ingredients in your closet. So I like to think of a closet as a kitchen. And we are chefs, and we are trying to put together a beautiful Italian dinner for us, okay, for ourselves. And we go to the closet and say we're going to cook spaghetti. And we're looking for the noodles, we're looking for this, but then you have ingredients for like a Shake Shack burger in there. Of course, you're not going to be able to create this beautiful Italian spaghetti dish because you don't have the right ingredients in your closet. So that is the number one reason why people cannot put together outfits. And again, I always say great style begins and ends with what is in your closet. So you have to get the ingredients of your closet 10 out of 10.
So this is a question kind of born out of COVID, which is, what are we wearing to work now? shortly after the first lockdown and people were talking about COVID's effect on fashion, one of the most funny but kind of obvious statistics was that sales of tops, work-friendly tops, were going up, but no one was buying pants anymore because everyone was sitting around in work-appropriate blouses and their underwear. Mm-hmm. Which I never knew. I never do this because I'm always too paranoid that I'm going to have to get up for some reason. And even if it's maybe not like work appropriate, I absolutely have to be wearing some sort of like, I could leave the house in these pants. And, but yeah, nobody was buying pants or skirts. People were buying a lot more tops. And I'm like, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. So we're in this weird, like, work from home fused with some days at the office. Mm-hmm. And then just the whole, like, because offices are collapsing, I think people think that we're also dressing more casually. And I think that just as time progresses, like if you just follow like 20th century fashion, we've been coming increasingly casual. What are your thoughts on what we're wearing to work now?
Yes. Okay. So it definitely has gotten way more casual, and it definitely is the Wild West right now. I always have clients and people in my community like messaging me, what do I wear to this? What do I wear to that? And they kind of know they need to dress up for certain occasions. Like, for example, if they have a sales meeting or an in-person dinner, but they are like so confused about what to do. So yes, it has gotten more casual. I will say that if you work in an office, you should ask the HR department, like what's the rules nowadays? I've had a lot of clients who work in formal offices. They're doing hybrid now. So sometimes they're going in, sometimes they're not. And when they go into the office, it's like, again, the Wild West. So I would just go to HR and ask them, like, what are the rules? What are the expectations around the dress code? Like, are we still formal? Are we more business casual? So get clarity on that. But what will typically happen is HR, they don't know either. They're just like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. So if that is the case, I would probably opt for like a business casual of some sort. So I would make sure you have great fitting trousers. There's a lot of great brands now that do like 5-pocket trousers and performance materials. So they're actually really comfortable. They're stretchy. Biore does a great pant that I recommend for a lot of clients. Make sure you have like great fitting tops. So the blouses, t-shirts, and most importantly, the layering pieces. So I think the layering pieces are important for any dress code, no matter what office or what type of dress code your office has, because that can automatically dress up or dress down an outfit, as well as your shoes too. Shoes can make an outfit feel more casual or more formal. So I would say make sure you have like a great pair of sneakers not being gym shoes, sneakers being like a white sneaker or gray sneaker, and not all birds either. No all birds. I had to put that in there.
Go for it. Yeah. It's definitely a look.
Yes.
I mean, you can appreciate what they're doing technologically with their company without appreciating the aesthetics. That's what I'll say about them.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do a whole video on that, but I'll put a pin in that for now. So make sure you have great daytime sneakers. Make sure you have like a ballet flat for women, a loafer, maybe one heel. I think I only have one pair of heels now, and it's a nude, and that's it. So you want to, again, identify your core essentials, going back to the next level wardrobe style system, get those layering pieces, the right shoes, and then you can go from there. Because right now it's all about being flexible, because you kind of don't know what the office holds or if you're going to be meeting people. So you need those pieces in order to like look stylish, whatever comes up in your calendar.
This is a thing that is a pet peeve of mine, and I don't know how you feel about this at all, but I want to throw that out there for discussion. You know, and we're talking about these office settings where you're supposed to wear like office appropriate clothing. So in this setting, you know, men can get away with wearing like owning like 2-3 suits that look very similar to each other in, you know, blues and grays, and they pull out a new tie and they just wear that ad nauseum. And, you know, as long as it fits them reasonably well, and it's not like some weird shiny polyester, nobody bats an eye. They look presentable. As long as they groom themselves, it's like, whatever, right? So there's like a certain level of, do they look clean and groomed and professional? Okay, then we don't care.
Yep.
I get so annoyed that women do not get this same grace, that we are supposed to have a new outfit and a new way of dressing every single day. Why don't we get to wear and rotate like the same 3 suits with a fresh blouse? And as long as we are also washed and groomed and professional and are, you know, looking put together. Because you're talking about putting together a wardrobe with a specific color story that works with your skin tone and works together, grounded in neutrals, and it's very wearable. And you're talking about things that will last you, investment pieces and all these things. And then somebody might come in and be like, well, I go to work 5 days a week and I work in an office and I need like a new outfit every week. I'm like, do you though?
Right.
Though. You know, and I'm not saying that to target the people who think this way. I'm talking about, but do you though? Like I mentioned earlier, my university uniform was long sleeve black shirt, jeans, ugly shoes, very comfy, ugly shoes, because I took public transportation to the university. But nobody ever talked about it because that was, and people remarked on, you know, Zoe's uniform. And people will be like, is that your Mark Zuckerberg? Is that your Steve Jobs? I'm like, why not?
Yeah.
Why not let this be my version? Like, I am in the middle of commuting to work, running my own business, doing university, having the YouTube channel, and trying to look presentable, grading your homework on time. Why don't I get to just have a uniform without it being so weird because a woman did it? Not to say that you can't have fun. Like if you want to do that, and if you're the kind of person who is good at mix matching print and wearing 17 colors, obviously this video is not really targeted for you. You know, you are just fine on your own with your own wardrobe. But yeah, like why can't women dress in this specific strategic way that releases them from a lot of daily stress?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I hear stories from my female clients in particular. I was just on a call, Closet Edit, yesterday with a woman who is works in an operating room. So she wears scrubs, but then she has the scrub hat that she wears. And she's like, can you help me find like solid color scrub hats? I was like, sure, it's kind of outside of our wheelhouse, but I'd love a challenge. Let me look into it. And she showed me all the scrub hats that she had, and they were bright colors and prints and kind of like bold hats. And she was like, I don't really wear these though, because I've noticed that I get pushed around a bit when I do wear these. People don't interact with me as much. They don't take me as seriously. So I need help in this department. And that is one of many stories that I hear from my female clients. The standards are very different. The expectations are very different as well. And I know for people that work in government, they really expect for women in particular to always come with a new outfit. I've heard from someone who works in the government that whenever she would wear a new outfit, she would get more press coverage, she would get more pictures. So if she was talking about an important initiative, she would always wear a new outfit. And so I thought that was really interesting because they're dressing for like a whole other context in a whole other world. But yeah, it is kind of the elephant in the room that there are different standards for men and women. It is. I wish it wasn't though.
Yeah. I mean, to the person who was working and needed particular scrub caps, it's like, I feel torn because she, in her position, should absolutely be taken seriously, whether or not she was wearing like a baby pink scrub cap with little kitties on it, because that shouldn't reflect on anything that's going on in her brain. But at the same time, I understand, like, no, I need to do certain things to be taken seriously because this is how the world works for me right now. So until we get to that point, please find me something that is less cutesy.
Yeah. Yeah, more subtle.
Do you remember, I forget what year it was. There was a year where it was maybe the Golden Globes or the Oscars. They were doing this red carpet thing where everyone was wearing black in honor of it was celebrities pretending they cared. And they were all going to wear black to show support to some cause in like the most superficial way possible. And it was like, oh, men wearing yet another black tux. I'm sure it was so hard for you to show support for this. Like the easiest color to wear in the world.
Yep.
It so that you know that celebrities care about you. And then there was that other thing where people were talking about how, I forget what celebrity it was, where they were like, look at this guy who keeps repeatedly wearing his tux over and over again because of sustainability reasons. And it's like, did anyone notice that before you wrote an article about it? Because like suits, they're a little bit more subtle. You know, people who are into fashion, they understand the cuts and what's more flat. I get all that, okay?
Yeah.
I teach that.
Yep.
For the average person, oh, you wore the same tux over and over again on the red carpet. Do we give you brownie points?
I would encourage people who say, well, I have to wear something new all the time. Like, who says that? Right? Who is, honestly, people are so busy with their lives. They do not care. And they probably will not notice if you wear the same blue top in 2 of your videos. Like, do people even remember what I posted on Instagram stories yesterday? No, they don't. So I would encourage people to just kind of challenge that way of thinking. Who's going to notice? Who's actually going to say something? Right. And I think that confidence level with style will then kind of go into your closet and you buying the right pieces and then you putting together great outfits, because there's a certain confidence level that comes with kind of doing things outside of the norm, not following the trends, not doing the fast fashion, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that's a good kind of entry point into building, you know, a more sustainable wardrobe, investing in the right pieces, et cetera, too.
Yeah. But that being said, y'all should follow her on Instagram because she does tons of Q's and A's and I love watching. And then she goes to France and eats croissants. And I too would like to go to France and eat croissant, but alas. And then, but I really do like your Q&A sessions on Instagram where people write in some of the oddest style rules I've never heard of some of these. I'm like, what?
Yes. Like the navy and black. Do you think people can wear navy and black together?
First of all, my favorite coat in the world is a navy blue boucle with black leather trim. Ooh. And I have worn that, like, it's a little bit falling apart. It's in my mending box because I love it so much. And then the whole, like, any color jeans, but even dark indigo jeans with all the black that I wear on top any day of the week. I also have a pair of shiny metallic navy Oxfords that I wear with black all the time.
Love it. Yeah, I think it's one of the most sophisticated color combinations in navy and black. I think it looks so good. It looks so timeless, so put together, as long as like the fit is right and all that stuff. But so many people, as you know, on my Q&As, there's this rule. Who makes up these rules, by the way? Is there like a rule style council in the government or something? They believe that they cannot wear black and navy, and all these other rules come out. And so that's why I like to talk about the elephants in the room and just break it down. Like, should I do this? No, you should not. You should focus on this instead. So people aren't confused about style, because there's a lot of noise out there. Like, what should I pay attention to? Is that right for me? Et cetera, et cetera. And it doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't. And so that's why I always say style is meant to be fun, right? So you have to get rid of all that noise. So that's really important.
Yeah, I think the only style rule, like a real old style rule that I felt was like, oh, okay, was the whole don't wear red to a wedding.
Oh,
because
okay.
there was this red dress that I saw, and I posted in my Instagram stories where I'm like, someone invite me to something so I can wear this because it's amazing. Like, I don't wear sleeveless stuff ever, and it's really hard to find evening wear that has sleeves. And so I was like, oh, what is this dress? And then people were like, wear it to the next wedding. And then other people were like, oh, you can't wear red to a wedding. That steals attention from the bride. And then a bunch of my Indian students were like, well, I'm like, well, okay, your weddings are like a riot of colors. So I get that. Like, perfect, beautiful, wonderful. But in a lot of these Western weddings where the bride is wearing white and she's supposed to be the only one wearing white, but then like if you wear like a beacon of red, then it's like, and that's a politeness thing. I don't think it's a style thing. It's a politeness thing. So I'm down with that. I'm cool with that. But yeah, a lot of these, like, I don't even know where does wear no white shoes after Labor Day come in?
That's a big one. That's a big one. Interestingly, a lot of these style rules are passed down from mothers to their children. But it's like, where did the mothers get that role? Probably from their mothers or aunts or female figures. And so it's just so dated now, right? We're at a completely different place than when my mom was my age and her grandmother and stuff. So I always encourage people to just think about these style rules a bit more. Why are they following them? Kind of get down into the layers of it. And then, of course, when I show clients how amazing navy and black outfits look and they have it on, I mean, they're a convert. They're like, okay, yes, I get it now.
Any last words of wisdom that you would like to impart on the audience on any of the things that you're an expert in?
My words of wisdom is, since we're at the beginning of the year, do a closet edit. That is my word. 2 words, closet edit. Okay. I have a very helpful blog post on my blog, nextlevelwardrobe.com. I think it's called The Ultimate Guide to Cleaning Out Your Closet. And it really is an ultimate guide. It tells you step by step what you need to do, questions you need to ask yourself, equipment you may need to buy, and it walks you through the whole process. Visit that, but definitely do a closet edit.
My words of wisdom are going to be follow Cassandra on Instagram. She's one of my favorite follows. I think the first time I really noticed you was when you did that really cute thing with your dad, where you styled your dad.
Yeah.
Oh, someone who's just not dressing like cute blonde 20-somethings? Yeah. What? Who's dressing this old guy? And then I kind of read the story and I was like, oh, because he does look good. Like in your after photos, he looks so good. I'm like, I'm going to have Cassandra's links in the description box below. Drop me questions. I'll try to get some answers from her. Maybe Cassandra will visit us in the comment section and answer some of your questions about personal style and putting together wardrobes and hiring a stylist, all those good things. And as usual, please like, share, subscribe, join all the ways you show me love. And I will see you in the next video. I feel impressive just wearing it.
I know. You look impressive. I love it. Keep it on. Why are you taking it off? Just keep it on.
I can't really keep it in the Zoom frame. No, the attention should be on my guests. I try to frame these so that the attention is on my guests. So, hey, party people. Welcome to today's video. Today, we're going to talk about the future of fashion illustration. And today I have with me Mr. Marcus Kahn, the founder of Draw a Dot and a fashion illustration connector in the industry. I'm so excited to talk about fashion illustration. And he is actually going to answer all the questions that you asked in the poll that I posted in the YouTube community tab. So before we get to your questions, Marcus, please introduce yourself to my YouTube audience, who you are, what you do, and why you do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marcus. I'm the founder of Draw a Dot. I started this fashion illustration community in 2013. Originally, I planned to just showcase some of my favorite fashion illustrations from all around the world on my blog and also on Instagram. But later on, I started to work with brands on different contests, and somehow I became an agent and represent artists on different in-store events. So I have worked with brands like Burberry, Versace, Valentino, Victor & Rolf, you name it. I have done something with them before. So right now we do have also an online store to actually help artists to actually sell their works, to give them a platform to try to figure out how to sell their artworks to the audience. And of course, so you were also part of the Patreon group. So maybe we can talk about that one too. This is the smaller community where we are helping illustrators to develop their skills and also help them to build a more solid foundation so that they can they can get more jobs.
Yeah, so I'm going to drop links to all of Marcus's stuff, the online store, the Patreon, his Instagram in the description box below. I highly recommend that if you are interested in pursuing fashion illustration as a career, to check out his Patreon. I'm a member of his Patreon, and the group has a Discord where the members talk amongst themselves with Marcus. I'm in there too. And it's good. It's like we give each other feedback. We talk about fashion news. We, congratulate each other on jobs scored and, give each other feedback on work. It's like networking and making friends. And, if you have watched my How to Network video, you know that I strongly emphasize building of true and sincere relationships within networking and not just like, hi, what can you do for me? Sort of networking, right? Yes. And so this is why, even though I'm not trying to pursue an illustration career at this point, I love being part of that group for the community and also just keeping up with the industry and learning about what's going on in fashion illustration. Well, that's for me personally, but that's also something you can get out of it as well.
Yes, and we also have a lot of activities every month as well. So we do have a monthly Zoom session on different topics such as NFT. We recently talked about online store and also teach you how to build a portfolio. And every month we also do a live sketch session together. For example, if it is during Fashion Month, then we probably have a couple of them because some of the brands I have connections. So after doing the sketches, I can show it to the brand, and there's a chance for you to get more exposure because they might want to share it on their social media account as well. And because I'm an agent, for Patreon members, there are times that if my roster doesn't have that particular style, I'm going to look into our Patreon group because I know those Patreon members are more serious about building the career, and I want to give those opportunities to those people as well. Finally, Fashion Week, I actually am sending some illustrators to the backstage.
Shut up.
Yep, to do some live sketching. So this is a one of
I want to do live sketching. I'm in your Patreon. Why aren't you sending me?
Because you're not in New York. You're not in Milan.
Listen. If you're hey, Zoe, go to Milan and I'll send you backstage at some show, I would buy a ticket immediately. Shut up. How dare you?
Next season. There's always next season. But yes, I do have connection with brands because I do have an agent in Europe as well. And she can actually help me to connect to different brands and see if we can send illustrators to Milan, Paris, or even New York. So
I really love live sketching.
Yes.
So the first time I did it, I was so terrified, but it's such an adrenaline rush. It's so fun.
Yeah. And if you're really good at doing live sketching, there are actually a lot of job opportunities as well. So we can probably go into that later in this video.
Okay, before we get into that, I just want to say one more thing about your Patreon, the Patreon that I really love is when you do have guest speakers. My favorite was, of course, Yuri, the textile, the print designer who used to work at Dries Van Noten. I learned so much from him, and we connected on Instagram. We're pals. We DM and stuff. So if y'all print designers, if y'all are interested in hearing from Yuri and his experiences at Dries and his business now and all things print design, let me know in the comments, and I will try to get one.
Yeah, but I also have a video. I still have that video in the Patreon group. So if you join,
and they can access that if you join.
Yeah, you can watch back all the past videos. But of course, Zoe, you probably have more questions to ask Yuri on textile things because I'm going general, but you are probably going very, very deep.
Yeah. So let's jump to the questions. I did make a list of the most frequently asked questions and the questions that got the most likes, as in people are the most interested in talking about these things. So number one, Do you think long term being a fashion illustrator is a living wage career?
The answer is also a question. How passionate about, like, how are you, do you see the passion in doing drawing? Do you like drawing? Can you spend few hours a day to draw? Is this your, or if this is just a hobby, then stay with it. Don't think about making a lot of money, because I think that if you want to treat this as a long-term career, you need to put effort and energy in it. But if you say that I have other things in mind, then fashion illustration is not going to be your thing, because this industry right now, because of social media, is super competitive. There's just so many artists out there right now looking for jobs. Some people are really successful, can actually make this as a career because they work hard. They reach out to people. They connect. They have the right connections. So that's the short answer for that. Obviously, there are more I can talk about. What about you? What do you think, Zoe?
I think it's a matter of whether you decide that you're going to prioritize it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you're not prioritizing it, then you can come up with a lot of excuses for why your career didn't work out. Like, I don't have time. It's like, well, try to remove things from your life that you don't need and put this as a priority. Well, I don't have money for a lot of materials. There are people out there who are just doing pencil and paper drawings, like Samuel. His work is unbelievable. It's all pencil. It's all pencil. Okay. So you don't need expensive stuff. I don't know anyone. The internet has ruined that excuse for all of you. Basically. Get online, start talking to people. Like, you can't just build a social media profile and expect people to flock to you. You have to follow accounts. You have to engage with people, ask questions, DM them, give them compliments, start conversations. It's not enough to just sit around. So those connections you envy other people for having, you have to start those connections as well. So it's just a matter of, like, did you work hard enough? Did you work smart enough? Like all these like stupid hype sort of like headlines. Did you prioritize it?
And there is no overnight success. So don't think about saying that, I did this drawing, I put it up, I tagged someone famous. Tomorrow I'm going to get a job, or I'm going to get an amazing fruit basket from the celebrity. There's no such thing. You have to work really hard on this. I mean, social media is good, but it's not enough for you to say, I'm just going to sit back and relax and wait for people to come and approach me. You have to build a really solid foundation. You probably have to go back to the old days, look for emails, contact those people. If you know who is the creative director or marketing, or the marketing person for this brand, approach them, show them your work. Those are the people who can actually have the budget to like hire you to do some work. Social media person, they actually don't have a lot of power. I have talked to some brands before. Usually social media, who handle social media, the interns. And
because a lot of people, they don't value social media enough to put like a fully paid, highly salaried person in that position.
And interns don't have a lot of power. They always have to go through different departments. So in this case, you might as well, okay, sure, if you like that dress, draw it, and then tag the brand. And if they reply, if they do it, you can, I would say one of the tips is try to see if they can connect you to the marketing department. You might have a better chance.
I have a question for you that I get a ton in terms of design usually, but I think it relates. So I have students who don't want to put their portfolio online, who don't want to share work because they're constantly afraid that someone is going to steal their work. What do you think about that?
You should be proud of your own work. If you are not even willing to actually show this to the public, then who is going to see your work? That's the big
people are going to steal it.
People are going to steal it. I mean, you got to keep you're not going to just make one artwork. You're going to keep producing it. I have a lot of artists actually complain this as well, because they will be like, oh my God, this brand actually took my work and put it on t-shirts. Obviously, you have to find a way to sue them or stop them from doing it. But this is like, there's both sides for each opportunity. If you don't show it to the public, who's going to find you? I'm not going to know your work. But if you show it, obviously there's a chance that people are going to steal your work. For example, remember I did the Draw Dot Together project where we tried to promote anti-Asian like hate crime, and one of the illustration actually got reposted by so many celebrities, and someone actually took the print and printed it and sell it on the street. But at the same time, we can't stop that because some people want to make money out of it. But eventually, because of social media, they will eventually find who is the real artist. And they will DM, like a lot of people actually DM the artist saying that, oh my God, I saw this. And eventually, like, people will know and will not support those people. So same with artists who is not willing to publish their work. You can do is do watermark on your artwork. You can put a signature on your artwork. If you don't want to show a lower quality of your artwork, because you can save it. You can scan it. Scan, like, instead of doing 100% high res, do 50%. Because if it's on the print, it will look really ugly, pixelated. And then if it's on a shirt, you can't even see anything. It's going to be so blurry and ugly. So no one's going to buy it. But my suggestions is you need to promote yourself, even though like social media right now is free. There's both sides of this. The good side is you can start to think about how to use social media to promote yourself. But at the same time, obviously, people might want to steal your stuff. But you can also use social media to call them out. I'm sure I've seen a lot of artists do that all the time. It's like, oh my God, this brand took my print. And then I'm going to call, like, and then can you help me to like stop this brand from doing it? If the followers are actually really loyal to your work, they will do it. And eventually,
people tell me all the time when people steal my videos.
Yeah,
like most of the time they'll be like, Zoe, this person has like a whole video of yours on their website without crediting you. They tell me all the time.
Yeah. But it's the same as all the YouTube videos, because, for example, if MTV is showing a clip of a performance, I'm sure the artists like fans will also record that clip and put it on their own YouTube channel. You can't really stop that. I mean, eventually, because you're famous, you have made it. That's why people want to like copy you or steal your work. If you're not famous, who cares? So you should actually treat this as sort of like a little compliment, because, oh my God, I'm getting noticed by people now. And whenever you start to get noticed by people, some things bad will usually like happen. And it really depends on your mindset. Am I going to keep going, or I'm going to like get depressed and say, oh my God, people are taking my work? I would say keep going, because ultimately people who want to work with you will know who is the original artist. Like, for example, if someone steal your artwork, and then the brand approached that person cannot recreate that illustration because that person has no skills.
Yeah, that's the beauty of illustration, even more than design. It's like it's so much harder to recreate and mimic your line quality or the way you use color, your brushstroke, all these things. Like they can't imitate it.
So yeah, it's 2021. You have to get yourself out there. No one can help you. If you can promote yourself, no one can promote you. Like, you can show me your artwork and I would say, oh my God, this is amazing. Can you publish it? If you say no, then I will be like, then what do you want me to do?
What am I supposed to do with it?
Yeah, I would be like, what do you want me to do with it? Do you want me to show it privately? Like, I like, even on my website, when I have the agency, I have to show people's work. So if you give me the artwork, I see so much potential in you, and you're like, I don't want people to see it, then sure. You know what happened? You'll be famous once you die. Because after you die, someone will probably go to your computer and take all your artworks and put it online, then sure, you will get money after you die, but it will be too late.
I actually did tell my husband that once I die, he needs to burn all my sketchbooks because I don't want anybody to see all of that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm like, once I die, you will erase my internet history and you will burn all my sketchbooks.
Yep.
All right. So this segues into our next grouping of questions. How do I get a job as a fashion illustrator, and what kind of jobs out there for fashion illustrators?
So for fashion illustrator, there are a lot of subcategories. You can be an in-house artist for brands. What they do is they will do portraits of the VIPs. I know Dior has a position like that, so keep an eye on that. And I also know that artist too. So yes. Then also what you can do is, I think one of my Patreon members got hired by a brand in Italy. It's a pretty big brand too, just in-house sketching, like doing designs. So create prints. If you like to do prints, textile, that's the way to go. Like Yuri, basically he does all the prints for Dritz back then. That's a way to go. You can also be a teacher. If you're really good at drawing, you can just like apply to colleges or even have your own masterclass or online course to teach. You can also, if you are more aggressive, start an online store. But when it comes to online store, there are a lot of things that you need to think about. That's why 2 weeks ago, I actually do a 2-hour session to teach people how to do an online store, because I have the data from my online store. And I also have some feedback from a brand.
That was a good session.
What can you what should you make to cater the mass audience? If you are doing portraits, if you like David Danton doing portraits, you don't need an online store, but you need a really good connection because people will commission you to make portraits. But is this going to be sustainable? I don't know. If every month you get 5 to 6 portraits requests and you're charging $1,000 each, sure, you can survive, no problem. But if you're a starter, you might not charge that high, then you'll have to figure out what to do. Like my job is to actually open all the possibilities for you. I try to help you to do to build your foundation and then you choose the path that works best for you. And some people also like to draw book covers, editorials. Those are the things that you can those are the things that you can do too. But how can you get your first job? You reach out, you enter contests. For example, Drawdot, I do a lot of contests and open calls every month. Participate. Do that and then put it in your portfolio. Because the more you participate, if you win, for example, recently I did a contest with Private Policy, and then the winner, the print actually was print on the shirt, this one. so which is really cool because for that artist, now she has a really, really good case to put in the portfolio saying that I have done this, I have won it, I have this physical product. And brands will start to okay, maybe I will want to work with this artist. And also, if you want, just try to approach smaller brands, collaborate with them. Doesn't matter. Like you can say, oh, do you need a social media campaign with illustration? If they say they do, but they don't have a lot of budget, then you can consider if you want to do it or not. I would say do it because you're new to this. You need artworks to build your portfolio, but ask for a little compensation. It could be money, it could be products. It's really up to you.
Okay, 2 things. Number 1, I have a friend who she's a freelancer in a slightly related but not illustration category. And so somebody asked her, can you do this thing for me? What's your day rate? And she said, this is my day rate. I'll do it for you for half if you put me as your first phone call every time you have another project like this. And then you can pay me full for the next projects. So she worked that out so that she was paid 50% that first job only.
Yep.
But then she guaranteed her next job.
Yep.
Where she was paid full price.
That is smart. That is smart. You can do that. And at the same time, always like one of the tricks I tell illustrators to do is before you give the rate, make sure you do some calculation. And then you can also say, this is my regular rate, but because I really want to work with you, this is the rate I'm giving you.
Yeah, she definitely said this is the cheaper rate. Like you have to let them know, like normally you're not like this cheap.
Yeah. Yeah.
But would you say that most fashion illustrators or a big percentage of them work more of a freelance lifestyle, freelance gigs?
Yes, absolutely. But I think and then the biggest question is, how do you get the job? That is always the number one question I get from my illustrators. And the question is, how aggressive are you? How are you approaching your clients? Do you have good connections? Use your connections. If you are really good at doing live sketching, in-store events is a really good way to go. Do you know any store owners that want to do something like that? If not, then do you know anyone that can connect you to some brands or some stores that let you have the opportunities to do that? I can tell you that live sketch events can make you a lot of money. It can be super stressful during that 2-hour, 3-hour period. But after that, you're like, I am done. I don't need to do anymore. And here's my money. Yes, you can do that. And this is why I'm training my artists, my Patreon group, to actually do live sketching, because you only have 6 to 8 minutes to draw a person. And you have to make sure that it works. Because if they don't like it, they actually will tell the store managers, like, I don't like this artist.
Yeah, I would like to interject by saying,
yeah,
you do not need to work with like Ferragamo as your first client ever.
No.
In fact, I would recommend you don't. Like, go to your local shoe store or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, go to whatever local boutique and say, let's do an event together.
Yep.
And I'm going to do this. And we're going to market it together.
Yep.
And we're going to draw a crowd. And we're going to have a party, like a post-pandemic. Let's get you back in the store and trying things on, like fun party. And I'm going to be there. I'm going to be doing illustrations. And you're going to have a sale and blah, blah, blah. One of the events I did, they only got a portrait from me if they had a receipt for something they bought.
Yep.
So they were kind of like filtering people so that people who were actually buying product were getting portraits done by me. Because there were a lot of people, you know? So you could do something like that and then get your feet wet with a smaller boutique.
Exactly.
And get attention, and you're definitely going to get better at it as you go.
Yep. Absolutely. So start with small and then go big, because when you are working at a smaller store, you are not as stressed as working for a big brand. So those are the things that you should think about. Like, start with small, go for the smaller stores. Do something fun, enjoy yourself. I always tell my artists, like, if you do this kind of live sketch events, make sure you enjoy yourself, talk to people, because those people might connect you to other jobs as well.
For sure.
Birthday parties, weddings, those are the money, like, you can make a lot of money of making, like, going to those gigs.
I have a friend who is a print designer for a fashion brand. And she loves watercolor, and she doesn't get to do enough of it. And so she does illustration for children's books.
Yep.
But she has a literary agent. So if you want to illustrate books, you're going to need a literary agent, because they are in the book world.
Yeah.
And they have the book connections if you want to get into book illustration. So look into a literary agent for that.
Yeah.
So next question, is there a market for fashion illustration in video game world?
Absolutely.
I know you're excited to talk about this. Let's talk about
video gamers have so much money. I have talked to so many artists and tell them to please think of a way to actually combine video game characters and fashion together. Like, you can do it as a creative project. Obviously, like, you can't sell those prints because both items are copyrighted. Like, the character is copyrighted, and then the clothing, you don't really want to like deal with, like, for example, Chanel or LV, they probably will come in after you. But there's so much money there because every single, like, from what I know, in a lot of people actually buy a lot of clothing, like accessories for Comic-Con. Back in 2012, Prada did a collaboration with Final Fantasy on an editorial. So cool. 3D images, love it. Recently, 2019, Louis Vuitton actually did a collaboration of League of Legends, and they actually create a collaboration too. You can actually buy the products, physical products in store.
That's cool.
That is really, really cool. And recently, Balenciaga did a collaboration with Fortnite. And if you're a gamer, you know Fortnite is one of the most popular games in the world right now. So if you can if you can think of a way to create illustrations based on fashion, like characters and also fashion, you combine them together, there's a really good chance they will want to hire you to do something. I think there's Instagram account called Nonori. I can send it to you later. Maybe you can
put it. I'll put it up on the screen.
Yeah, that is a 3D model. And then she basically just dressed up in different fashion designers' brands. And
so is she using like Clo3D or Marvelous Designer? Do you know what program she's using?
I don't really know. But funny thing is, she is actually represented by a modeling agency.
Oh.
Yeah. So 3D virtual model is another thing. So you have to think about, if you can create that character, you dress them up, there is a chance that you will get a lot of attention.
I have so a lot of you know I have a Facebook group, and a lot of people in the group, they share work and we talk about our work and you know, give each other feedback and stuff. And I have several people in there who work in Clo3D and they post work. And one of the people who posts in there fairly regularly, she does video game avatars in Clo3D. And because she has a design background, she really designs like really fantastical garments that most people can't think of. And she's like, I have a day job, Zoe, but I do pay my electric bill with selling these Clo3D avatars. I'm like, that's a start. She's paying bills with it. Like, I like it.
There's just so much potential in the video game world. It's more like, how are you going to do it? And how are you going to execute this? I will say, look at all the most popular games right now. Like, see which franchise is the most popular. Like, you can even do Mario Brothers, you can do Final Fantasy, and then look at the characters, because they are already like built, they already create. For you to just like look at them, redesign their outfits, that can get a lot of attention. Because if you're looking for the editorial, probably they will want to hire you to see if you can do something like that for them. Because right now, I don't know how long this photography editorial is going to last, because of the pandemic, still a lot of people cannot travel to do all the photo shoots. They have to find a way to present the clothing. And sometimes they like to have 3D models and then dress them up, because that would be really cool. And also, if you look at Vogue, if you look at all those other magazines, they start to have videos as well. So if you're an animator, you might actually get another bonus point, because you can probably do a short animation. Imagine if your work is on Vogue, how many people want to hire you after? So I would say, start thinking, start brainstorming what you want to do. Don't be afraid, like create what you like to do and see if people respond to it. And don't worry if your first video doesn't work, because every day you can produce more, and eventually one will hit someone in the internet. Mm-hmm. The beauty part of internet is you don't know who's actually looking at your work. And the Wintour might be using Instagram too, with a private account.
She's got a Finsta. I bet you she's got a Finsta.
Yeah.
She's got a fake account. So on that note, I've seen both photorealistic fashion illustration and more esoteric abstract illustration. What are the purposes of both, and which style do you think will dominate the field in the coming years?
Photorealistic work, I would say, is really just showing your skills. If I'm an editor of a magazine, my first question is, I already have a photo. Why would I want to hire you? Give me a reason to hire you to do those works again. But if your market is, I want people to hire me as a custom portrait, to do custom portraits, then yeah, you can show that. But is this going to make you a lot of money? I don't really know. I can't really tell you, because remember, when you do art, it's supposed to show your creativity. And when I look at your artwork and you're basically just copying from a photo, I already crossed off there is no creativity there, no matter how good your skills are. So basically, I would just say, okay, can you use these skills to create an illustration that is not from a photo, that is not inspired by a photo? If you cannot do it, I don't know why I want to hire you.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason for me to hire you. And a lot of people also, abstract, on the other hand, has a lot of potential. Because, first of all, you can't really copy. For example, there's a handbag. Like, look at Glenn's work. There's a handbag, and then there could be like a hand coming out. It's all about the artist's world. He's showing you his world, but with products. That part.
I think that if you have a photorealistic style,
yeah,
you have to take it beyond copying a photograph, as you were saying. Like,
yes,
you can take a photorealistic style, but you have to incorporate a concept, a really creative concept to it. So maybe like if you draw the drapes of a gown and the drapes look photorealistic, but like the actual concept of the piece has to be above and beyond just a person standing on the middle of the paper.
Yep. Like, I want to see a person jumping or having a really interesting pose. Or if you're doing
backdrop.
Yeah, backdrop. I want it to be a super surreal backdrop. Those are the things. Remember, when I look at your artwork, I want to see sort of something that I can relate, that can evoke my emotion. If you just give me a runway illustration, it looks so real, I'll be like, cool, you have amazing skills. But what's the point? Because you're wasting your time and energy, because you're not giving your full potential. An artist is supposed to create something that evoke people's emotion and without copying others' work. And also, for people who actually do photo manipulation artworks, you got to be super careful, because the photographer never gives you the permission to do it. Like, you take a picture from Vogue. Obviously, Vogue give credit to the photographer, but the photographer never gives you the permission for you to work with their photos. And if you do it, and if you actually sell it, there's a chance that they will come after you, because it's my work. Why are you touching my work? So when I talk to my illustrators, I would say, try to avoid doing that. Try to, like, I have talked to some really successful illustrators too. What they do is they're gonna like have sort of like a database of faces, a database of eyes, facial features, and they're just gonna combine it to do different different faces. And they will also have different crookies to actually like do different actions, and now have to figure out how to place the garment on the figure. That is what you should be doing. You can be super realistic. If you can do that, good for you. There's a market for it. But if not, you have to figure out how to make it happen, because I can tell you that this area right now, for some reason, is really competitive. And people, if you go to Instagram, you search fashion illustration, many people do this kind of stuff. There's nothing special anymore. And I will look at them like, why would I want to hire you? Because when I do if I have a magazine, if I'm editor, I want something special. I want something different. For example, if you say I'm really good at doing photorealistic like portraits, my rate is $1,000 per piece. I can tell you that because this is super popular. Someone probably like, I will do it for $50. And the editor is like, it's the same style. Why not I go for the
because it has no style. It's photorealistic.
Yeah, it's just photorealistic. There's nothing special about it. But when you actually have a unique style, then people are like, yeah, I have to pay this guy because this person's work is just so unique. We cannot find artists do that. So I think first of all, the number one thing you need to do right now is to discover your own unique style. How can you put a flair on your artwork so people can recognize right away? And this is basically what I do with my Patreon group all the time, is like teach them how to discover that. They will show me a lot of artworks. I'll be like, I think that there's potential here. Can you further develop it? Can you add this element to make it better? So I think I can tell you that photorealistic artwork, I think eventually will go out, because at one point when 3D animators going to get into this game, that whole portion will be like, see you later, because we don't need that. 3D animator can actually make realistic people as well.
Like whatever photorealistic color pencil illustration you're doing it's just not going to compete with the animators.
Unless you want to go for like just competition, then yes, then go for it.
That's a skill competition. I still think like showing interesting concepts is the way to show how you are valuable and irreplaceable.
Yeah.
Because there's skill sets that you can replace, but if you're somebody who can come up with the ideas and also execute in a cool way, that's okay. The next question is kind of related to that. Can I use whichever specific medium I prefer, or does the market prefer and demand a specific medium? Or does the market demand we use many different mediums?
This is a pretty popular question. I've been hearing this question a lot in my own group and also on Clubhouse earlier this year. The answer is, it really depends on what you like the most. It doesn't matter whether you hand draw your illustration or you just love to do digital illustration. Ultimately, the goal is, I want to look at your concept. I want to look at your skills. I want to make sure that illustration looks super cool on paper or on a campaign. If you're comfortable with using pastel to draw, by all means, go for it. Keep going. Because I used to have an illustrator who doesn't like to use tablet to draw digital illustrations. And she's like, yeah, I don't like it because it will lose that personal touch. And I would say, by all means, keep doing it, because there's a market for it. And if someone just loves to use tablet to do it, then do it. It will save you some money as well, because all you have to do is a tablet and a good stylus to actually draw. In a sense, you might think that the hand-drawn illustration you can price it higher just because of the cost of the paper, of the materials. But aside from that, I would say both of them are equally important right now, because ultimately we're just looking at your style, your skills, and also the subject matters.
I will add one thing is, when it comes to hand-drawn or hand-painted illustrations, a lot of people cannot tell the difference between different mediums.
Yep.
I will post something on Instagram or anything, and people will ask me, is that marker? Is that paint? Like, people can't tell. Just like your average person who's not like, someone who illustrates themselves, your average person can't even tell the difference. So number one, pick the one that you like, because that's the one you're most likely going to practice more and get better at, because you're enjoying yourself.
Yep.
And I think ultimately they're going to buy the thing that looks good.
Yep.
And so you just got to work on making it look good. And what's going to help you make it look good? Practice, enjoyment.
But yeah, don't be afraid to try both those, because you can do hand-drawn and digital. You can have both skills in your pocket and under your belts, because sometimes I do know that for some events, the brands will request for digital illustration. Some brands will be like, I want traditional. Can you do traditional stuff? So it will be good for you to do both and practice. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's better to have more skills for people to select than just say, yeah, I can only do watercolor, because sometimes that the brands will be like, I like your style. The reason why they don't want people to touch the paper is because of, like, for example, for COVID, they don't want people to touch things. So they would rather you to actually like draw it on tablet and send it to those people. It's like contactless.
I had a live sketching client who always wanted me to work with markers.
Yep.
Because one, they had branded paper that they wanted me to use that was not suitable at all for watercolor. Yep. Number two, the product in their store was kind of expensive. They did not want me to have jars of watercolor, water, and like this like whole very messy setup. They wanted like basically just like a thing full of markers, very tidy. They don't want to make a mess like with people partying around and stuff. So they requested specifically that I use markers or color pencils, like a very tidy thing. So having more tools in your arsenal definitely helps.
Just practice different like tools, both traditional and digital. I think you can do both. But if you ask me if there's one particular that is better than the other, I will tell you no, because every brand is looking for different things.
So on the topic of digital versus hand illustration, I get a lot of questions about digital versus hand. What skills are in demand if you want an illustration job at a company? And two, what is selling better in terms of prints and products?
What is actually in demand for? There's actually no. Do
you see a trend, or is it just
see a particular trend? Because, for example, for the jobs that I have done for my for the brands, they are looking for different things. But ultimately, you got to be creative. They never ask you to just like look at this photo. Can you recreate it? So I think creativity is your main element. Your work should be reflecting who you are and how creative you are. If you are not creative enough, they'll be like, sure, cool, you have good skills. That's it. But we need something, because what they do when it comes to the company, will be like, this is the concept. This is the thing that I want to promote. Can you create something awesome? You're not going to ask the companies like, can you show me a photo? And then I'm just going to directly copy the photo to illustration. They will just like, then what's the point for me to hiring you? There is no point.
Here's my thing with photorealistic is learning photorealistic can be an excellent stepping stool. It's kind of like a lot of painters, when they're in painting school, they go to museums and they set up their easel in front of one of the old masters, one of the great masters, and they try to copy the painting, literally brushstroke for brushstroke. But that is a learning tactic. They're not trying to copy it and sell copies. I mean, there's a tiny percentage of them who do that, but their goal is to learn concept. Brushstrokes, how to manipulate those brushstrokes, lighting, how specific painters lit their canvases, things like that. And then they take those techniques that they learned, and then they apply it to a style that they develop for themselves. And that it's a stepping stone. So when you see those artists in the museums copying a Rubens, that's what they're doing. And so that's something that teachers of all kinds of drawing and painting will teach you, but eventually it's a stepping stone. At a certain point, you have to know how gravity affects hair. So that when you are drawing somebody with long hair and you have wind blowing, your concept is wind blown. If you've only been doing photorealistic and you've only been copying exactly how the wind blows on that runway in that particular way, you're not going to be able to be like, oh, well, hair would go like this. you need to actually like study a lot of hair and draw hair and like how curly hair bounces as opposed to really straight hair like mine or whatever. So you have to like, it's always a stepping stone to helping you develop concept.
I always say to illustrators, you can you can mimic someone's style for 5 to 6 months just to understand how it works. But after that, you have to get out of that like mimicking thing, and then you need to develop your own style and you develop your own subjects. Like you need to start creating what is known as your style. Because I will sometimes ask the artist, like, how do you define your style? What's so special about your style? What is the unique element there? I know there's some illustrators just like to do some neon outline. That is really cool. I have seen that. I have seen people just love to just use color pencils to do stuff, but then it's really colorful, and it's just so cool when they combine the fashion and the landscape together. Is really cool. I have surreal artists who constantly put like eggs or eyes in their artwork that is recognizable. So my number one question will always be, what is your niche? Like, what is your flair? If you have no flair, sure, your work is good, but it's not good enough for me to pay you a lot of money to do an amazing mural or like even window display, because there's nothing special about there.
You know, on that note, I do think that it can be a really great tool to figuring out your own style by temporarily copying someone else's style. I used to do a project in my illustration class where I wanted them to do an illustration that mimicked a famous illustration, like, and copy that style, the way they outline something or not outline something, the way they use color, how they shade something, whether it's like soft, like gradient shading or like really bold, crisp shading. And they would have to bring in the illustration so we can compare how well they mimicked the style. And that can be a really great way to figure out what you like. Like you might decide, I love a heavy, bold line. Like this is the kind of look that I like. And maybe later on you play with like different kinds of heavy, bold line to incorporate in your own work. But again, that is a stepping stone.
Yes.
Like mimicking, like Antonio is really in the press right now because of the Fendi collection. They did based on his artworks. And Antonio is someone that my teachers at Otis loved and really pushed us on. And there were things that I loved about his work. There are things where I'm like, it just doesn't mesh with my style. Okay. And that's fine to like study someone and try to like mimic them as closely as possible. And then you figure out what you fight against and what you really love and want to explore more.
And don't be afraid to evolve your style, because a lot of artists just don't stick to one style forever. I have some artists who evolve, like every 2 years, the style will just change a little bit. And in 10 years, it's completely different, because you're allowed to change it. You're allowed to evolve, because every year you might say, oh, I feel like I'm more comfortable with this style right now. And then what's so cool is you actually will bring your old style into the new style. You will bring back some elements from the old to the new to make it your own. And then eventually in 10 years, if you actually look at your artworks, you'll be like, oh my God, I have done so many artworks and look at my style has changed so much. And I'm really happy with my style right now, but maybe in 5 years, I will evolve again. Don't be afraid to do that. If you look at all like the famous artists, they always somehow will start to evolve their style as well.
Designers are the same. You know, you look at famous designers who've been working for 20, 30 years, and their style evolves as well as their own personal, just their person evolves. And when you look at fine art movements and, you know, Bauhaus ran its course, Surrealism ran its course, because and I hate to use the word trend in this scenario, but that's really what it is. It's like things fall in and out of favor, not necessarily in a commercial sense, but in things that people want to be looking at. In just like a very visual, I like looking at this sense.
And create, I would say, if you're really good, create pop art. Pop art is always fun. Like I have not seen a lot of people using this kind of style to create fashion illustration yet. So that's something for you to think about.
I think that's the end of our questions.
Is this
Yeah.
it? Anything you want to like go over? I mean, my advice for all the illustrator is don't give up. Don't give up easily. It's just the famous one always have to do a lot of work. They will always think, oh my God, this artwork is going to like make me famous. But no, they will keep doing it until one day they're like, yes, I'm going to be like, I make it. I finally have made it. And I can tell you that always listen to people's advice. And if you have a coach, always listen to your coach because they will know what works for you. Whatever you draw, I can tell you that sometimes your favorite artwork is not the one that make you famous. It's probably the one that you'll be like, it's all right, but that will get the most attention.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about things that are more mass appeal.
Yeah, it's a mass appeal because unless you have a really good niche market, you know exactly what your followers want or your fans want, your customers want, then sure, keep doing that. But if you're still like searching for the path, then I would say listen to people that you can trust and they will guide you, and people with experience, because they will know what works and what not, and how to create, like what kind of artworks you can create to put it online at the online store that will sell. And they will also like give you suggestions on how to promote yourself. I think right now a lot of artists are lacking this. They don't really know how to promote themselves. They will produce their artwork and assume that people will love it and will hire them. And this is like a misconception, and I want you to know that you have to put effort in it before people starting to come in and ask to hire you and like ask you for some really awesome custom works.
To piggyback off of that, even though I really hate that word because Clubhouse really ruins that term piggybacking. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But like going off of what you were saying, we, illustrators, we practice drawing constantly, painting, whatever medium you're using, but y'all don't practice approaching people and talking to people and emailing people because these are all skills that are required of us, especially freelancers, especially because freelancers are constantly hustling for the new gig, right? Yep. And so you can sit there and be like, I'm not good at cold calling, I'm not good at emailing, I'm not good at talking to people. You weren't good at drawing. You may have thought you were, but you were not in the beginning. Nobody is good at the thing in the beginning. And so you need to put in a certain amount of time practicing and talking to people. The Patreon group is really good because y'all are on the Discord a lot and sharing things, which is great. But the business side,
we do a lot of things.
That's like just as important to practice as it is your actual illustration skills.
Yeah.
And it requires practice. A friend and I were talking a little bit about this concept of shamelessness the other day. And do not mistake shamelessness with rudeness. You never want to be rude. What I mean by shamelessness is don't be embarrassed about approaching people, and then don't be embarrassed if they never contact you back.
Yeah.
Okay? It'll happen. It will always happen. You think everyone writes me back? No, not everyone writes me back.
Yes, me too. There are times I'll be like,
I'm looking. Okay, there's a specific company. I'm looking right at you.
Me too.
Write me
There's a particular brand I really want to work with.
You have to swallow that pride and just be a little shameless about it. Be like, fine, don't write me back.
Yep.
We'll follow up with you in a week.
Yep.
Don't bother them like crazy though. But yeah, like have a little just buck up and like.
And
those are also skills you got to work on.
You want to reach out to as many people as you want, and you can. And then also at the same time, when you actually get to see them, find a way to promote yourself. Like tell them who you are, what you do. Sure, maybe 9 out of 10 people will be like, whatever, you're just like an artist. But maybe one person will be like, you know what? Your works are really cool. I want to work with you. This is how opportunities happen. Even maybe there's no like job at this moment. They'll be like, I'm going to create something so that you can be part of this. So yeah, you just have to, in a really rude term, you have to whore yourself out.
Marcus. That's inappropriate content for YouTube.
Oh yeah. So
you're
yes.
so used to talking to your illustrators behind a paywall. You forget. We have to keep things clean.
Fine. So you have to sell yourself. You have to find your way.
That's not much better.
You have to find a way to sell yourself and figure out who you want to work with. And also with your style, see which brand will align with your illustration works. Aim for those brands. Don't scatter and just like, I want to do this brand, I wouldn't do this brand, because at one point you will also change your style to suit that brand that might not work for you. Like I have artists who will only concentrate on drawing Moschino, Marc Jacobs, those two brands. And then I have people who will be like, oh, I love Rick Owens. I will only concentrate on Rick Owens. And you know that if you like to draw Moschino, you probably won't be drawing Rick Owens because they are two different like aesthetics.
Like fun and bubbly and, you know,
and super dark and
colorful. And then like Rick Owens is like very drapey and dark and like.
So you have to know where you go, like where you think you want to stand. Like, are you going to align with this brand or are you going to align with this brand? And then afterwards start to create artworks that will get their attention. I think that is what will work best for artists who are looking for opportunities, who are just starting to build a portfolio.
We were talking about this before in terms of promotion. It's like you have to promote. It's not enough to just like put something up there. You have to figure out ways to promote and actually promote it across your social media, like buy advertising if you need to, use Pinterest. Let me tell you something about promoting. And, you know, I do promote my online store, but I promote YouTube videos more. Except for your like 5 stalkers, like the super fans. Every creator on the planet has some super fans, and that's great. Every creator needs super fans. I love my super fans. I was joking on Twitter, like, if your YouTube video doesn't have a super fan that says first, is it really a YouTube video? So I love my super fans. I love the ones who are like fighting to say first. That's great.
Yeah.
Except for those like 5 super fans, not everyone is reading every single one of your posts. And so you might think that you're promoting too much. You're not. You might think you're posting about something too much. You're not. Not everyone is reading every single thing that you put out there. So promote more than you think you should, and you'll probably still be under promoting.
Exactly. Especially when it comes to Instagram stories, not a lot of people are actually looking at your stories. That's why you have to constantly post it and promote it. And don't be afraid to promote your works, because you can look at other brands, fashion brands, when they have a new product. The stories of every single day, you will see stories on that particular product. But are you tired of it? No, because you know it's the brand's like strategy. They have to market the product. Obviously, they have to do this. I'm not going to like say, oh my God, you're so annoying. I'm going to unfollow you. If the followers actually love your work, they understand. They're like, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You can promote your artwork. It's your platform. Do whatever works for you. Don't be afraid saying that, oh, I'm going to lose followers because I promote too much of my work. If those followers unfollow you, they are not your true followers. They're not your fans.
I follow Quanta Tracing Horse on Instagram, and I have seen literally 100 Instagram stories from her wearing her Met Gala dress, and I love all of them. I've seen her wear that beautiful metallic dress with all of her native, jewelry and everything. I like all of them, and she's posted 100 times. It's fine. Girl, keep posting. They're beautiful. Yeah.
because she is proud of what she wore at the Met Gala. And for example, if you're an artist, you're proud of your work. Obviously, I'm going to promote it all the time. And
she posts all her fan art in her Instagram stories, by the way. I've seen some really cool stuff from her, or from her fans.
Yeah, so you can also do this kind of fan art too. But one thing I will say to illustrators who plan to do more, like a lot of fan art, don't. Because once you start doing just fan art, you will lose a lot of followers once you switch gear.
So the switching gears, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my artists told me. It's like, once you start drawing Kim, you have to continue to draw Kim, or else you're going to lose followers. And no one's going to look at your other work. So be really, really careful of what you draw and how to build your Instagram grid, because that will determine how brands or companies will look at your work, and they determine whether they want to hire you or not. This is something that I coach too. I tell people how to create a grid and what works for them, what not. Yeah, a lot of things when it comes to the business side of fashion illustration. It's not just
you're busy. You do a lot.
I am busy. But at the same time, I enjoy what I'm doing. I get excited when brands show my artist's work on their Instagram stories, or when I do a contest and those works actually show up on the brand's account. I get super excited, and I'm really proud of all whatever the artists are doing, because they deserve the spotlight. They deserve that exposure. I mean, my job is to find a way to get you the ticket to be in front of that door. But once you're at that door, whether you can open the door, you can get more opportunities or not, is really up to you. I can only do so much for you. I think
this is why, because of all the things Marcus does, this is why I called him a connector. Like, I couldn't find the perfect word because he does so many things. I'm like, I think connector is a good word for Marcus.
Yes. LVMH, hire me. I will connect you to different illustrators to do different projects.
For sure.
Yes. Do you have any other questions you want to ask me? Because I'm here.
Yeah, so if you have any questions for Marcus, drop them in the comments below, or you can check out, I'm going to have all his links, his Instagram, his Patreon, and everything in the description box. So hit him up, join his Patreon community. You will see me floating around. I will slap my eyebrows on and join a Zoom meeting, all those good things. So please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. If you loved having Marcus on, let me know in the comments if you would like any other specific interviews on my channel. And
like and subscribe.
Yeah, please. The thumbs up actually do help my channel a lot. So share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, drop your comments, all those ways you show me love. And I will see you in the next video.
Thank you.
Bye.
I've always been taught talent and perseverance will get you in the door, but your attitude and what you project out will keep you behind the door.
Hey, party people. Today I have in the studio a special guest. I have New York City-based costume designer Shirlee Idzakovich.
Thank you.
I did pronounce that right.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
You did great. I'm so proud of you.
So I'm super excited you're here, and I've been posting on my social media, give me all your costume design questions. This is a slightly different world than what I'm used to, so I had a lot of people writing questions, and I compiled a list of the most commonly asked questions, because I think I got 100 questions. However, here's my burning question.
Okay, I gotta hear this one. This is gonna be good.
Actually, someone did ask this, and when they asked it, I was like, oh, I want to know.
Okay.
What do you do when an actor doesn't want to wear what you made, or they want to start making changes?
Doesn't really happen on Broadway because the actor has no say-so in the costume, unless it's a fit issue.
Yeah.
Or an allergic issue, or an allergy to something. But that's all pretty much taken care of way ahead of time. But it doesn't really happen. They have no say-so in what they're wearing. It all falls on the director's shoulders. If there is someone that is a little devious or just not willing to wear it, or they're complaining about it, there's a little trick that I use. This is good too. Now they're all gonna know. We take the button off of a pair of pants, and because I can sew very quickly, we just move it over a couple inches. So when they go to put it on, they can't fasten them. Or, I can put a zipper in a dress in like 3 minutes. So we take the whole zipper out, we move it over a couple inches, and then when they can't get it on, then they come back and they're like, oh, I can't get it on. We're like, wow. I make them sit beside me while I'm fixing it. And that's usually when the issues come out about why they're acting a certain way. And it usually has nothing to do with the costume. Might have something to do with the show, might have something to do at home, something to do totally different from what we're even doing. Sometimes it has everything to do with the costume. Not my issue. In my world, I am very seldom giving carte blanche to say this is what you can do. It's usually this is what the director wants from you. And the interpretation can be left open. But by the time we get the costume on the person, it's been through 40 drafts, 20 rewrites, 20 reruns, 20 reworks. It's hours into it. So, and they've been fitted 10 times. So, but that's not a huge issue.
Okay, that's good.
Now on set, it might be a different ball game, but there's so many shoppers on set that there's usually way more to work with than what it is in the theater world. Yeah. On set, you've got a huge big rack of 20 to pull from. So if they don't like it, we can pretty much go back. But it's always, it's like, if they don't like that one flannel shirt, it's the 20 other flannel shirts you get to choose from, because that's what the director said.
So my most experience in costume was working for an opera house.
Which is huge.
And oh my God, it was the time of my life.
Yeah.
And I know that, especially with smaller opera houses, you will borrow costumes and like only build for some shows.
Right.
And are there certain things that you do when building costumes so that it will fit a wider range of bodies, or can adjust later for different actors?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Everything is built in with at least 2 to 4 inch seams.
Okay.
On both sides.
Okay.
So everything can be taken out. We can, especially for an opera house, they have so many different sizes and styles going in there and body, and no one is a perfect size. The perfect size for one show might be a 12. Perfect size for another show might be a 2. Perfect size for another show might be a 28. You just never know. So those seams allow it to go from a 2 to a 10 or 12 easily. And it depends where the seams are. Vest always have the let out seams here. Depends on how the piece is made. Now pants are a different ballgame. Anything that's cut in a pant, you probably can't go up and down that far, but you still do have the seams. And I know a lot of opera houses, they use Velcro big time because there's not very many quick changes in opera. So they don't need to pull off and snaps and Velcro and stuff. So I have seen a size 2 women's pant with the Velcro wrapped way around, and then they opened up to a size 10. So the side seams are completely open where they just put them on. It's like almost like those old track pants that had the snaps down it. You just snap them off and throw them open. But it had different sets of snaps on it.
Nice.
Yeah, but everything is made to fit open. At least a couple sizes. It has to be. Has to be because of bust measurements, waist measurements, hip measurements. Nobody is the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Luckily, one of the shows that we borrowed from was for Aida.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a lot of flowy ropes things.
Thank goodness that flow hid everything underneath.
All the things, yeah.
But working for an opera house is a whole new ballgame because everything is grand. Everything's on a grand scale.
It has to look good from really far away as well.
Yeah. It has to look grand from the front seat to 50 feet behind. And even 150 feet behind that if they have, how many tiers they have in their theater.
it was like the first show. So what happened was I was interning at the costume design department of the Opera House.
It's a big deal.
And then I would work backstage during the shows. And that was my first introduction to stage makeup. Because, up close, it looks terrible.
Yeah.
Like thick lines with gray eyeliner and
Looks
stuff.
like a 3-year-old did it.
Yeah. And the first time I saw this young guy, but he had like all the wrinkles done on his face and stage makeup.
Which is a whole new genre. I mean, it is incredible what the makeup artist and the wig artist. I mean, because I've worked with many women that are in the wig field and they build their own wigs out. They don't go buy stock wigs, very seldom. They measure the head, they put it on a wig sewing machine, they sew around the wig sewing machine as placing it in.
There's special wig sewing machines?
Wig sewing machines, absolutely. And they're rounded and the sewing machine goes around it. It's incredible how they build the lines of that certain head out. I know, it's great to watch them. And when you're first into it, you're watching and we're like, oh my heavens, they're so good. Look at that craft. But they're watching you too. They're like, oh my gosh, how did she do that? It's like, well, how did you do that? And then you've got the makeup people that come in. And then, there's this whole new thing on Broadway, which is artisan, which is not props, not costume. It's somewhere in between, which is amazing because, when you have a big budget and the producers are like, well, that's a prop. And the prop people are like, oh no, we don't want that in our budget. That's a costume. Costume people go, oh no, that's not our budget. That's prop. So now the artisan has their own budget, which is amazing. So, yeah, but working backstage at opera, you learn quick how to dress, how to get
That's how
stage.
I learned how to. That's my first exposure to corsets, how they're built, how to lace them up. And when you're talking about sizes, it's like, like I was lacing up all the chorus ladies, and they were from a size 2.
Yep.
I was like tying up 50-inch waists.
Absolutely.
And
Yep.
And you just keep tying, like I'll tie them tight, and then they'll start singing, and then they're like, I could go tighter.
Yeah, take me in just a little bit more.
Yeah.
And you do. You got to pull those rungs and just pull them back
They
together.
want to look good on stage, just like anyone else. So.
Exactly. They don't want the heavy layers, and they want to be nice and sleek and slim. Yeah. But opera houses are fun.
So fun.
Oh my gosh.
My favorite internship, hands down. Okay, so one of the most common questions I got was, what are the differences, the main differences between costume and fashion, especially in terms of design process?
Okay.
Because you have a fashion background.
Oh,
also.
yeah, absolutely. Oh, I worked in fashion for years. And even though there's such a thin line between the two of them, it depends on where your heart lies, whether you like the fashion or don't like the fashion. But in the design process, we're designing a costume that has to be washed 6, 7, 8 times a week. Has to be washed after every single performance. So it has to be durable and not washed over the course of a year. Say fashion, you buy something at a super low budget store. It's not going to stand the test of time over the course of a year, washing it 7, 8 times a week. It just won't do it. It'll fade out. It'll be pulled after a while. But if you buy a higher end, even having something dry cleaned that many times has its wear and tear on it.
The chemicals.
Oh, chemicals, absolutely. And so when you do it for the stage, the design process has to be very particular about not only the design, but also about the fabrics you're using. The baseline of any good costume is always going to have pure cotton underneath it, or a wicking fabric. It depends on how much they're dancing, how much they're going. And if they're wearing it a lot on stage, it has to be something that when it hits their body,
don't hit your mic.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. It has to be something that when it hits their body, that the body is not going to hurt. It's not going to seep through to the outside of the costume. It has to be a barrier. Because sweat everywhere, because the stage lights are just insane. And they hit you. I'm not the spotlight person. I love being backstage. And when I do go to any kind of stage and I see those stage lights, I don't see how people stand in front of them. They're blinding. They're literally blinding. Yeah.
It's so funny because I'm working on this project where I'm going to be shooting for a different company instead of for myself.
Yeah.
And they asked me, like,
we're going to start a wardrobe for you. And then they're like, what size are you and all this stuff. And I told them, I was like, listen, I tend to sweat a lot on camera. So if you could just go for some natural fibers, that would be really great.
Right. Linen, hemp, cotton, anything in those lines would be perfect.
Those lights are so
bright.
hot.
And they're right on them.
Ugh.
I mean, they're literally a couple feet away. And I don't see how they stand out there, because I would, within 3 minutes, I would just, because my average temperature that I love is like 63. Yeah, everything stays at 63. And my kids, they complain all the time. I'm like, no, put a sweatshirt on, throw some socks on, stay at 63. But building out for theater, it's not so different, except we're not mass producing anything. We're only building that one set. So we can put the fine tunes, we can detail it a lot. We could add a little 2 or 3 things here that you would not add to a fashion piece, because the production line just could not do it and put it out there for cost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we're gonna do a blue blazer, Spencer jacket, and we're going to line it with silk candy striped. Then we're going to add a notch collar, then add these gorgeous antique silver buttons. And that's for one person on one scene. To produce something like that, there would have to be so many different sizes, because it's such a fitted piece, that I don't think that it would be valuable for anyone to produce it unless it was a couture line. Mm-hmm. Maybe one of the couture houses would put it together, but not for the stage. Couture's hard, and
they think it's so easy because you don't have all these production concerns. But it's really
couture
not.
Pieces take months, years. And the other thing with the difference between costume design and fashion design, I think if you don't have a fashion background, you don't understand the fabrics as much as you do if you just have a costuming background.
Oh, so can you talk a little bit more about that, like education and kind of like how you get started? Because a lot of my students, they're like, well, I'm in fashion now, but I would like to transition to costume.
Right.
Like,
costume is more visual. You literally have to know how to render or sketch and then render out the piece, or at least to get your point across. You don't have to be the best sketch artist or renderer.
Are there a lot of programs in the U.S. for costume design?
There are.
But
there's some creme de la cremes. There are some universities that are just, I've seen kids come out of them and they could go right to work. But then I've seen some other programs where you're like, where did you go to school? You have to say that.
Can you list some schools, or would you be uncomfortable with that?
Oh, no. I know some great schools. FIT probably has the most diverse costuming, because they have a 1 year that you can take the 1 year program and literally move right on and be a PA on any costume set.
Okay.
And so, that's for the kid that truly, might not want to pull 4 years, might not have the money to pull 4 years, that just truly can't afford it. And I totally understand that. Even those kids have the opportunity, because FIT's 1 year program, and I'm not promoting them. I mean, I'm not paid to do anything with them. I just know the program. And I know that they do a very good job of people that maybe were in fashion and costuming and for one reason or another either dropped out, maybe had to leave the program, maybe have been out for 5 or 6 years and still can't find a job. And they go back and get this 1 year degree. Because it is a bare bones, this is what you're going to be doing. And it's a whole new ballgame. But this Parsons, great fashion school. Not so much costuming. They do, I think they do a costume, but it's not way, FIT's is way more. And Webster in St. Louis, Cincinnati, CCM, fabulous costuming. Michigan, trying to think who else those are ones that I know. DePaul in Chicago, great. I've actually sent kids to these universities and said, and it has to be the right fit. Just because it's a great program, it might not fit your personality.
Right.
You might not want to go a bigger school, which is fine. Find a nice little fashion school or costume school. I prefer someone who has a little fashion training, because their knowledge of fabrics and the care of fabrics and understanding, because when you ask someone to go swatch a green linen, maybe linen cotton, some costumers who don't have the background, they look at you like they're dead inside. They do.
Well,
I mean, some of
I
the
love you're saying this
interns.
because I'm always telling my students, it's like fabric is the key to everything. And like everyone is like, even fashion designers, they'll ask me questions like, what's your favorite marker? What's your favorite paper? I'm like, there are so many good out there. Like, don't focus on that so much, okay? Focus on what is the best fabric for this kind of thing.
Right.
And what's the best fabric for this kind
How
of thing.
many options
and,
do
like,
I have?
Go research fabric.
Fabrics.
It's like you use whatever marker. Like the brand of the markers doesn't matter.
Yeah, use Crayola. Move on.
Who cares?
But the
study
fabric is what's going to make the item,
Sometimes,
make or break
like,
the item.
It's because we start with sketches that people
They get stopped on that.
they get stuck there. But it's like our final product is fabric. So our medium is actually fabric and not the paper. It's like
Yeah. Now you know why that your herringbone video in my apartment in New York City, we all tested each other.
Oh, the tweed one?
The tweed one. Yeah. We're like, okay, we're gonna watch it, then we're gonna have a test. And we did. And it was like, all my kids are like, oh my gosh, Mom. I'm like, yeah. But my daughter who's in fashion, she knew every one of them. But now Kent State, where she went, fabulous fashion background. That's another one that's great. Kent State's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So you're saying that a lot of people can break into costumes straight from having a fashion degree.
Oh, absolutely. But you just have to understand the process. Mm-hmm. Because fashion is meant for full-scaled, full-out manufacturing. Costuming is one show, you love it for 4 or 5 months, and then it's dead to you. You move on. Mm-hmm. Like I'm working.
And some people really like that.
Yeah, exactly. They're not in the same thing constantly. They don't do a standard kit set. We're going to do the full line and we're going to build out the jackets and the skirts and everything. That's not what you do. Mm-hmm. You build out character by character. Yeah. And it's so different. But that's the only difference. But if you know fabrics and you understand fabrics and you can shop for fabrics, you're above the fold. Absolutely.
Did you hear that?
Above the fold.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. It is, because I don't have time to hold their hand to say, go source me out a blue rayon. Mm-hmm. I mean, literally, they look at you like, is that the brand? You're like, no, that's the fabric. Mm-hmm. And I know right there and right then, I can't even send them to go source it because it's a waste of time. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another really popular question was,
yes,
a lot of costume design involves period pieces and period research. So do you have a favorite way to go about that research? Any books you would recommend or websites? Like, what's your process on period work?
Okay, and period work also means 1970s. Yeah. 1950s, 1980s. When I'm giving a script or a show, I can spend easily 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, literally 3 years, working on a show and understanding what someone with little money wore in 1810, someone what medium money wore in 1810, someone with big money and what they wore in 1810, what they wore to sleep in, what they wore to cook or clean in, what they wore as day wear, and what they wore to go out in. Everything matters. Everything counts. Studying the period of something is everything. You have to know. And a good example is I did Miss Saigon High School edition in the Philippines last summer. Not only was I taking a war script somewhere overseas, I was taking it to an island that was right across this big ocean from Vietnam. We were so close. I had to be 100% correct in my
the
uniform.
Proximity makes everything you have to be more sure.
Yep.
Also time-wise, if you're doing something from the 80s, there are tons of people alive who still remember the 80s, and so
I lived it.
And so, if you get it wrong, there'll be a ton of people be like, "You got that wrong."
You have
Nobody
no
wore
idea
that.
I have people I don't know who write me and say, I think you missed this one. And I'm like, well, I might have, but
Join the club.
I
Yes.
know, join the club. It's
These
like, okay.
emails, man.
Oh, it's like, are you sure that was the color? And I'm like, I only spent 3 months researching it. I mean, I'll go back and see if I was wrong. And I could be wrong. I mean, I could have missed it.
My research trumps your drug-fueled hazy memories.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say that, but that's exactly what I want to say.
I don't write these things, but I do yell at them in the computer screen.
In my mind, that's exactly what I told them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally.
But researching it, a history piece, is imperative. You have to research it. You have to understand. And I don't only research the costume, but I color research. What textiles were available then. It's hard to say where to go get it. New York City, I'm very blessed. I have the New York City Performing Arts Library. It's literally a block from my apartment. I can walk there any given day, but if I have to watch myself, because if I go, it's like a hole. I fall into it.
You have to have a lot of time.
Oh, I mean, even if I'm hurrying up and looking for something, it's 3 or 4 hours, because you just dig in. And that's it. You're in there. You're doing it. But like the colleges, CCM, the University of Iowa, big reference library, you can go online and you can ask for certain materials through them. Like if you go to the Performing Arts Library, you could go into Edith Head's costume collection, her actual drawings and sketchings and renders, and you can see her notes. And you can see what she did for Singing in the Rain. You can see what she did for all these beautiful movies and stage things that she did way back in the day. So there's a lot of references, but the majority of them is you're going to find. I love Pinterest.
So can my students take a peek at your Pinterest boards?
Oh, have them, absolutely.
All right, then I'm going to drop a link in the description box.
Absolutely, because there's just so many theater. We don't do them by period, we do them by show.
Okay.
That way you can go to the show and see what. Then they're not only just my stuff, they're things that people have done all over the world. The biggest misconception is Broadway is only in New York City. Now, Broadway is in New York City, but theater is all over the world. I have people that do theater in Asia, in Shanghai, and in Berlin, in the Philippines, in London, in Sacramento, in San Francisco, in LA. I've got plenty of costumers that I know that work down at the Hollywood Bowl. But it's everywhere. You want to grow where you're planted. And if you're planted in the middle of Oklahoma or Kentucky or Texas, tons of theater. And everyone asks me, I really want to do this, especially younger, mostly high school, college and high school. But I just don't know where to get any experience. I'm like, go work for a children's theater, because they'll be blood honest with you. They'll tell you whether it fits, whether they like it, and you can't say anything to them because they're kids. I mean, they're gonna be like, I don't like that. Because and then after they get it on,
that's so smart. Yeah, because like, what are you gonna do with kids? Like, they're kids.
Yeah.
They're totally honest.
They're totally honest, or they're going to look at you and say, I love this. And you might have.
And that's the best coming from someone who's totally honest.
Especially if you put 2 minutes into it.
Oh my God.
I just did a workshop of Aladdin Jr. before it's put out, Aladdin Jr. Kids, at PS 124 in New York City, which is a beautiful school in Chinatown. And every child from grade 3 to 5 wrote me a handwritten thank you note. The pictures are priceless, but it was wonderful. But yeah, work for a children's theater. They're amazing to work with.
Yeah, I say this all the time, but it's like, you don't need to be in a big city to get experience.
No.
Like, my opera house experience was in Anchorage, Alaska.
Perfect.
And I lucked out because Anchorage actually really cares about their performing arts, and so they did devote money to the opera house. But yeah, Anchorage is far from a big fashion place, big costume,
but it's
Broadway
still important.
Place. But I learned so much that still applies to me.
Yep.
So
it's very important where you are. That little tiny show or that great big show on a little tiny stage is still important.
Yeah.
So make it the best, and And I know costumers all over the world. I mean, literally all over the world. And I have a little group on Facebook. I just started it, which is so cool because everyone's asking to join in. And most of them are small town costumers. And they're like, okay, how do I do this? How do I do that? And a lot of times, Zoe, I learn from them.
Big question that I get, do you need a costume designer's portfolio? And if so, what should be in it?
It's very important to have a costume designer's portfolio. You need the costume, the renderings, how you started and how it progressed and where it landed, starting with the sketch, ending with the render. You need the character and what they were doing, because sometimes the character doesn't do the script. Yes.
When you say render, you mean the actual garment?
No, I mean the final look of the actual garment. Then you need a picture of someone in the garment. Yep, very important. A lot of people, they just draw. Oh, we didn't build it out. And I'm like, all right, do you realize you just drew 12 pleats going this way with a bunch of tabs going over, then a sheer lace and tulle going over it? That's impossible to build. You can draw all you want, but you got to build it. You got to make sure what you draw, you can actually build. That, and a lot of kids, they get all hung up on making it fancy, add extra, but then they can't build it. And then they try to hand it to someone to build, and they're like,
see,
what did you just hand me?
This is what I'm talking about, because students ask me all the time, so do fashion designers have to learn how to sew? And it's like, I don't sew every day. As a designer, I handed everything off to a sample maker, but I take the knowledge that I learned from learning how to sew and apply it to my designs.
Absolutely.
All the time.
You have to understand the seams. You have to understand how it fits. You have to learn how shoes fit. You have to learn the fabric of the shoes. You have to learn if the hat is going to fit with the outfit. I mean, everything. You have to know the fabrics, and you have to know how to sew, and you have to know body proportions.
So you don't want to look at a portfolio where they didn't build costumes, because they gotta know. They have
to build costumes. If they want to work in a now, here's the thing I get all the time. Well, I just want to be the designer. Okay, you have fun with that, because it's only going to take you about 20 years to work there, and you don't. It doesn't work that way. You can't, the fashion world, I'm sure there's, this is my design, this is beautiful. Now you go sew it. Even though all the good fashion people I know, they know how to sew. They understand seams. They understand the fit of a garment. Same
it makes them more creative and better designers overall, having that knowledge behind them.
And they can build on it.
Yeah.
Well, this fit didn't work, but let's stay with this and let's add or delete this. Same with costuming. But if they want to be a costume designer, they have to know everything. I mean, everything. You're not only designing the costumes, you're managing the shop. You're not the shop manager, but you're there. I go into a shop and I don't leave. A lot of costume designers, they go in, they drop it off, and they move on. I want to be in the process. I want to make my name's on it. I want to make sure it's exactly the way I wanted it to be. Because, every costume shop is different. They build differently. Most of them are amazing. But some of them, if you're traveling and you go to a shop that's in the middle of another state and they're using a local university as their costume shop, you want to be hands-on. But most of the people that teach at the universities that I've worked at, they're incredible. They're absolutely incredible. They know everything, especially in the costume shop. So they have to know patterning, they have to know draping, they have to know flat patterning. They have to know how to draw it, they have to know how to fit it, they have to know how to put it, the fabrics to it, and then they have to put it on the person and put it to stage. Then they have to wash it. So there's a lot of steps. It's just not, here's the sketch, go make it. Very seldom. So
that's like you work all the way up to that.
There, in the costume world, there are first hands, there's drapers, there's the pull seamstresses, there's the fitters, there's a lady who does nothing but hold my pins. There's someone, and there's a job for everybody.
That's so funny because I got a question where they said, and I quote, "Is there a job title for someone that helps construct / flesh out the actual costume rather than actually creating the concept? If so, what would that job title be?"
That's the costume shop. You're
Just
not doing the
working in the shop.
concept. They hand the design, the picture over. Here's the render.
Mm-hmm.
This is what it has to look like. But I'm the type of person that when I render, I want a notch color here and I want it 3 inches down. I want a welt here and I want 2 down here, and this is how long I want them. I'm very specific. Even though my renders look, you can see the picture of how it looks, I do a detailed list on the side just so we're on the same page. Because I don't want it to come back to me and be off. That, oh, we didn't put welting here. I need that for a pocket watch. Because I'm the one that read the script.
You are.
Yeah, and in the script, that he pulls it out of his pocket. They pulled the pocket watch out of his front pocket.
Yeah.
It has to be there. When the script calls for a specific costume, she threw the cloak over top of her. I have to have a cloak for her to wear. So even though it shows a cloak hanging off the back of her costume, they might not see that as a piece that needs to be built. So I'm very specific about what I need or what I want. And a lot of times, if I do have time to work on something, I will sit down and build it out before I even render it to see if it looks okay.
Do costume designers use flats?
Very seldom, not
Okay.
usually.
Just like on the figure?
A figure, mostly draping, and if it's a good shop manager who understands body and they can sit down and just cut. Yeah.
And you don't use elongated fashion figures,
No.
like standard 8-head?
Yeah, 8-head. And sometimes we have this trick where, well, I have this trick where if I've got a difficult or a tricky body, that maybe the proportions are just way heavier at the top or way heavier at the middle or way heavier at the bottom. Or this, I have someone that costume that didn't have a leg.
Mm-hmm.
He had a prosthetic leg, and so and he wanted the prosthetic leg to show.
Oh, okay.
So it didn't matter. But you've got to take that into consideration. I will angle them like a silhouette against the wall, and I'll do my own croquis of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I want that figure, and then I scale it. Then I'm like, okay, they're 4'2", and their waist is 46.
Okay.
So that it's not hard. It's just different.
You do have to incorporate the body and the character
exactly,
into your
the costume and the sketching.
Right.
Yeah. So my render is going to be someone shorter.
Right.
And they're going to be someone a little wider, and then that way I can see what it's going to look like. If I put it on a 11 head, oh my gosh, it's going to look like $1 million. No matter what it is, it's going to look like $1 million.
Yeah, which is why we
exactly. We can make
it's such a cheat.
Yeah, we can make it a 22 head if we really wanted to, and move on out.
Yeah, I tell my students, I'm like, listen, design's not very good unless it looks good on a flat.
That's right. You flat it, then you're going to see what it looks like. But getting the proportions right on the render is important, because we have to render children all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There's too many shows out there that have kids in them. I mean, some of the kids are their leads, and they have to look like $1 million too. And you can't have a costume that eats them. That's the thing about it. You put them on stage, and if the costume is like a big coat and it just eats them, you don't even see them. I mean, you only see the head, maybe a little flesh of the arms. Yeah, and you're like, oh gosh, what a mistake. So, and I'm a biggie stickler when I go see any theater. The first thing I look at is, are the pants hemmed on the guys? And does the guy's suit jacket fit where it's supposed to be? Because so many just throw a suit on the guy. It's like, no. We got to make that suit look good and fit well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of the look for this person. Yeah.
So the portfolio, you don't need mood boards, you need the script notes, right?
Oh, script is everything. Script is everything.
So like if you're talking about the portfolio, so you can have like the title of the piece, and then like notes on the costumes and what the costume designer needed to take into consideration, drawings, photos of the garments on a person.
Absolutely.
But you don't need mood boards, you don't need fabric boards, because it's
already handed to you.
Yeah.
Because in theater, the mood board has already been set by the designers, which is the costume designer, the lighting person, the set person, the props person. You know, we've already got our color board. We've already been given our directive. This is the color board we're staying in. So now you go and take it and do it. And
But
that's fun.
would the person creating a portfolio for finding work like have to include that information?
No,
Or,
not
like,
necessarily.
Because a lot of the time, like students, they have no work experience, so they have to like make something up. So
Right. It's
they'll
a portfolio
pick a
piece.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can just, you know, I love this play, so I'm going to costume this play for my portfolio.
Exactly.
And then they can just like have the script, story notes, and then the drawings, and
They
then
can
like
do that. They can
do the
that.
garment.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And if
okay.
they wanted to, then you should put your own coloring and why you chose those colors.
Yeah.
This is my thought process.
Mhm.
And that's what it really is. Can they think it through and working with a director, I have to get inside their head. Because sometimes it's hard to get someone to really tell you what they're wanting. You know, oh, you know, just make it pretty. No, that doesn't work. Just make it pretty never works. I need details. And time is always of the essence. You know, they're detailing me and I have to detail it back in the sketch. And sometimes I can take every word they've given me, put it in the sketch, and they look at it and they're like, oh, that's not what I was thinking. And I'm like, okay, let's start again. 40 renders later, you're like, I'm done with this. You know,
What's the tightest turnaround you've ever done?
24 hours in a piece or two. And, oh God, I know, you just have no idea. It's always tight. It's always running tight. And a lot of times it's because the character changes, the scene changes, the play changes. I mean, I've seen plays go to Broadway and 2 months later they change costumes after being on Broadway for 2 months. Oh, that wasn't working, so we went in and switched it. Like, okay, I'm glad that wasn't me, but okay. So you never know.
I have a fashion designer girlfriend who texted me earlier today because she had just sewn 12 welt pockets in an hour, and I literally typed to her, that is my worst nightmare.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. That truly is. And you know, it's like, oh, well, this person fell out of the show that was 5'9" and she was a size 4. Her understudy's going in and she's 5'2" and she's a size 12. Now make it work. You're like, okay, I think I can do this. You have to do it. You don't have any chance.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
So let's get specific with you. Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background and earlier in your career? Because I know you were in fashion and had your own business, and then I don't exactly know when you transitioned into costume or why.
So funny. My degree's in pattern making. I did most of all of that a long time ago. But I've always been the child that tore things apart and got in big trouble for it. It's like, I didn't want it to look that way.
You're like my third guest who's had that
Yes.
childhood.
Yes, and it's like, oh, why'd you do that, or why'd you do that? And it's like, oh, I don't know why, I just wanted it different. So I was a bored mom with 2 little babies, and my husband worked full time, and I said I want to start my own little kids clothing line. This was 28 years ago, before everybody started to do it. I did it a long time ago, and I did. I'm like, you know, I can sew, I know how to do this, and I mean, it wasn't great, it was just small, and I really didn't put 2 shakes into it. I thought, you know, I'll put it on them, you know, a couple little boutiques where we live, you know, see if it sells, it does. Give me a little income, keep me busy, keep my mind from going crazy, and I don't have to listen to children's stuff all day long, because I loved being a mom, but I really missed working for something that was something that was mine.
And this was in Ohio?
No, this was in South Carolina. I went with my husband to where he was working, and we were down there. We weren't down there long. And the next thing I know, that little clothing company just blew up. I mean, literally blew up. I was getting orders from 2 big catalog houses. And here we were making it in my living room. We were literally our own production company in the living room. And I was calling in everybody I know to come help. Oh yeah, I'll give you free clothes. Just come and do it. You know, blah, 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 blah. And they were all had kids. They're like, yeah, are you kidding? I'll come and work for that. And we owned it for a long time. And then I sold it. I'm done with it. And my oldest daughter at the time was in 5th, 6th grade. And she goes, oh, Mom, I auditioned for Annie. And I got Annie. Now, I was in Cleveland on a business trip and 5 hours away from my hometown. And I said, oh, that's nice. You know, that's great. I mean, I loved theater, but I was never really a theater person. I mean, I liked it, but not like the real theater people do. Mm-hmm. And I said, oh, okay. I said, that's really cool. She goes, and, you know, the director's like, you know, if you want to, you can make my dress. I literally made it that next day when I got home because I thought she needed it the next day. Oh. And I sent it to school and she had it. And the director's an old friend of mine. She called me and she said, oh my God, Shirley, you make, you know, all the costumes. Next thing I know, I'm costuming all over. I mean, literally all over. So I won this award at this junior theater festival in Atlanta where we went down there and did all this. And the next thing I know, I'm in New York City and I'm around everything and I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to jump. It's time. It's time. And my youngest daughter's like, well, you're not doing it without me. I'm coming with you. So, and my older two were already in college. You know, it was a whole new ballgame for us. So we literally moved there thinking we'd be there for like a year, maybe. We'll go give it a try. We'll have fun. We'll shop. We'll see shows. We'll go to the museum. She's a big museum person, big museum kid. I mean, literally had no idea. Next thing I know, costuming everywhere. But like I said, Broadway's not only there. Mm-hmm. Going to the Philippines, going to Australia, going to, all over America, literally everywhere. And I also got in at the Junior Theater Festival, which happens in Sacramento, which I just came from. And I work with them on a lot of different little things, but all related to costuming. I'm not a writer. I'm not a person that sings, obviously. And I stay in my lane. I costume. It's what I do. And then I got involved with the National Educational Theater Society, which is EDTA, and the National Thespian Association. And they're just as big and just as huge. And through them, I teach workshops all over the country. And they have a National Thespian Association, which is the International Thespian, for a whole week in Lincoln, Nebraska. And I taught the PD, the professional development classes, in everything costuming to directors, which is amazing because we can start Google Classrooms. We can talk all year long. They send problems, they send questions, and we can discuss things. And through them, they actually have a costuming, not a track, but it's called an individual event. And these kids that have bigger high schools, they actually have costuming classes in a high school.
That's impressive.
Oh, it's beyond impressive. I'm like, oh my gosh. They come with these individual events and they get adjudicated and they have storyboards and they have guidelines and they have to render it and that's just costume design. Then they have the whole costume construction track where they have to build the piece out. These are kids that work on pieces for 3 or 4 months. And some of them are beyond your wildest dreams. You turn them inside out and you're like, you Frenched every seam on the inside. Why? Well, I just wanted it to be perfect. Now, in the theater world, it's not so much like that. I mean, it fits and it's good, but there's no French seams underneath it, unless it's opera. And they do a lot of those, a lot of corsets.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because the consumer, like in fashion, the consumer is the person who wears it. But in costume, the consumer is the audience and not the actor who wears it.
Right, whole different consumer audience.
Yeah, the focus is the consumer experience and not the actor's experience.
Exactly. Did it come across? But that's how it started. I just started doing it, and now I don't think I could ever go back to fashion. I'd love to. I'd love to go back to fashion, but I don't know what I would do. Costuming and fashion are in the same way that everything is subjective. You're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. And there is no in between. You walk out and you're like, oh, I love the costumes. They were so amazing. Or it's like, those costumes are horrible. Same thing with fashion. You walk into one of the stores, one of the box stores, and you're like, oh, I love this season. Then the next season, or halfway through it, you're like, oh, what happened? I don't love it anymore. And it's the same way with theater. Everybody has their own opinion on what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't own anything. You have to have very broad shoulders. You have to have no heart, because you will get every criticism under the sun, and you can't work with everybody.
You know what I tell people? I'm like, I'm not actually fat. My skin is just this thick.
Yeah. And I've earned it. I've earned every inch of it and every gray hair, and I'm going to keep it.
So how do you find jobs? That was I think the number one question is, how do you find work? Is there certain job boards? Is it hustling and networking? Is it cold calling directors? Like, what is the thing that works?
A lot of it is you have to get in an intern for a costume designer or a production company. You can be a PA, an assistant on any. You don't even really have to work in costume. It helps to work in costuming. You can work backstage as a dresser. You can work with the children to be a child wrangler, to watch the kids backstage during the show. If you can get your foot in the door any way you can.
Just take some crap job.
Take some
just
crap
so
job.
People can see your face.
See your face, and then you get in, and they realize. And if you're working on a movie set or a TV set, they probably have 5 or 6 people shopping for them, because it's a whole different ballgame than actual live theater. And you get hired as a PA or an intern or whatever they want to call it, as a shopper or as a runner. Mm-hmm. And that job is insane. It's so hard. It really is, because you're out shopping, you're out building, you're out pulling. Then you have to find studio services. You have to understand all that lingo. But it's a whole new process. And if you can get your foot in one of those doors, and it's not hard to get your foot in one of those doors, you just have to know through the trade papers that are theater or that are film, just like the actors, they have to do their footwork. You have to get out there and do the daily grind. And then when you get that job, you have to be the best person on that job. You have to be irreplaceable. You have to be you can't be lazy. There's no room for laziness at all. You can weed out the ones that you can tell that aren't used to working.
Yeah, because, style is subjective and design is subjective, but work ethic is not.
Work ethic is not.
No, they'll see you either have the hustle while you're getting everyone coffee and want to hire that work ethic for other things.
Yep.
Or they won't.
I have people that have come in and worked with me, and they're like, okay, do you want me to go walk your dog now? Anything to keep that job.
Yeah.
Anything to understand that's the most important. And then you've got ones that say, or you've got the ones that sit on their phone all day. Downfall. It's the downfall of any work room.
They're waiting for you to assign them some real design work.
Yeah, and their real design work is sewing 80 buttons onto red coat jackets.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your pile. And that's happened before. It's the one on their phone that when the job is offered up, they're too busy on their phone and they don't understand that the job is even offered up. I don't let anyone on their phone do this costume job. All phones put aside. You can be on your phone on your lunch hour or on your break. If there's an emergency, you set your phone right beside you. I understand. Mm-hmm. I get it. I have a family. It never fails. I go to town. The dog is sick. My dog ate 3 pills of Singular one time when I was out of town. And of course, I had to call their vet and I had to get out.
Last time I went out on business without my husband, he broke his shoulder.
Oh,
His humerus is in 5 different pieces right now.
Saw that. That's just sad. You can't go anywhere, Zoe.
Because the time I went on business alone, right before that, he broke the couch, and that's why I only have 1 couch right now.
You have to have a stern talking with him. Mm-hmm. One business trip, I was on the plane from Texas, almost landed in LaGuardia, and my middle daughter said the lamp fell on my foot, and I'm on my way to the emergency room to get stitches. Happens every time. It doesn't happen every time, but it happens a lot. So I'm like, I before I walk out the door, I'm like, please, just don't
do anything.
Don't.
Can you just lay down the
Lay
whole
down,
time?
lay
Oh my
down.
God.
That's it.
Just stay in bed the whole
don't
time.
do anything. I don't want you to joke. I mean, it seems like that, but I travel so much. And that's another thing for a costumer. You got to be willing to go. You got to be willing to go where the work is.
Mm-hmm.
I travel a lot. Since January, I've been in Kansas. I've been in Atlanta. I've been in Virginia. I was supposed to go to Maine, but I actually got sick for 2 days. And I had to cancel.
I think that's really
and now I'm in
encouraging.
Sacramento.
I think that's really encouraging for a lot of my audience because everyone just assumes that you have to be in a big urban metropolis to get work, but there's theater everywhere.
Everywhere.
And so
Everywhere.
if you can find work everywhere, like
Yep.
there's things going on.
You find your niche. You find what works for you. It might not be a job that someone else already has. Mm-hmm. My job, I pretty much created for myself because what I do is kind of different from what a normal designer would do. I mean, there's like most of the designers I know, they're at smaller theaters working all over the world or equity houses working all over the world.
What's an equity house?
Equity house is a house that is equity union rules.
Okay.
And you are full equity house or you're a scale equity house, which is like LORT, and they only do certain equity contracts, like 1 or 2. And then you have a full equity house. Say you go into any house in New York City. It's all ran by union and equity or union contract, and they do all the work. Like you don't change a light bulb, you don't move a ladder, you don't pull a drink. You stay in your lane. Mm-hmm. You do your job. Mm-hmm. But then when you go into a smaller little town, they might not have any equity people.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned trade papers a second ago,
Mm-hmm.
so I only know the fashion ones. What are some separate costume trade papers?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
There is Playbill has their own.
Okay.
Oh gosh, if I forget some, they'll get mad at me. There's all the ones in New York are Playbill. There is Offstage Jobs.
Okay.
Great little resource. But here's the issue. There's some in New York City and some in LA that you have to be already in the business before you're allowed on the group. Okay. Because they don't want 9,000 people coming that don't really know what they're doing.
Right.
Because their time is money.
Right.
Yeah. And they don't have time to train them. But getting there, every town has a Broadway series that comes through. If you go to that venue, even the smaller towns have non-equity tours. Every tour travels all over the world. Mm-hmm. In San Francisco, what's your venue here that you would go see a Broadway show at, a traveling Broadway show? I mean,
I don't know. I've only been to the opera in San Francisco.
Okay, we were just in Sacramento, and Aladdin was going to be there, Cats was going to be there, Lightning Thief was going to be there. So all these shows come in. You can go to the stage manager of the stage, not the person over the theater, but the person over the stage. And you can say, do you have a call board to where you need someone to come in and help load in, load out, do wigs, do costumes, do laundry? And those are paying jobs. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know how much they pay in each state, but that's a great foot in the door. Not only are you getting valuable experience, every college campus, they work the stage. Mm-hmm. Great place to do it. But that tour, who probably have originated in New York City, you're getting to meet everybody backstage at that tour. You're getting to meet the wardrobe person that traveled with the tour because you're working side by side with them. Great way to make connections. And then they might say, well, I heard this show might have an opening, or I heard this show might have an opening. But that's a great way to get into the door. But LinkedIn has costume design and assistants and PAs, glass door or glass ceiling, one of those, they have that also. It's actually a thing that you want to get in and work your way up. Mm-hmm. I very seldom do I see, we have an ad for a costume designer. It's always a shop manager. Mm-hmm. And a bunch of summer stock theater all over the world. Mm-hmm. Opera houses, Shakespeare, theater, kids theater, high school theater, community theater, they all have summer productions. Go get involved. I like to sew. And this is what I would like to do. But whatever you do, if you're offering and willing to do it, make sure you follow through with it. Mm-hmm. And make sure you do it. Mm. A lot of people are like, oh, I want to go do that and I'm going to do it. Never do it. I mean, they want to do it, and they voiced it that they wanted to do it, but it never came to fruition. So you got to make sure you're following through with every commitment you put through.
What is the financial process of being a costume designer? Are they given a budget by the production, then paid for the service after? Do they still receive royalties if a movie is highly successful, especially for fantasy movie costumes where it would be very difficult to sell or auction?
That's a long question.
I read that verbatim because
Okay.
that was what they...
All right, costume designer. Everything is pretty much set by the producer.
Okay.
This is the designer. Everybody's different.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's one budget.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's your fee, and here's the costume budget, and here's the costume shop budget. It's broken down. You
Okay.
just don't know if it's the production. Once you sign your soul over, literally, they belong to them. It belongs to them. It's theirs.
Have you ever heard of a costume designer getting royalties? I've never heard of that.
No.
I know actors get royalties, but it's like you see their face over and over again.
I think it depends on what show, because I do know a few production companies that do give royalties to everyone in the first workshop of a show.
Okay.
But not a lot. We're
Yeah.
talking like 0.5%.
So just in general, no one should be relying on royalties to
Oh no,
retire
you won't
on.
make money on
Yeah.
costume royalties. There's no such thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what
because
thought.
you can change a seam, or you can change a button placement, and it's yours now. You can change. There's many lawsuits.
that's how clothing works.
Fashion.
Yeah.
Look at the
Yeah.
lawsuits between like 10 years ago. Was it two big names, and it was over one look, and I had it. Like, no. And neither one of them won. I mean, it was a no-win situation because they moved something over or raised the waistline or lowered it. So it's the same way.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean... The thing that I have a big issue with is when people go to do a show after it's been on Broadway, we're going to imitate the costumes perfectly. Are you stealing rights? Because it belongs to them now. That's their look. I feel like everyone should make something their own. You can use it as a guideline, but just like choreography, just like music, that belongs to the person who made it. I mean, even though it isn't really theirs, but it's the company that owns it now. And, you know, there's really you can only do Hello Dolly one certain way, and the big hats and the big things. But you can make the fabrics your own, and you can change it up a little bit. But it's still going to look almost the same. But you can give it its own personality. And, you know, and I think that's why working with younger groups, sometimes I let the kids dictate. I'm like, where would you like this to be set? Because there's some shows you can put anywhere. And they're like, oh, well, but put a farm in space, and they're all going to be in Hawaiian shirts. I'm like, okay, let's go with it. Yep, you do what you go with. You do what you have. You work with what you have. But as for royalties, no. But now I've seen many production companies sell the costumes after a show.
But does the costume designer get any of that money?
No.
Because it's the
They've already
producer
been
who paid
paid
for it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've already been paid for your services.
I just want to make sure that they're getting a sense of reality. Like, I know, because like I've had comments from people saying, you know, that wasn't very encouraging of you. Like, I don't feel encouraged to go into fashion anymore. And I said, my job isn't to encourage people to go into fashion. It's to give you a real industry view of what you can expect.
You can ask anyone in my classes. If you want a real look at what I do, I'm going to tell you. If you don't want reality, go do something else. Because it's not my job to sugarcoat it when it is hard. I work nonstop. Anyone who knows me knows I'm constantly working. I work 2 years out. My schedule is booked 2 years out. So I don't have time to stop. I have to keep working. Yeah, even when I was sick and couldn't go to Maine, I was working sick in my apartment.
You and I are like those people, like we don't have hobbies. We just like what we work on.
Oh yeah, I love what I work on. My only big hobby is I love going to museums that have exhibits of fashion and costuming.
Girl, that's like related to our
I know,
work.
that's
I don't think
right
that
back to my
counts,
hobby.
because I love doing that too.
Well, it's so funny because they have that show, Project Runway. Love Project Runway. And
Was that sarcasm?
no, yeah, it is. I mean, I do love it. I love it as a show. It's fun to watch. But in the costuming world, here's how my analogy of it. You've got 48 hours. You've got $300. You've got the best equipment in the world. You don't have a child or a husband or a job or an
Meals to
emergency or
cook and
cleaning and laundry and the dog.
Your giant dog.
big dog. I mean, and friends, and I love my friends. I love being around a lot of friends. You don't have anyone pulling you to do nothing.
You have no responsibilities at all.
All you have to do is create one dress. In my circle of my friends that are true costumers or people that love costuming, our running hashtag is what would I do with the other 46 hours? I would be the one on TV laying on the couch drinking Dr. Pepper and eating lemon chips. And everyone would be like, are you kidding me?
Please go on the show. Oh my gosh, Shirley, please go on the show.
I have been begged to go on the show.
Oh my God.
The person that I'm the kindest to in any theater setting is the custodial people. Yeah. The kindest.
They have the crappiest job.
Well, not only that, but if they find a glove that costs $800 and I can't replace overnight, or if they find a necklace or an earring that accidentally got kicked under something, they're either going to hand it to you, but if you're mean to them, they're going to throw it in the trash. Yeah. But I'm nice to them because their job will save me a lot of heartache. Mm-hmm. And if I can ease their job, and I will offer them coffee before I offer anybody else. Mm-hmm. I'm going out, I'm getting coffee. Would you like me to bring you something back? You can ask any theater house. I do it all the time. Mm-hmm. But they're going to be my new best friend in that house. I have people that hide costume pieces. We didn't like it, so we didn't want to wear it. And I'm like, where is it? Well, I don't know, we couldn't find it. That janitor will find it, or that custodial person will find it. They will find it.
They have the keys to everything.
They can get in any room, any trash can, any corner, and they know the place like the back of their hand. So they will find it for me.
That's true. They know the place better than anybody.
I will say, we're kind of missing this green scarf thing. If you see it, I'll be on the lookout for it. And 99% of the time, they bring it back to me within 24 hours. I found it. It was 3rd floor, behind the girls' bathroom, in a trash can with a bunch of books stacked in front of it. That was a good place to stash it if you didn't want to wear it. But that doesn't happen often. But when it does, that custodial person is going to be the first to let you know.
All right. So that wraps up today's chat with Shirlee. Please drop questions. We had to filter through so many questions, but if you want some clarification on something, drop me a comment below, or if you're nice, you should thank Shirlee for visiting and answering all your many questions. She is awesome. And where can they find you? Do you want people to find you on the internet?
Sure. Yeah. Internet's better than my phone number. Yeah,
Okay.
Way better than my phone number.
I'm not giving anybody her phone number, but I will drop her social media in the description box below.
Yeah. But please, you have anything to ask me, ask. You can ask Zoe, you can ask me, you can PM me on Facebook, you can PM me on Instagram. I'd be more than happy to help you. I won't do it for you, but I will help you. I will at least give you some guidance on how to go this way or that way. I have tons of people that when I go to a festival or go to a conference, they all want to get in. I'm thinking about starting a Google Classroom with just costumers, so we might take the Facebook room also to a Google Classroom, which is so neat because it's more of a private, and we can really get into discussions in there because that seems to be a really good way to communicate. Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. But thank you for having me.
This was so much fun.
Oh, gosh.
This was mostly just to get you to hang out with me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mostly invited Shirlee so she could just blow me up.
Did. The questions were sent to me ahead of time, and now we both, we got them. And she's going to pay me once I walk out the door. Pay me in Bitcoins.
I still don't know how Bitcoin works.
I don't even know what it is. You can pay me in Dr. Pepper, that's for sure.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, crazy. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Please thank Shirlee for visiting my studio in the comments, and I will see you in the next video. Hey guys. So part of my Whatever I Want Wednesdays is going to be devoted to a new series called Tipsy Interviews, in which I invite industry professionals into my studio and I apply them with their alcohol of choice, loosen them up, and then ask them questions about working in the industry. You know, I have a couple of interviews lined up. I have a great menswear designer next time. I have a fabric sales rep. And if you guys are into it, I will pursue more interviews with other people in different roles in the industry. This first interview is with the brilliant, amazing Briana Kranz. She is a fashion illustrator and a fellow teacher at the university that I teach at. And I'm going to show you guys this awesome tutorial that we shot in my studio where she shares with you guys her approach to fashion illustration. And then I'm going to interview her all about, you know, her life as an illustrator and about teaching, because she's an awesome teacher as well. Like, all the students I have that have had her in a previous class sing her praises. Keep in mind during this video that Briana is an illustrator and not a designer. I'm a designer who illustrates, and that dictates a lot of my style and my methods. But Briana is an illustrator by trade. And so her approach is really different. Her opinions on what good fashion illustration is supposed to look like, all these things are different. And that's the point. I wanted to bring a different point of view into the studio so that you guys can hear from intelligent, talented people who are very different from me. I hope you laugh, you know, even half as much as I did. I laughed so hard that I lost my eyeliner. Enjoy the video. Hey guys, so today we have a guest in the studio. We have kick-ass fashion illustrator and teacher Briana Kranz with us. Woo! All right. Yeah, there is some wine involved. You don't know what's in here. It's a secret. Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
Nothing.
How's the wine?
It is delicious.
It's very pretty
And
color.
conveniently, it's like my favorite kind. So thank you.
We aim to please on this YouTube channel.
I'm very happy right now. And snacks too.
Snacks. Yeah, you know, people are always like, how do Korean people drink so much? I'm like, we always eat while we drink. We don't just sit there and do shots. No, we always have anju. We always are like
you sit
snacking
down,
on things.
you automatically get snacks.
Day drinking. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Right.
Somewhere.
I know,
Probably where you are. It's probably 5 p.m. where you are. You have like a lot of subscribers in Saudi Arabia and India.
You do?
I do.
That's awesome.
That was a real surprise.
You're spreading globally.
I'm like a virus. I'm a fashion virus armed with mechanical pencils because I'm too lazy to sharpen pencils.
Those are the best. I miss those.
All right. Briana, please introduce yourself, what you do, why you do it.
All right. My name's Briana Kranz. I am an illustrator, a fashion illustrator specifically. I do a range of work from literal fashion illustrations to portraits to florals, which tends to be my more personal stuff. My work's very direct, I would say, and organic. I use a lot of mixed media. That's pretty much it.
Mm.
It's developed into what I'm happy about, like my own thing, I feel. I think it's pretty unique and it's really fun. It's very in the moment. So there's mistakes in my work. There's, you know, just really what I'm seeing. There's a lot of fun color and experimentation. Yeah, that's what I do. Fashion illustration.
So how did you get into fashion illustration? Did you go to school?
So I've always loved drawing and art. I did art in like middle school, high school. It's like all I wanted to do. So I decided to go to the Academy of Art in San Francisco. I'm not really sure what I wanted to do. So I actually started off as graphic design and did that first semester and realized it was way too much computer time. It wasn't enough interaction like with my hands and drawing. And all that. So I switched to graphic illustration, which was half illustration, half graphic design. And then like my last year of college, they canceled that major. So I ended up going into just illustration. But the thing with illustration, I loved my degree. Great foundation, really strong program, but I never was like super fulfilled in my projects. And so for electives, I went towards fashion illustration at the academy and met some really wonderful instructors, one in particular who ended up becoming my mentor. And I would just go to her classes all the time. I would essentially teacher aide for her, and she taught me a lot. And that was essentially what I decided I wanted my main kind of illustration work to be, which wasn't really what my department was all about. But it was kind of cool because I found my own little thing that I was interested in.
I think that really helps, though, in any field to like kind of pursue the thing that not everyone else is doing.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I feel like it made me work harder. I was more invested in just the skill level that I needed for that. So I would think like outside of the box. I'd be like, well, I'd probably be better at like rendering shoes if I took like a still life painting class, so I would take a still life painting class. Or I really need, because of fashion illustration, it's clothes. It's like I really need to understand drapery. So I took more club figure drawing classes. And I agree. I think because I was so like separated from most students in my major, I ended up kind of creating my own little thing.
So what is your approach and process? What is your favorite thing to draw?
My favorite.
Those are like two completely separate questions. You can answer whichever one you like.
My favorite approach and process is actually kind of very similar to my demo. I feel like when I follow the steps, I get my strongest work. So it's about really seeing like the big picture in that overall silhouette. And then from there, it's breaking it down very simply and almost abstractly in some areas of it. I really love fine art in general. And so when I really enjoy it when I can get like, when you look at like really wonderful oil paintings and there's like 2 brush strokes and it looks 3-dimensional. I try to kind of go for that approach where it's like a flat local color and a little bit of shape and then a little bit of line. It's like a balance of all of those to get something that feels realistic but also stylized. So I would say that's in the end like my approach and what I would like.
That's like the hardest thing to do is to like get the maximum impact with the minimal brush strokes.
Yeah. Simplicity.
Lofty goals over here.
I want something beautiful but simple and balanced. Yeah. And that's what I really actually enjoy about it. It's a struggle. I'm constantly challenged when it comes to when I get a really successful drawing. It's because I struggled and I was nervous and scared the whole time. You're scared to put down that brush stroke, or you're scared or worried to put down that shape because you don't know if it's going to come out right. But what I like about that process is I have to trust myself and trust my skills and just do it. And if it doesn't work, I do it again. So that's essentially what my process is. It's kind of just making mistakes and
doing it and doing it and practicing and
there.
practicing and practicing.
Yes.
And yeah.
I mean, when I do like professional work, I probably do like 15, 20 versions and then I present them with 3. So it comes down to really just refining your process for sure.
I think that's the big struggle I have as a freelancer when I take on projects. It's like what you get is it's not all the things that I worked on. That internet meme of the whole glacier where you see the tip of the iceberg above the water, but underneath is like this giant. It's like that, I feel like, with illustration work where, I need this end result. And then, we'll present you with the end result. But we did like 20 rough sketches and tries to get there. And what you're paying for is that practice and the experience.
Why wouldn't you like relate that to like design though? Like how many patterns do you have to do before you get it?
Girl, don't get me started on that.
No, it's like, and I think that's also something that like students forget. They think they're going to get in their first pattern the right thing, or in their first drawing what's perfect. And that's just not what the process is.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like people are like, how come I'm not getting it? And it's like,
You have to do it 100 times, and then you'll get it.
Yeah, like, do you know how old I am and how long I've been drawing and how many, like, I love it during demo when I'll do something and they're like, wow, you make it look so easy. How come I can't do that? I'm like,
I know.
I've been drawing since I was 5 years old, and I am 112 years old right now. You know, Asian don't raisin. And so, yeah, I draw every single day. If I can't make it look easy for you guys, I'm not doing my job.
No, exactly. And I think that's something that doesn't always like make it through, is that I've drawn this hand in this position hundreds of times, and that's why it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Or like I've drawn this drape on a shoulder in a shirt hundreds of times, and that's why I can do it, and that's why I understand it. And I think people will take that practice for granted, for sure. And that process is a huge part of being creative, whether you're graphic design or design, like fashion design or illustration or anything creative. There is that gnarly process that you have to take to get to that great end result.
In my Thursday class a couple of weeks ago, I was saying, you know, because we're working on this project where I tell them to keep documenting their progress and to also document their mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my students was like, I don't want to look at that again, Zoe. Like, I don't
should
want to
look
go back and be like, oh, look at that thing I messed up on. I'm like, no. That's the best part.
It
Those
is.
are the best parts. Because if you don't remind yourself of the mistakes you made, like, you're just going to keep making them.
Exactly. That's what I always tell them. It's like we draw really directly in fashion illustration. You do not erase, which is very terrifying for a lot of people. But I'm like, if you stare at that mistake over and over again that you made, you're not going to do it again. It's a really fast way to learn, to like sit there and stare and be like, I did that on accident and I hate it. You're not going to make that same mistake. I make mistakes drawing all the time.
What? You're not perfect? Shut up. Don't tell anyone. We'll get fired.
I've had demos where I totally like, I just mess it, the whole thing up. And I'm like, see, even I can't draw a face sometimes. Like, look at that nose. Look how horrible it looks. And then I'll do it again.
Oh my God.
You know?
So what do you do when you have a bad drawing day?
You have to power through it. It sounds so lame, but I have bad drawing days all the time. I mean, I teach 5 days a week, and I have freelance work on top of that.
Yeah.
And then I try to draw to make me happy, like my own personal stuff. And it's like, you just have bad drawing days, and you have to work through it. So for me, my thing with illustration especially is like, if I drew one thing that I like today, I did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Because you can't put like those insane expectations on your day. But there are just bad days, and those bad days all depend on like how you're feeling emotionally. If you're tired, if you're uninspired, if you're overworked, like burnt out, you know, that all affects your drawing process or your creative process in general. So for me, I will sit there and I'll stare at fashion illustrators, or I'll stare at architecture or photography or fashion or anything that inspires me. I feel like that's the best way to do it, or just to not think about it. If you have the opportunity to like take a day off or step away from something for an amount of time, I think that's really important, because the creative process is so up and down anyway.
Yeah, I'll try to shift between projects. Like if I'm painting something and the painting is not working, I will, you know, switch to another project where I'm drawing, or where I'm like more like organizing the first stages of a project. So I'm kind of like shifting gears for a little bit, and then I can come back to the painting or
mixing
whatever.
Media helps a lot. Trying something else. Like if you're doing something in marker and the marker's not working, like trying gouache or watercolor is a nice way to switch it up for sure. But yeah, that's what's nice about having so much work to do all the time. You can be like,
that's exactly
I
it.
can't do this
like,
right now.
Okay, I'm going to work on my lesson plans because I can't draw right now.
Definitely.
Yeah, let me prepare lecture, and then I'm doing that stitching homework.
And if you think of like a student, you know, like if you are just like failing, like your sketchbook work or your croquis are not coming out, like switch to your liberal arts class, go and do your English homework or your history homework, and then come back to it. Like it is important to take those breaks, you know, and to switch,
let your brain
focus.
You know, rattle around.
Rattle around.
Rattle your brain around.
This is something that I know my higher level students hate me for, but I make them go draw on location all the time, and they hate it. But the ones who like understand how good it is for you to like leave your apartment or your dorm, like really benefit from it. And like it's super important to get away and to leave what you're used to and to explore something or to go outside and get the sun on you and to see a tree or like watch a bird eat a bug. Like it's really weird sounding, but it's good for you, you know?
I agree.
It's good to be outside.
I also agree that I think that it's good to take a break from drawing people wearing clothes.
Yes.
Like, this is what we do, okay? She's a fashion illustrator. I'm a fashion designer who draws things.
Yes.
And yet, I still think that we should all take breaks from drawing people wearing clothes. What's your favorite thing to draw?
My favorite thing? I mean, it's definitely a figure. And I like a figure with like graphic elements, so like stripes or a pattern, and just movement in general. So someone with attitude is more fun. But I do like faces, and I do like shoes. So I guess in general, fashion.
Not your cat? I know.
No,
Okay.
I should draw them more often. Do you?
Because
love
seriously, that one illustration of the back of your cat was like my hands down absolute favorite. Like, I'm not saying like you're not great at clothes and stuff, but
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
sorry, but that cat, that was a really good one.
I know, it's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
was really good.
I really captured her too. That's definitely one of my favorite ones, and she's my favorite thing in the whole world. So
Don't tell your husband or your future husband.
yeah, he knows. He already knows.
He already knows. Hi, Briana. What are you painting for us today?
I'm gonna do a fashion illustration.
All right.
Before I start fashion illustration in general, I feel is simple and specific. I think those are like nice things to think about while you're doing a fashion illustration. It's also supposed to be fast, or not like speedy, but you're not supposed to spend like 2 hours on a fashion illustration, especially when you're working from something like an image. So supplies wise, what I'm using or what I like to use, as far as paper goes, I like Bristol. I like the smooth Bristol. It's better for liquid media, and it can take, a lot of aggression. But in general, I can use like an oil pastel or ink or watercolor on the smooth Bristol. This is my favorite brand. It's not necessarily the one you need to get, but I do think a smooth Bristol is the best way to go. I use it professionally and for fun. So I have my reference photo here. I liked it just because there's nice angles in the shoulder and the hips, and the stripes are always a fun graphic element, so it's a little bit interesting, and we'll play around with that. I use mainly watercolor, a little bit of gouache. It's all kind of mixed in here. This is my own palette, but you can use like a basic Crayola set that you can get at like the drugstore. No big deal. Watercolor is pretty cool that way. You just want to be really specific with the colors that you're mixing. So don't use just like a straight up red. Use like a more specific mixture of like red, orange, or something like that. Okay. I also, with the watercolors, I like to use 2 brushes. So I have a square brush, and I also have a pointed round brush. These really let you do anything that you want as far as the size goes. I can fill in a shape, or I can get a really nice thin defined line or detail. Okay, so those are awesome. With my watercolors, I also like to use oil pastels. They're water resistant because they're oil based. So it adds a really nice, interesting effect, because when you go over it with the water, it repels it. Okay, so I have a variety of those. For my line, there's 2 options, especially if you're new to something like ink. The brush pen, this one is by Micron, I think, or Pigma, okay? It doesn't have to be this brand, but what's nice about this in general is the pointed tip. It's really flexible, so it's gonna bend. This can get you used to a rounded brush, pointed brush, similar to this, okay? Which, when it comes to ink, I like to use this thing. I don't know what it's called because it's in Japanese, but you can get it at anything like Daiso or like a Japanese stationery store. What's really nice is this unscrews, and it's the opposite direction because it's Japanese. And you can buy refills. It's really easy to take places with you. It doesn't really explode in your bag. But this has that pointed brush to it. And I'm obsessed with these. I use these for everything. So I will be using this today. But if you're uncomfortable with this, I do think this little brush pen is a nice thing to start with. First things first is the silhouette, which is essentially the outside shape. So if she was standing in front of a sunset, you would only see the outside shape of her, the silhouette. You don't see any inside detail. For me personally, it's a really great place or great way to start a drawing. So really focusing on just that silhouette shape in the very beginning. Most of your details should be last because you don't want to spend a ton of time drawing a wonderful face and then you get down to the bottom of drawing and totally mess it up. So I think the silhouette in general.
Oh, I've never done that.
Really? I know.
Never, ever.
I mean, even I need to remember. I mean, I there's times I'll get too involved in the face and I'll have to start all over. So silhouette first. So that's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to use the ink. Okay. This is a little bit, for the most part, water resistant, so I can go over this with watercolor afterwards. I'm just going to have my reference nearby. I'm going to start at the top. Okay, and I'm using kind of different pressure so you get varied line, like some different thickness. And this doesn't have to be exact, right? You're doing this for fun. It's kind of your own take on what you're seeing, but mainly following the outside shape. So the hair goes down to her collar or the necklace, and then I see some of her shoulder. And you don't have to go all the way down, but I'm just going to take my time and be really specific with all the small details I'm seeing. Come back this way. Okay, this shoulder is a little bit higher, so it is nice to kind of relate what you already have drawn to what you are drawing. So here, just pull up a little bit of that shoulder. Okay, and this is, you can go ahead and start adding some more information from here. It's kind of up to you. This hand is a little bit lower. Okay, so from here, what I like to do from that main silhouette is go into smaller shapes. So if you're looking at something like that whole outside shape, a smaller shape would be like her hair shape, right? Because you can just break down that larger shape into something a little less complicated. It could be her necklace or the V-neck that's happening here, you know, the open shirt. So I'm just going to come in and again, still being really specific with that shape, just break it down. Okay, I see a little bit of her jawline here. Her neck has some nice movement. Go into like some of these shapes. Don't worry if it's not perfect. It's kind of the cool thing about fashion illustration is no one's totally going to know all those mistakes. So I'm just jumping in. Here's my V. Still being specific. Okay, and from here I'm going to stop because I like to incorporate some shape with color. So we're going to move into watercolor from here. Okay, so I'm going to use my square brush. I think the square brush is nice, as scary as it can be, because it forces you to be kind of loose. So you're not going to get something super specific all the time, but it's going to add like a little bit of life to your work. So I'm just going to come in, I'm doing just basic. There's like a little bit of brown here. I'm using like a burnt sienna, which I can actually kind of use everywhere. Okay, if I want like a shadow of that, I can add like a purple or a blue, something a little bit cooler. Just pump that color up. I think I tend to use watercolor differently. A lot of people are very like delicate and pastel-y with their watercolor, and I really dislike that. I think it's super wimpy and kind of like, I'm too scared to really, you know, put down this color. So use less water if you want that brighter, bolder color in there. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of continue down. Fortunately for me, there's a lot of burnt sienna everywhere in this illustration. Okay, but things like stripes, because they're graphic, I can just follow the shape and it's gonna show the body underneath and it's gonna show the fold. So if you're specific with just one stripe, you can get something that really helps define the body underneath. This doesn't have to be perfect. You don't always have to get every stripe, but this is kind of a fun, easy way to help define some of what's going on here. Okay, there are some areas in the reference where you see darker or bolder sienna. So if you go back with that, it helps pump it up and adds a little bit of depth. Just work my way through here. I'm going to extend this. The arm was too skinny. That's fine. Don't worry about making mistakes. It's kind of just a part of it. Okay, here we have all these weird folds, and by following that curve or that wraparound, it's going to help add form and dimension. It's going to make it look 3D. So just be specific. Okay. Again, you don't really need every single one. So from here, I can also look at the shape of her pants because they're pretty flat. When it comes to shape in general, I like to think of just a local color, which is like the overall color of what it is that you're looking at. So the pants are kind of like a burnt sienna, maybe a little bit of alizarin crimson or like a red or a pink. So I'm just going to add and pump up that color a little bit. And that local color, again, is just that overall color. So I'm just going to do like a flat shape this way. I'm not worrying about shadows or anything, and I'm still keeping the silhouette really specific. I need more pink. It's not enough. There we go. So here, I know like her hand, I can kind of see. I'm just going to fill in that shape. The shirt's here, so I can just go around. Okay, you can take some water if you want it to fade out a little bit and just kind of pull it. It'll lighten your color if you want, and while it's still wet, there, I can still drop in some color to bulk it up a little bit. So maybe you want like a little bit more pink in an area or something like that. You can drop it in. And what's cool about watercolor is it's going to dry very strange. So you get this interesting texture. If you're really being kind of smart about it, you can use watercolor to create some really interesting textures. So things like fur, you know, this overall wet on wet technique, which is what we just did, like putting down just plain water or wet watercolor and then dropping in more wet color, wet on wet, can give you some really cool textures, okay? Now what I can also do, because this is still wet, is go in with my pastels, the oil pastels. And because they're oil-based, they reflect the water or repel it. So I can go in here and kind of draw in with line, and I'm still being specific like I was before, but it kind of just pushes the watercolor away. You can also do this first and then go in with that watercolor. But this can be kind of a fun technique. Okay, I'm gonna pull a little bit just because I want this to feel kind of cohesive. A little bit of this color up here. Just doesn't feel too random. Okay, more shapes. So the necklace, we have some shape. Let's go back to the ink for a minute. I'll leave some space for some color in there. This one's a little darker. Okay, I can start to define more stuff. So it's kind of nice to mix up your media, or like what you're using, and kind of go back and forth. So a button, some small detail, some direction of hair. Don't go cray cray. Some people put in like 1,000 strands of hair, and that's really just not necessary. People do that with eyelashes too. Too many eyelashes. Okay, so
my favorite are the eyelashes that stick straight up.
like this. It's like, ugh, I'll have to draw it for you later because it drives me crazy. You don't need 1,000 eyelashes. Okay, so now we're going into the face. And before I jump into like the features of the face, I think it's nice to look at the shadow shapes in the skin, okay? So if you look at your reference, and this sounds very strange, but if you kind of blur your eyes a little bit, you're gonna notice there's darker areas on the face, and that tends to be like along the cheek, underneath the jawline, and even here between the eye and the brow, okay? Throughout the figure, you can see even in areas like where the hand crosses over here, where a sleeve sits, you're gonna see some of those shadows, and I think those are a nice way of adding form. And it's still, just by adding those, you're keeping it really simple. So for skin tone in general, I like to do, and Zoe's definitely more of the expert on this than I am, but skin tone for me is like a combination of alizarin crimson, which is like kind of pink, a little bit of burnt sienna, so like a brown, and then a little bit of blue or purple, and then just water it down. And you can adjust for different skin tones by kind of pushing certain ones of those colors.
I do something similar in gouache.
Yeah.
Yeah. The crimson and the burnt sienna and a little bit of blue for Caucasian skin tones.
Yes. And then if you can change up that ratio. Okay. So I'm just going to jump in. And the face can be scary. Everyone wants to draw a beautiful face. I say if it looks like a face, you did a great job. Okay, so from here...
Oh my god, I just spit out my...
It's true. Okay, so I'm just jumping in. You can put it where you think the eyebrows are. I'm just kind of placing them here. Again, there's like this weird pointed shadow shape here. These will help define like the bridge of the nose. From the front view, you don't want to like draw the lines on the sides of the nose, so I look for like a little shadow here. Even underneath the nose works. And you can kind of jump in where you think the upper lip is. And again, this does not have to be perfect. It doesn't have to look exactly like the model. Okay, I'm going to do this cheek part, but I don't want this to feel too hard. Like you don't want the line to be super, super sharp here. So with a drier brush, I'm going to come in and lift that edge. So I'm just kind of wiping it on my tissue, lightening it, and you can always drop a little bit more in there if you want. Okay, so I'll come back with this underneath her neck. Try not to close the jawline off if you're doing something like a fashion illustration, because it tends to flatten the face. Okay, sometimes you'll see like a collarbone, cleavage or something. So from there you can start to drop in more color, like maybe a little more pink underneath the neck, or if you want to drop color in for lip color. Okay, things like the lips, the mouth is soft, so I like to avoid putting a lot of line there. I think it can really flatten the face for the most part. So I'm just kind of looking at the overall shape. Okay, I do see like a little bit of purples and blues, so you want to be specific with your shadows. Sometimes you'll see other colors in there. Okay, so from here, I can go in with my ink, or if you want, you can use that brush pen we talked about, and I'm just going to do things like define the eyebrows. This is still a little bit wet, so it's going to bleed. You know, pay attention to the direction. The eyebrow usually has 2 angles and thickness to it. And think of the eyebrow and the eye as friends. They hang out together. You want to think about how they kind of relate. So I want to make sure I'm lining up like the brow with the corner of the eye, because sometimes it's further out or it's further in. And think of the eye as a shape. Otherwise it's easy to get like animation eyes. Okay.
No Sailor Moon eyes.
No. No, not in fashion either, like especially. Okay, there's like heavier shape for the lids here. You can break the shape up for the bottom lid a little bit just because of lashes and everything. And then look for that upper lid. I'm going to put a little bit of a line there. And the nose, keep as simple as possible. And then in between the lips is really important. It helps add some shape. I'm just going to look at the shadow shapes in her mouth and do not draw the teeth, or you get some scary faces. Okay, if you want to, you can come in and define this a little bit more. It doesn't have to be with black, but just try and keep it simple. And then I'm gonna jump in and add some more color to her face. So in shadows like here, I see actually a little bit of red, like a red violet. So you can come in and just add a little bit, be specific. Don't be afraid to pump up color, but think about, like, there aren't really green people, so don't put like green in the skin tone. Okay, so then from here, if you want to add some shadows in there, you can. I like to, in her shirt, I like to keep it simple. I'm just going to go over with simple blue to help push some of this movement. Maybe a little there. Maybe I'll add more stripes, and then I'll be pretty much finished. So this brush is nice for simple details. This is wet still, so it's going to bleed, but sometimes it's kind of cool. And that's pretty much it. You can put shadow shapes in the pants too, now that we're finishing up. So I'll put like purple. Keep it really simple though. You don't need like every single fold. You just want something to get the idea across. I'm mixing a little bit of the local color that I use for the pants into the shadow so they don't feel too different. And then from here I'll just, again, you can kind of blur your eyes and look where the shadows are really standing out. And I'll use this thing just so you guys can see, just to define this a little bit. And ta-da!
My viewers always want to know about different media brands that you like, what you look for when you're checking out new media or buying new stuff. Can you, like, we did the tutorial, can you tell us about like your painting kit? And
In general, I would say, honestly, you can do the same thing with cheaper options. Like when you look at watercolor, especially. I had a teacher, Bill Sanchez, who does beautiful watercolor work with the cheapo Crayola set you can buy at Target or Walgreens or the drugstore. Like, he's done beautiful stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Pentel is very reasonable, a good brand, but very reasonable. And that's like my favorite brand for oil pastels. I think you want to spend more money on things like brushes that will last you a long amount of time.
I say that.
Brushes are like an investment. It's just like the makeup brushes. You know, you don't buy cheap stuff.
Right.
I wanted to say a bad word.
We're all adults here, Kranz.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me the bad words I'm allowed to say.
You know, I've already slipped like 6.
But, you know,
I think you're so used to how much I cuss that you didn't even notice them. Like, I know.
It's funny, too, because I'll say bad words in my class, and students are like, because I don't always do that. I usually filter. But definitely, I would say the thing to invest in is your paper and your brushes, because that's what's important.
So that kit you were working with, so you bought like an empty thing, and then
so it's just a tin. It's by Schminke. I think it's, I don't know
German?
I think it's German.
Yeah.
And that was like something I got for myself. It was definitely like I need a nice little case for my watercolors. I had a flat plastic palette that you can get at any art store that just like closes like this and opens like this, but it was pretty big, even folded. And I just didn't really like the way the paint mixed on it. Like it would always like dry really fast or like spread out. I couldn't get like a nice deep, area for the color. So
It's plastic?
Yeah.
Okay, and this one is metal.
This one's metal. Yeah. It's actually tin with like ceramic
Oh,
on the
okay.
inside, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So it's like those camping cups.
Mm-hmm.
Those nice mugs. It's like that similar kind of thing. So the inside's really smooth. And it's the thing is like with my watercolors, I still go back to colors I've already mixed.
Mm-hmm.
So I very rarely clean my whole tin. I like to go back from other projects, like to use those colors and, grow from them. I'll add red to one they already used. So that tin in general, I'm really happy about. But you don't need to get like the whole schmieke set. Like I bought the empty tin, so I have paints that in there in the little squares that I had from college that I've splurged on. I have some gouache in there. It's my own palette. It's stuff that I enjoy working with, and it's all colors I've collected just because of experience.
But I use more gouache in my work than I do watercolors. For watercolors, I don't. It's practice, just like anything else.
I know, but do you use it like? Because when I took a whole illustration class on gouache, and they were like, your gouache should be the texture of melted ice cream. Like, do you use it that way? Like very flat, or do you use it more like watercolor?
I use it in all the ways, and that's why I like it because of the versatility. Like, I just did a sequin tutorial where I use the gouache because that's the best way to get lighter colors on top of darker colors. Because we do that a lot when we're doing like print renderings.
Yeah.
How many prints have you seen where it's like pink flowers on like a black ground?
Yeah, you're not gonna like go around with
Oh my god. I've seen students try to do that. I'm like,
that's a nice
that is not lovely. Sorry.
That is where the oil pastel comes in handy.
I am so gonna try that. I'm so excited to try that once you're gone.
Yeah.
But, so I can dick around and make mistakes without any witnesses.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
But yeah, so I love using it opaquely, especially in those circumstances. Also, I find that when I'm trying to do darker skin tones, there's no amount of like watercolor that makes it look right. I don't know. Like darker skin tones just need to be more opaque.
Yeah.
And so I love gouache for that. But I'll also water it down like crazy and use it just like a watercolor.
Well, that is what's really great about it.
For watercolor, I just have the Winsor Newton Cotman series.
That's amazing. I would say a lot of my
because they're not that expensive.
No, they're not that expensive.
But the quality is really nice.
When you don't need a fat tube.
No.
You don't even know if you're gonna like the paint, first of all. So I think the Cotman series is really nice because they're really thin.
And we don't do like big drawings like ever.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
No, you don't need the big, expensive tubes of paint.
That I will buy a tube of gouache this big, and it'll last like, except for the white, like it'll last me literally years.
Yeah.
So if you want to invest in brushes, like what do you look for? Is there a specific like animal bristle?
I like the real stuff.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Me too.
I don't like the synthetic brushes. I think the squirrel hair is too soft for me.
I didn't like the squirrel.
No,
I have sable.
Sable. Sable is my favorite. That's what I have. Those two, the square brush that I use in the demo and the pointed round brush, they're both sable. I mean, I think any artist, whether it's like oil painter, like a fine art person, or a fine artist, or illustrator, designer, anyone who's creative and uses a brush is going to tell you that the natural hair brushes are the best ones, and they're going to last you the longest too.
Yeah, I do get the cheap, super crusty ones, but that's for texture work. That's not for actual painting.
No, I can see that too. Yeah. I have like little teeny ones from oil painting that I use with watercolor to get texture. So I can see that for sure. But if you want a nice, smooth, beautiful line or a nice flat wash, the synthetic, not the good natural.
I will edit that out for a fee.
Damn it. Oh.
Tell us about your live illustration events, because I've never done anything like that, and it sounds absolutely terrifying. And so every time you do one and post about it, I shake a little bit on the inside. I'm like, wow, better you than me, girl.
It is, the thing, it's terrifying. I stress out about it so much, but when I get there, it's fine. It's one of those things where, that's an example of if you want to get better, you need to challenge yourself. Those scared the crap out of me. I stressed about it the whole week, and then I get there and I'm like, why was I nervous? This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
If it's more portrait based, I definitely get more nervous because there's the pressure of getting a likeness. So making it look like the person, which normally I don't really have a problem doing. But there's always I probably do in a 2-hour event, I can do about 20 illustrations, 20 portraits.
Wow.
And first of all, it's exhausting, but it's intimidating. And I would say out of those 20, there's maybe 2 I disappoint. It's always going to happen. I have to just accept it's part of it. But it's intimidating. Plus, it's hard. They're at a party. Everyone's at a party, so they're drinking, they're talking to their friends, and I have to draw their face. So it's nonstop moving. And I think that's something even in my class I try and tell my students, you're not always going to have a perfectly posed model in the view that you want. They're always going to be moving or something. That's probably one of the most challenging things. And for me, I'm not always the most vocal person. When it comes to being at an event with a stranger and drawing, it's very hard for me to be stop moving. If it was my student, I would be like, hey, you, stop. You're a model. You're not supposed to move. But when I'm drawing a person at a party with a drink in their hand, I don't do that.
I'm a very vocal person, but I would feel hard pressed to do that in that setting where we're you're supposed to be enjoying yourself, but you know what? You're moving too much.
Yeah, so
stop enjoying yourself.
There's a formula for everything. Just say it in a nice way. So,
yeah, you're definitely more diplomatic than I am.
But yeah, it's terrifying. But when I'm there in the moment, I am thrilled. I'm excited. I'm nervous. And I'm challenged, and at the end, I'm very happy. It's exhausting.
Is it a little bit like a performance high?
It is.
Because you are performing.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. My years of piano paid off.
I'm a teary laugher. That's why I usually don't wear eye makeup to school. Because my students will eventually say something where I'm dying. Okay.
Critique always has those funny moments. I love it when my students can laugh at their work. I think that's really important.
That is it's really healthy attitude to cultivate, is kind of separate yourself from your work a little bit, to be critical and also to not take yourself too seriously.
Yes, I agree. I do a lot of group critiques, and especially in level 2 is my favorite class to teach, by far, because they're coming from a foundation and they're learning all this different media and really experimenting. So you really see some students push themselves and challenge themselves. And that's a class where I love it when we have a good group that's really talkative about their work and interactive. And they can sit there and be like, what media did you use? Or why does your foot look like that? Why? That doesn't look like a foot. Everything's beautiful, but this looks like a banana.
Oh my God, I have that student.
It's
I have this student. She's been growing and progressing all throughout the semester in nice trajectory of improvement, but her feet, every week I call her out on it.
Your homework is insane, but in a good way. It's an intensive, essentially. That's how they should just look at it.
Did you see that picture I posted of the busted down bathroom door?
Yes.
And did you see the comments from my students?
Was that your student?
No. That's what my students said. They're it was probably one of your students stressed out from how much homework you gave them. My guess is wear and tear, but it's hilarious how my students were immediately yeah, my students were immediately that was one of your students. I'm how dare you? My students are stressed out. Ever.
Honestly, though, stress is a normal thing. It does not get easier when you leave school.
No.
It does not. It gets worse.
Because you are stressed out, you have work, and you have to pay your own rent.
Exactly.
There are these YouTube viewers They're like, I wish you were my teacher. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I say that right to them, like, whether it's a comment or right on video, I'm like, no, you don't. You don't want me as a teacher because I am the worst.
You have to be mean in some of those classes, though. I think that's part of the learning experience. When I think about, like, instructors who really influenced me, they were my mean teachers because I actually learned something. They weren't my friend teacher.
Yeah.
Or, like, my sweet teacher. I love my sweet teachers. But my mean teachers, the ones that were hard on me, were the ones that really, really taught me something, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess. That's
why
me wanting to be memorable.
I know. I'm
Students
a big
love
meanie.
you. They're like, yeah, Briana, she's the bomb. When I started my YouTube channel, I have been learning some interesting things, some interesting vocabulary from my viewers who are like totally younger than I am.
Okay.
Like I said, the youngest viewer that I know of is 13, which like blows my mind. Hello, 13-year-old students. So someone had tweeted at me saying that I was so slept on, and I didn't know what that meant. And I was like, I hope that's a compliment.
I know.
The context of the tweet was very complimentary, so I didn't get offended, but I looked it up. Actually, my students told me that it means underrated. Who do you think is the most underrated illustrator?
In my opinion right now, as far as like current illustrators go, I would say Bill Donovan, and that's spelled BILDONOVAN. Bill Donovan. He's incredible.
You introduced me to him.
Oh, did I?
And afterwards, I started following him on Instagram.
His Instagram is insane.
Oh my God, I love his stuff.
I think he's underrated because he so clearly uses different parts of his brain. Like he challenges himself constantly. So when you look at his sketchbook, it's very linear.
Mm-hmm.
It's all line. It's very direct. It's all based on silhouettes, the outside shapes, and he's not sketching. He's just directly translating what he's seeing. And then you look at his more fashion illustration work, and it's all shape.
Mm-hmm.
And to jump between those two it's very difficult. And it takes a lot of skill and focus, and that's something that I really appreciate about his work. He does a lot of the wet techniques, which I briefly explained in my demo.
Oh my God, I love wet technique, but it's so hard to get it right like every single time.
Yeah, totally. And it depends on the paper you're using. That's one thing I would actually like to ask Bill, Mr. Donovan. And he's doing a lot of live drawing. He's like flying around drawing for Dior. Underrated.
Yeah, the whole live drawing thing totally terrifies me, but I would like to fly all over the world and teach.
Yeah.
Run workshops.
It's not that different from teaching, to be honest. There's just no talking. Except, I have conversations with the model, but it's not as intimidating as you would think it would be.
Sure.
Uh-huh. But this is the girl saying that, and I psych myself out the whole week before.
A lot of my viewers are either high school students getting ready for college or college students. Do you have any advice specifically for high school students?
It's hard for me because I feel like a big part of our society right now expects people to go to college.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like at somewhere like where we teach, a lot of students are not ready to accept the information.
Mm-hmm.
So my big advice would be to go to college being willing to learn. And as strange as that might sound, it's really important to be open-minded and prepared to get feedback, good or bad, and also be ready to manage your time, because I think college takes a lot more time than people expect it to, especially at something like an art school. That's a big thing, is giving yourself enough time for a project, like realistically, especially if you want something that's going to turn out strong. Making school your priority is going to benefit you in the long run.
All right. Any parting words for my beautiful viewers and yours?
I would say whether it's fashion or anything creative in general, it's really important to be true to yourself. It's really important to be able to work with people, like you were just saying. It's really important to be driven to do what you're doing. And I think if you are realizing maybe you're not 100% into something, it's probably not what you should be doing. It's really important to have that passion. And if you have that passion, you need to make time to work for it. I think in general, it's going to be a better experience for you and a better experience for the people around you. I think that's probably my main comment.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's all about being yourself.
Yeah.
Ain't
no one else going to do it for you.
Nope. You got to be yourself. You got to trust your gut.
You are the best at being yourself, so you should do that. Mm. You guys, how awesome was that? How awesome is Briana? She's so pretty. I love Briana, and if you want to follow her all over the internet, she is on Instagram at Briana Kranz. She is on Tumblr. She is all over the place. I'm going to drop all the links in the info box so that you guys can follow all of her beautiful eye candy and events and whatnot. Next up on Tipsy Interview, I have menswear designer Dahae Kim, creative director of Witch Kim, and hit the subscribe button if you want to alert for when that gets posted, and I will see you next time. I think you need more wine.
I do.
Hi, everyone. Today, I have in the studio Lucy B. Perga. Is that how you pronounce your last name? Yeah. Okay, good job. She is a impressive, incredible, self-taught bathing suit and costume designer, and she makes all her stuff. She makes crazy online sales. She throws up all these cute pictures on Instagram that I slavishly follow because they're all so pretty. And one of these days, I'm going to get myself down to Lucy B bikini size. It's going to happen. Watch. All right, it's going to happen. But so many of you are self-taught. So many of you cannot go to university and have asked me for, I get a lot of emails. Zoe, is it possible to become a successful designer and not go to school? And I never knew the answer to that because I went to school, and so I can only speak of my own experience. So I had been hoping to get a self-taught designer in the studio. So I have brought, ta-da! And don't forget to stay to the very end because we have an exciting giveaway, and I'm going to share the details of that giveaway at the very end of the video. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Lucy B. I'm a swimwear designer for the past 7 years, and that's all I've been doing. I'm a mom. Pretty simple.
All right, so you do swimwear, and then you also do Halloween costumes.
I do.
Those are super fun.
Yes, those are fun.
I love the Lilu one.
Yeah, that's one of my best sellers. I love that, and I sell that all year round because they have the cosplay or Comic-Con
Yeah.
and so people love that all year round.
That movie has become such a classic, all the characters and everything. I love it. Yeah, I love your stuff because stretch fabric is like a special beast by itself. And I've made one swimsuit my whole life, and it didn't go well.
No.
And so when other people do it, I'm like, oh, that's nice. Something I can't do.
It takes lots of practice.
That is hilarious. That is the theme of my whole channel. And I don't know if she knew that because she doesn't watch my channel on the regular. And yet she says the same thing that I always say to you guys. All right. I didn't pay her to say that, by the way. I totally did not. I looked on your website. I read your bio. It's very short. Tells me nothing.
I don't like talking about myself. I really don't.
I know. I love how I got you in here anyway.
I know.
We're going to drag it out of you. All the details. Okay. All right. So please tell my audience how you got started.
I've been sewing since I was a little girl. I used to hand sew everything. The first swimsuit I made, I was about 9 or 10 years old. I cut up a nightgown and I hand stitched together a bikini, and I got in so much trouble for ruining my nightgown. And I just started from there. It was always a hobby I did on the side, and I just loved doing it, and I never stopped. And one day made a real swimsuit after messing with dresses and skirts for a long time, and I just found my niche, and it just worked.
Nice. So you didn't go to school?
No, I did not. I went to school for hair and makeup.
Yeah?
Yeah,
How was
and
that?
I worked in a salon for a little while after, and I hated it. I didn't like touching strangers. You know, when you first start doing hair and stuff, you take walk-ins at the salon, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. So I was like, need to find something else to do. So I just kept sewing. So both of my grandmothers sewed, and so I was always around their sewing boxes, sewing machines. Literally the only class I ever took my whole life was it was like a sewing class in high school, and that's when I learned how to use a pattern, and I made some dresses, and that was it. My foster mother, who I lived with at the time, bought me my first sewing machine because she saw I was really into it, and that's how it started. It was a lot of trial and error and a lot of practice, and I just taught myself how to do it all. I would take things apart. I'd buy something from the store and take it apart and see how it was made, and I'd just try to duplicate it, and I just kept trying and ended up where I am now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was on Twitter, and I tweeted this thing about when you go shopping with a fellow fashion designer, it's always hilarious, like what we say back and forth to each other. And then someone had tweeted at me saying that they were a design student, and what did they say? Like, borderline embarrassing how much she like looks at the fabric and feels all the fabric and looks at all the stitching. And I wrote back saying, no, that is the opposite. Like, you should not be anywhere near embarrassed. That is like the perfect way to shop when you're trying to figure out clothes. And I've been working in the industry for I think like 20 years. I'm old, but I still do that because I'm still fascinated. If you guys were following me on Instagram, I was at the museum in New York a while back, and whenever I go to museums, it's a really terrible idea when the dresses aren't behind glass, because I just want to like reach over and start like looking.
See how it's made, absolutely.
And so if the glass is not there, just stop me. I'm like walking around like hands in pockets, like, Zoe, don't touch the things.
No
Zoe,
way.
don't touch the things. Like, where's the security guy? Don't touch the
I
things.
just need to see how that was made.
So yeah, you like took things apart and looked at the inside and figured your way out. Wow.
I did, yeah. Lots of trial and error.
And then so at what point did you have your first sale?
I think I started selling stuff pretty early on. I think I did a lot of dresses and skirts, which I wasn't happy doing. And then I had a girlfriend who was doing a photo shoot. She was a model, and she wanted a specific swimsuit, and she knew that I liked to sew, and she brought me this picture and was like, can you please make this for me in a specific color? And I was like, okay, I'll try it. And I did it, and it came out perfect, and I was like, I'm like really good at the swimwear thing. So I started buying more fabrics and playing around, and then the girl at the fabric store that I used to shop at, she was like, have you ever been on Etsy? Do you have an Etsy shop? And I was like, no, what is that? And I looked it up, started my shop, and I think within a year, I was able to quit the job that I was working full-time, and my shop just took off all of a sudden.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is a super short time.
I know. Yeah. And so
wow.
That's all I've been doing for the past 7, almost 8 years now, is working from home, living off my Etsy shop.
That's incredible. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a lot of hard work. I work a lot. I work all the time. I love to sew. That's my thing. Everyone always asks me, well, why don't you expand, do manufacturing, have people sew for you? And I'm like, that's just going to suck it all out of me. Like, that's what I like to do, is sit there and sew all day. I have my TV with my Netflix, and I like to create. That's my thing. So that's why I've got bumps all over my hands from my scissors, but that's what I love to do. I don't want anyone else to do it for me. I want to sit there and sew the swimsuit.
So you want to stay small? Because
I do.
Otherwise,
and I will.
It's more about like running a business and not doing the making.
Yeah, and then, what am I gonna do? Like, I love to sit there and sew, and that's all I want to do.
Nice. I love that you just like made it work. This is your thing. This is your favorite thing. And so I know a lot of people are so eager to expand and make a ton of money, but you're like, no, this is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
So yeah. Which was going to be my next question was, what are your favorite and least favorite things about what you do? So your favorite thing is the sewing.
Yeah.
And least favorite?
I don't think I have a least favorite part. Working all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe would be my least favorite. It gets really exhausting for spring and summer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a slave to my sewing machine. But at the same time, that's what I want to do. I like doing it. I can't imagine doing anything else.
So how are you during the slow season? And what is your slow season? Because here's the thing that I always find amusing is, you know, when you look at traditional fashion cycles and how things are sold in boutiques and department stores, they sell in advance. Like Resort gets sold in like January, right? Do you find that people are buying a lot of swimsuits in January?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It starts picking up for me right after Christmas. Literally the day after Christmas, it's on. I'm on spring and summer mode.
Wow.
Yeah. So my slow season isn't really slow because it's summer somewhere else in the world.
The beauty of the internet.
Yeah. And so I've sold in 9 different countries so far.
Nice.
Excuse me, 29 countries. And
that's amazing.
so it is a little slower during our fall and summer in America, but it's summertime in Australia when we have winter, and I get lots of Australia orders, and so it's slower, but I'm still getting orders.
Okay, just so like my viewers can get an understanding of the seasons. So here in the US, Northern Hemisphere, you start getting busy right after Christmas. I'm assuming that's like resort season, and also I think a lot of the time after the holidays are over, people are like, okay, I'm done with winter. Let's go and like do someplace warm. Yeah. And so they prep for spring break, they prep for summer break, and then your US sales slow down in the fall?
Yes, they slow down in November, actually.
Okay.
Since I do Halloween, I still get a lot of swimwear in October and September and August. It really doesn't start slowing down until November.
Okay.
And it's really just like a month and a half where I'm kind of just like, doo-doo-doo. So that's when I shop for new fabrics. I try to make new designs and have a little bit of downtime.
When do things start picking up in Australia? Like when do your sales kind of ramp up there?
Early December.
Okay.
Yeah. I think their summer solstice is around the 20th, and they start shopping early. Yeah.
Do you see any trends in what different regions like? Like, what are your best sellers in Australia versus your best sellers here?
No, but that's a really good question. I should really sit down and pay attention to that. No, I think I probably get more 2-piece, more sexier orders in Australia.
I've heard that Europeans also dress more risque on the beach than Americans do typically.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Wine. Time for wine. Can you share with us a career low point and how you overcame it and what you learned from it?
Absolutely. There was, I think in my 3rd year of doing swimwear after it took off, there was a point where I was getting too many orders that I could handle on my own. I ended up canceling a lot of orders, refunding, and getting a lot of bad feedback on my Etsy. And so that was really low point for me, and I've turned it around ever since, but that was really hard. I think getting my first negative feedback on Etsy, I took personal, very personal, because that's my life, and I do take it very personal. But I've bounced back, and I've learned from my mistakes, and I understand the amount of work I can handle and what I can't.
Do you have like a go-to person if you like just to help you fulfill your orders when you're super, super busy?
No.
Or do you just kind of like, do you have a way of slowing down orders when you get nuts? Or
yeah, I can just click vacation mode on my shop and just take a minute. But I actually have not done that yet.
Mhm.
I'm all about my work. So now that I had that 1 year where I saw how much it could pick up,
Mhm.
I'm just prepared for it. I know that I'm going to have no personal life. I'm going to be up all night because I do want to fulfill all my orders, and I want to take as many orders as I can take and get them out. But I do know that if I need to, I can put my thing on vacation mode and take a moment, or I'll message my clients and let them know I'm a little late. And most of the women who shop with me, they've been with me ever since I started. So most of them understand I get really busy. And if I just send someone a message like, I'm just going to be a few days behind, they're like, no problem, take your time. And I've been working through it.
So you have a lot of repeat customers?
Oh, yeah.
That is the best sign. Repeat customers.
Yes.
Because they already know what they're getting. And they want it again anyway.
Yes, they're the best. They're my favorites. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wine. Whenever I brain fart, it's wine. Although I don't drink, so I just encourage everybody else to drink. On the flip side, can you tell us about a career highlight?
I think that my career highlight at this point is my swimwear was featured on Aubrey O'Day. She's like a pop singer. She was on Making the Band like way back in the day with Puff Daddy.
Oh my God.
So
wow, but that's a big deal.
Yes. So when I was growing up in high school, I used to watch her on that show, and I used to love her. I had pictures of her on my walls. Like, I just thought she was the cutest. I really admired her. And so when MySpace started, I was her friend on MySpace. I'd send her messages. I've had her pictures on my profile. And that's when I started doing swimwear stuff and posting my work on MySpace. And she would comment on it, and then eventually I hooked up with her and her assistant, and they wanted swimwear. And so for the past few years I sent her swimsuits every summer, and she did a photo shoot in, I think it was USA Today, or not USA Today, it was one of those
Us Weekly people.
Yeah, I think it was Us Weekly. I have it at home. And she had a spread, and it was all in my swimsuits, and so that was really cool for me. Yeah, that
sounds
really cool.
awesome, especially since you've been like
I was a fan
from before.
Yeah, so that was like
MySpace.
Yeah, I would not be where I am now if it wasn't for MySpace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, I turned my MySpace profile into designer page, and I'd have everything set up so people could like order if they sent me a message, and I actually still have some of my clients who were with me back in MySpace and would send me cash through the mail who still order from me today.
Oh my God,
yeah,
that's amazing.
I love MySpace. Yeah. That's how I really started it. Yeah. I love the internet.
Yeah, the internet is amazing, but I don't know of anyone who has like catapulted their MySpace profile into current like actual success. That's incredible.
I did.
I just find it incredible that within a year you're able to quit your job and do this full time. I'm so impressed.
I work really hard. Yeah.
I love that you say that though, because I think like, you know, throughout this interview, you've been kind of focusing on, I work really hard. I work all the time. I work around the clock. I practiced until I figured it out. And it's like, I promise I did not pay her to say these things. It's just that's just reality. That's like real people making it happen in the industry. They understand that it's not about being an amazing personality and looking pretty.
No, I'm so awkward.
Lucy is totally pretty, but that is not how she got famous and wonderful and like making amazing bathing suits. Like she got in trouble ripping apart a nightgown. Yeah. Come on now. I love that story. So, because we are focusing on helping my viewers who do not have the opportunity to go to school, do you have any advice specifically for self-taught designers?
Yeah, I would say never give up. Don't ever give up and keep trying, and you're probably going to fail, but keep trying. I never stopped. I failed. I made some horrible swimsuits. I was really discouraged. I, made some customers mad, and I just learned from my mistakes, and I just kept trying. And any little money I had, I would go to the fabric store and just buy a little bit of fabric and try to make something, or I would go to the mall and just go browse in the swimwear section or dresses and just see how things were made and just go home and try to recreate it. I wasn't shopping or doing anything like that. I was just thinking about how I could better my work, and I just kept trying and trying.
You heard it from the lady herself, who makes her living being a self-taught designer. Yeah, like I would like to second the whole like going shopping and looking at stuff. You know when I tell y'all like all the time, get off the internet and go to the store?
Yeah, that's what I did.
There are so many things. I mean, the internet is great for a lot of things. MySpace, Etsy, this YouTube channel. But there are just things that the internet cannot teach you. And that is feeling clothes in your hand and putting them on your own body and feeling how it fits when you move and what seams look like when they're done right, and different pockets, and how sometimes pockets feel awkward if they're sewn into your jacket wrong, you know? And people assume that if you're working with stretch fabrics that the fit is easy. It's not, because things can pull and and like ruffles can like sit funny if they're bunching with the elastic, you know? And so you have to figure all that out too. And I mean, here's another thing I admire about you is like women hate shopping for bathing suits. And so you are already starting with cranky women.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a very touchy subject. Absolutely. I learned that after I had my son. It was like, okay, I don't want to show my stomach anymore, but there's no more cute swimwear, so I need to make something for myself because I didn't like what I was seeing, or things don't fit, or if you're buying a one piece and you've got a long torso, but everything is made a certain way so you can't wear them. So it's like, well, what do I do?
Yeah. So you start with these cranky women. Typically, like, you have two groups. You have people who are happy with their bodies and they're like, I'm going to buy a swimsuit. Yeah. And then people who are like, I need one because you need a swimsuit. Like, you're going to the pool, you're going to the beach, whatever. And you're just like, I saw your rating on Etsy. You're slamming it. Yeah.
I worked really hard for that rating. I think I have almost, if not over 1,000 reviews right now, and I think I'm at 4.5, almost 5 stars. But even still, when I get a bad review, I'm like, oh my god, like what can I do to fix it? And it sucks. But what can I do? You can't please everyone. Even if my work was right, somebody just didn't like the way it fit on them and looked, and it sucks.
So get to work, y'all. Get to work. That if you learned anything from Lucy today, it should be get to work. Occasionally get off the internet and go look at things and practice. And I mean, you said you started on a home machine. I did too. Okay, you don't need fancy equipment to get started. As you make money, you can start incorporating new equipment. Like when I started this channel, like I was just telling Lucy, like when I first got started, I had this $15 tripod from Amazon, and I just shot in sunlight. And sometimes I had a desk lamp, like one I had from before. And like, just as I kept going and kept growing, I'm like, you know, I got a little bit better. I got another lamp, you know, things like that. So don't feel like you have to buy all this fancy equipment from the get-go to get started. She started by using her own nightgown and a home machine. I'm never gonna let go of that story. I love it. Like, I just want pictures of you at that age to kind of like back up my mental image of you getting in trouble.
I know. I wish I still had that swimsuit. I don't. There's a bunch of books from when I was that age. I used to sketch everything out and write price tags next to them. Books and books. That's like what I used to do. I was like born for this. It's so weird.
Yeah, you were. I have a question. So how have you dealt with price increases over the years? Because you've been in business for a while.
And
so you have to deal with it.
Right. Fabric, shipping, prices for everything goes up. I just raised my prices by 50 cents a piece this past winter, and I hadn't risen my prices in 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I was just making do. When things went up, I would just kind of see, okay, well, what can I minimize or find cheaper fabric? Not quality, but I started doing more footwork and finding places locally instead of ordering online and paying double the price. Just doing more footwork, working harder to find a way to make it work. So I didn't have to increase it for everyone because everything goes up every year. And even I'm like, well, this is all moving too fast. But I finally raised my prices this past year, but just by 50 cents a piece, which I don't think is much at all.
Here's a common, I think, concept that a lot of people think is when you get started, you have to kind of, we have like the traditional fashion calendar, right? Where spring, summer, fall, winter, you do these collections, you show these collections, and you know, you either have wholesale buyers or you sell direct, but you have these seasons and you showcase these collections, and that's just like how you do them. And you have to like put together a merchandise collection with shirts and pants and jackets and stuff. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you've completely skipped over that.
Yeah.
You're like, that is not my jam. And
I literally do my own thing. I've always done my own thing. I don't go along with what everyone else does. I've been making it work my way.
I've been following you on social, like especially Instagram, since we met at that show. When was that? Like 2011?
Long time ago. 2010, I think.
Yeah. So I've been following you on Instagram since then, and you just announce whenever you have something new, like whenever you want.
Yeah.
And I think that that's how people shop now more, because, you know, they don't follow the fashion calendar. It used to be people went shopping like in one family outing just a few times a year. But now it's like, you know, every once in a while you'll be on Instagram and be like, I got this new fabric, who wants something?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I do it. And a lot of people occasion shop. So they're going to somewhere specific. So that's when they're looking for the swimsuit, because they're going to Vegas or they're going on a vacation last minute. So that's when they're shopping. I've never followed the calendar. And I felt a little weird about it for a few years. Because I think most of the designers swimwear, they do it like a year before and winter or something. And I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, I've got it now. This is what I've got. I've got a limited amounts. Order it and it's going to be gone. And I'm going to put out something new for you guys.
Yeah, that is the traditional calendar where you start designing the year before, and because you're working with a whole company and a team and a supply chain, but you have so much flexibility because you're on your own.
It's just me, I get to do what I want.
It's like, I feel like this is hot right now, so I can just cut like a dozen of these.
Yeah, I'm like, I would wear that, so I'm going to make it. I don't make anything that I personally wouldn't wear.
So how many swimsuits do you sew a week? You must be so fast by now.
I am really fast. 45 minutes and I'm typically done. Cut, sew, everything.
Are you with me right now?
I've been doing this for like almost 8 years. I've got it down. Yeah.
So
during my busy season.
That is so fast. I could never sew that fast. No. What the fuck? 45 minutes?
Yeah. So during my busy season, by 5 o'clock, the time I'm dropping all my shipments off, I'm either between 6 to 15 orders dropping off a day.
Shut up. That's a lot of practice, y'all.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, yeah, like I draw really fast. That's because I do it like every single freaking day of my life. But yeah, I can't sew that fast. Not even close.
See, and I skip the whole drawing thing. I don't draw. Like maybe like once every other year I might think it's a good idea to draw. So I draw something out and then I never go back to it.
So when you have a new idea, how do you do the product development?
I will just do it. I'll just think about how I want to do it and I'll just cut it and make it.
So even when you were much slower at the whole cutting and sewing, you just did everything and kind of put it on a mannequin or dress form, put it on you and like pinned it and you're like,
that's exactly, I'm stabbing myself with pins all the time and things half naked because I'm taking things off and sewing it, putting it on, and it's a lot of work. Yeah.
Wow. Damn, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Wow. I've loved hearing your story today. Thank you for coming in. Because I know you're like, I'm awkward on camera.
I don't like the spotlight. I don't like it to be about me. I'm so like, I just want to work. And
you're
take
not
the credit.
in that much photos anymore. Like, you used to be a little bit more, but now you have
when
models.
I was younger and I thought maybe it'd be cool to be like popular or like famous or something, but now I'm like, no, that's not what I want. I want my work to speak for me. I don't want to be in anything.
Yeah, you're hardly in your pictures anymore.
Yeah, I did shows, and that's when I realized I didn't like the spotlight. I don't like really being in the industry. I don't like mixing with them. It's so weird. I don't know. I like my work. This is what I like to do, is make things. So I try to stay out of the limelight. So like when you asked me to do this, I was kind of like, but I was like, oh, but she was really nice, and I really liked working around you when we did those 2 shows, and I was like, oh, well, I should just do it, you know?
Yeah, but like, I think it worked out because like my channel, like a lot of my viewers and me, we're fashion geeks. I'm not in fashion to hobnob with famous people and go to cocktail parties. No. Even though I don't like sewing, like on the other spectrum of things, I love the craftsmanship. I love people, like, I'm so impressed that you can sew a bikini in 45 minutes. That like blows my mind. And I love it when people can draw really well. I love it when people can like cut an amazing pattern. Like, that's the stuff about fashion that I love the most. And I love having makers in my studio talk about process, and not like, I went to this party and let me name drop some people, and and I think a lot of my viewers want this information, because there's enough of the Vogues out there that are like, oh, we had this gala, and I'm like, I don't care.
Sitting high in their castle and not doing anything.
Like, I would like to send a dress to the gala, but I don't want to go there. I'm like, oh my God, that sounds exhausting. But let me send you a ball gown.
Right.
I'm totally down for that.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I think my clothes have been in way more fabulous places than I have been physically.
Me too.
I'm totally down with that, though. I'm like, yes. That's my ambassador.
That's the rewarding part. Yeah. It's like, that's my work there.
And like, send me many pictures. And they send me all the pictures. I'm like, that's the best.
Yes.
That's the best. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Drink more wine. Okay. On to the giveaway. Lucy has agreed, out of her amazing, generous heart, to offer a free bathing suit of your choice to one lucky viewer. Yay! So here's how it works. Number 1, go to one of Lucy's many social media sites. I'm going to drop all the links in the description box. Her Facebook, her Instagram, her website. Go to one of those sites. Check out her bathing suits and pick one to illustrate. Okay? Do not illustrate your own design. Don't go and do some crazy other illustration. Illustrate one of Lucy's bathing suits, but you can illustrate in whatever style you want, whatever medium you want. Just make sure it's one of her bathing suits, and then post it on Instagram or Twitter with hashtag LucyBZoeHong giveaway. Don't post it on any other social media because the hashtags don't work. It's a pain in the butt to track. Instagram and Twitter, that's where we're going to be tracking. And then Lucy herself will select the winner. I do not select the winner so that I cannot be accused of favoritism. She's going to pick the winner. And then you get to select a bathing suit from any of Lucy's existing styles. And then I will get you guys in touch with each other. You can give her the measurements, your measurements, or if you're gifting it to someone, their measurements. And she will cut and sew to those measurements. That's the giveaway. Exciting business, right? Go look at her website. Her suits are super cute. I'm so excited to do this giveaway with Lucy.
Yes. So, hashtag Lucy B, Zoe Hong giveaway. Illustrate one of Lucy's gorgeous bathing suits and enter for a chance to win one of your very own. Questions? Leave them in the comments. Yeah, if you have any questions for Lucy, drop those in the comments and I will tap her shoulder to see if she can answer them. Any last parting words?
No. That's so awkward.
I know, but you're like, I am a business person and I like to sew. I'm not a personality. I'm like TV
No, I'm
personalities.
not a personality.
You know what?
Just me.
It's like we've had all range of awkward and not awkward. I don't interview people based on like whether they're a snazzy personality, okay? I'm not gonna have Ryan Seacrest up in this shit, okay? That's not my jam. I like real working designers in my studio to interview. You guys know that, right? So you guys know the drill. Enter the giveaway. Even if you're not entering the giveaway, get back to work. You heard Lucy. It's all about practice, in-person research, putting in the hours. And no, I did not pay her to say those things. She just agrees with me without even knowing she's agreeing with me. All right, hashtag always be practicing, and I will see y'all in the next video.
That's
We're
your
good.
Hashtag always be practicing.
Yeah.
That is so perfect. You really picked the right person.
I know when you started talking, I was like,
literally.
Yeah, so I have 3 hashtags that I use constantly in my social media, and like I sign off my videos in turn. It's hashtag always be practicing, hashtag practice not magic.
So true.
Because my classroom motto was, we are not made of magic, we are made of practice.
It really is, yeah.
Because I would do a demo and my students would always be like, oh my God, Zoe, you're made of magic. I'm like, no, I've been drawing since I was 5 years old.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
And then the third one is hashtag if your first one sucks, you're right on track.
Yeah.
Because everyone, like, I don't know, people are always like, you're never gonna, like, the first one never is good.
Yeah.
But you have to do it anyway.
Yeah.
That's the newest
Absolutely.
one that I'm gonna start incorporating is do it anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, your first one sucks. My first one sucked. Your first one
yeah,
sucked.
I don't even want to see my first swimsuit. My first real swimsuit. It's probably terrible.
Yeah, like everyone's first one sucks, but you did it, and that's what counts. It's like you just keep going.
Just keep doing it. Yeah.
I just recently posted a video showing my sketches from high school and college, and people were losing their shit. They're like, dude, you're awful. I'm like, I know. That's why I showed you. I would have showed you older stuff. I just didn't hold on to it. So I literally do not have that to show.
Right.
But I would have shown it to show you guys.
Yeah.
Like, I've been drawing since I was 5. This is how awful I used to be. And you guys know what my work looks like now.
You have to practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, my whole channel is all about that.
Awesome.
Hey, guys. So, I'm in LA, where I don't live here anymore. I used to live here. And honestly, it is late July, and it's early in the morning, and it's already 120 degrees. And I don't even understand how it gets so freaking hot, so freaking early. And I really don't understand how I lived here for 6 years and didn't melt completely. Because you guys know I grew up in Alaska, right? Like, I don't even know why I did that to myself. I moved from Alaska to LA like an idiot. Whatever, right? So it's 120 degrees, and I trekked all the way down to the bowels of Garmentoville to talk with the design director and Missy designer at Taylor & Sage. And I went to college with these girls, and they're amazing. They're so talented. I'm so excited for you guys to meet them. I mean, yeah, I'm friends with them, but I wouldn't introduce you guys to people I didn't think were incredibly talented. I hope you guys find their interviews inspiring and informative, and, you know, these ladies love working in fashion. They love designing, and it shows. It really shows. And I've had a really amazing time wandering around these beautiful offices. I hope you find this video helpful for your career planning and whatnot, or just for your enjoyment, because you know me, I can't do anything with a straight face. I have to make a joke all the time. Jen is back there laughing at me as we speak because I'm borrowing her office for this.
get a bowl of popcorn, glass of wine. Wait, never mind. So many of you guys are teenagers. Scratch that. Go get a soda. Okay. No, go get something healthy because sodas are so bad for you. Whatever. Go get a healthy snack, take a load off, and enjoy. Hey guys, today I have Design Director of Taylor & Sage, Jen Torres. I'm so excited.
Welcome to our world. Hope to share a lot of good information with you.
Oh my God, I'm so excited to be here and just show everyone like this beautiful office. It's so clean. I was so sure that you guys cleaned just for me. And then Susie's like, no, it always looks like this. I was like, oh, I'm amazed. Like, all the places I've ever worked at, it's like super dingy and super Garmento style, but it's all cute and posh here. What the hell?
Oh, well, thank you.
So please tell us what you do here and a little bit about the company, please.
All right. So this is Taylor & Sage. We are a young contemporary junior company. And what that means is the age range that we cater to is teen to maybe in your 30s. But we have a good crossover customer, good word to learn, where even though the older customer will shop our product because it's the junior world, it's a lower price point, but they can find styles that work for them as well. So we keep that crossover customer in mind when we're designing. So we try to cater to all ages, even though we're considered junior. So I hope that makes sense. So I'm just the design director here, and my job is to oversee the design team. We are a small company. We're approaching our 2-year mark. We're new. We have about 50 employees here. We, however, do have a factory in China that we work very closely with, and so our China team is really great.
Can we talk a little bit about your team? How many people? Who's in what section? And like kind of, not to get too hung up on like who's the boss, but kind of like how that structure works.
Right. Come on in. This is our design room. It's early in the morning, so our design team is not here at the moment, but I just wanted to show you guys around so you can get a gist of what it's about in the fashion industry. We are a junior, young contemporary company. So this is where all of the designers and designer associates sit along this wall. Along that wall, we have our art department, which consists of 2 graphic and textile artists.
Girl, you know I'm not a professional cameraman, right?
I'm sorry. I'm walking too fast. We also have a Missy line that we're just launching for spring of next year. And here's our designer, Susie Yang. She's here early. Okay, along this wall, we have Fit and Tech. And then in this back corner is, sorry, am I going to?
For my viewers at home, what's Fit and Tech?
Fit and Tech is the design team, the technical portion of the design team that consists of, when we do fittings, they're the ones that communicate with the factories. They work in specs, a lot of measurements. They communicate to the factory what fit changes need to be made in a very technical way. That's the gist of it. So come on this way. Our lovely plus-size mannequins.
Ooh. Hey, booty.
And here's our pattern making department.
Oops. Hi, ladies.
Hi. So that's basically our design room.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm just going to take you through our design process. It starts off with the president and merchandiser of our company. Her name's Kelly. She travels the world buying samples to, see trend information that she can bring back to the design team and we take that and use it as the foundation for where to start. So she goes to Paris, London, Milan, Barcelona, China, and brings back a lot of inspiration. While she's doing that, the design team here shops all over LA, lots of web research, looking at blogs. And we all come together and bring our inspiration to the table. My job as design director is to take all that information and create a theme, because we do lines every month. So every month, being a junior company, we put out about 150 styles. So every month it's a new color story, a new theme. And I think, Zoe, you took a little bit of video of the theme boards and the color stories. Once I put together the theme board and the color palette, that lays the foundation for the design team to start designing. We do everything here on the computer. We don't hand sketch. We pretty much freehand draw on Illustrator with our Wacom pens and tablets. So here's just an example of a collection. And so just to get you a gist of how something goes from concept to finished garment, I'm going to show you this dress. And these are called, we call them call-outs, and it's basically the Bible to each and every garment. So after we sketch what we kind of want for the line, we put on all the information of what fabric, what's the content, what's the width, color, what kind of trim, and then this information gets passed to the design associates, and their job is to actually sample the line. Everything is sampled here in-house, unless it's something really complicated, then we develop it in our factory in China. So to show, if you can see how it goes from concept to finished garment, and then taking it one step further, we have our photo shoots, and you can see that same dress on a model and how we style it to convey a feeling and a vibe for that delivery. So this was our Coachella delivery, like it's our 228 delivery, where it's very festival oriented. And so like I said, each month is like giving birth, putting like a new spin on our DNA as a brand, because we never want to do a lot of the same. Like it always has to be fresh and exciting. And I always tell the design team, while you're designing, you should be excited and you should feel that excitement as you're designing, because if you're not excited, the customer's probably not going to be excited. So so that's the gist there. I can show you another.
So you guys are designing a collection a month, but surely it takes you longer than a month to create a collection. So that there must be some weird calendar overlaps, right?
Yes.
Where you're working on, how many collections are you working on simultaneously in different stages?
Well, we're actually just working on one collection at a time.
Wow.
But if we need something ahead of time from China, like certain samples that need like a special embroidery or beading, then we develop that ahead of time. But I will work on themes simultaneously. Like I'll put Olive Spring, which is like 1:30 delivery all the way to like 3:30, 4:30 crossing into summer. So I'll put those colors and themes together so that Kelly, our merchandiser and president, when she goes to China to source our fabrics, she knows kind of what to be looking for, and then everything gets categorized into the themes. So it's actually really organized the way we work. We're, I have to say, more organized than most companies in the industry.
You guys sound way more organized than a lot of people I've talked to.
Well, because the main reason is because everything costs money. So we want to design things that we believe in and we know we want to sample, because everything that's sampled is fabric, printing, the cutter's time, the sewer's time, the designer's time. So
everything that we sample for the line is something we believe in and we want to present to our buyers. There's no fluff. Like, we don't want to spend that extra whatever just in case they might like that. And like, no, we have to like love it and believe in it.
Is that what a typical merchandiser does? Travel and figure out trends and...
A lot of it as well is seeing what's missing from a line. For example, she'll review the designer's work along with myself, and she's really good at seeing what's missing. So she'll review the line and say, well, we're missing this trend. We're missing one. Off the shoulder tops have been so great. The next thing is probably gonna be one shoulder, just to kind of predict what would be next. And so we're missing one shoulders, add that to your line. She works very closely with China in getting the fabrics. She brings back tons of fabrics from China, and it's great that she does that because we don't have to waste our time sourcing.
Mm-hmm.
And she has knowledge of what those fabrics cost, so we know we're able to design into something under a certain price point. She's very business savvy. She works with the buyers. She's at market. She is the ultimate mix of business and creativity. Yeah. Whereas on my end, I feel like I'm a little bit more on the creative side. So we're a good team in that regard.
And then we're in the corporate end of making clothes end up in your stores and in your homes. There are all these people back here making sure that all of that happens.
This is
not right now because we're at the office at the butt crack of dawn.
This is production and sales and just, I guess, office operations.
And then earlier you mentioned that you guys do private label.
Yes. So private label, what that means is it's product that we design specifically. It's product that we design that the store wants for just their label. So like I said, we do, we design stuff for Target, and whatever we design that Target buys goes under their exhilaration label. So it's not like we have our own brand label, but for private label, it goes directly under that store's label, and no one even knows it's us doing it. And that's great for that store because they get, to
cute
build
stuff.
up. Yeah.
They can get stuff without having to deal with the product development.
Yeah.
And how does that help you if nobody knows it's your stuff?
Well, that's a really good question. Because, as you know, just using Target as an example, Target doesn't have brands on their floor.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is under a private label. They have their in-house design that complements their assortment, but it's so great for us to be in a Target because for a company like this, for us to grow, we need, I guess you can say, large units, like
your bread and butter units.
Yes. Whereas if like a Nordstrom's were to buy, 2,000 units here, 2,000 units there, whereas it's hard to cover your overhead. Whereas you have a Target that buys hundreds of thousands of units, that right there is a foundation for covering your overhead so that all your other accounts just adds to the pot.
To recap for my viewers, you guys are junior, young, contemporary. What's the difference between contemporary and juniors?
Well, contemporary is high, it's kind of like expensive high end.
Mm-hmm.
And we like to say we're young contemporary because we're at a price point that's affordable, but our product is elevated.
So not your private label stuff, but when you're selling under the actual Taylor and Sage label, what is your price range?
It ranges from like a dress can be in the high 30s to 40s. A tank top could be in the 20s.
That's retail.
Retail
prices.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes. So it's very affordable for what you get because our product tends to be more on the unique side.
Yeah, I've noticed that people use the tag like young contemporary when they mean juniors, but more like specialized design than your typical junior audience.
Yes.
Is that kind of where you're going with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true because your guys' stuff is definitely not like a kind of a generic denim juniors line at all.
Yes, definitely more elevated. Sometimes and this is again going back to what a merchandiser does, like they will negotiate prices with the factories because sometimes you have to fight for prices. You got to fight for that 5 cents. It gets down.
Yeah,
to
well,
penny.
when you have like 5 cents and you're doing 100,000s of units, like 5 cents seriously matters.
Yeah.
Some people are really good at that.
Yeah.
I am not good at that.
I am not good at that.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I'll stay in my creative bubble.
Your bubble is beautiful, and you make beautiful things come out of your bubble. So that came out wrong, but you know what I mean.
Thank you.
And this is why I don't wear eyeliner to interviews anymore.
You need to be in the shot.
Oh my God.
Because you're crying right now.
I'm seriously crying from laughter. You can make fun of me from back there. Every month you have a delivery. So when you say like, oh, hey, this is for the 1:30 delivery. This is for the 2:28 delivery. Those are delivery dates. Mm-hmm. And so you guys do like concept to delivery in 1 month?
We tend to do, the designers tend to have 2 weeks to actually design and sketch. And then they have an additional 2 to 3 weeks to sample the line here. Mm-hmm. Sample the line here means send the fabrics out to dye, send them out to print, cut, sew, the whole process. That's basically the timeline we work with. So it's very nonstop. It's very fast paced.
That's like flying by the seat of your pants pace.
Well, that's why when we design on the computer and we get all our designs finalized by myself and the merchandiser, that is the stamp of approval. It's like, go. Then the associates are sampling the line. There's no like, oh, add this in. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, there's none of that like
hemming and hawing.
Yeah, like you just, here it is, approved, good, done, go. They run with it. So
you have to hire really decisive people.
Yes. I like to say I can be very decisive because I feel fashion is an emotional thing. Like you kind of feel it, like if it's gonna work or not. Like sometimes I can't even explain it. I'll just look at it and be like, that just doesn't feel right. We need to change that. And other times, I mean, you just kind of have to go with a gut feeling.
Girl, I feel you so hard on that. Like I'll be in the classroom working with one of my design students, and it's so hard sometimes to just be like, that is not working. And they'll look at me like, why? Can you explain why? I'm like, I can't. I wish I could. You know how I feel. Like sometimes it's not working, and
I think it's harder on your end because your students want to be creative and they're not really thinking what's going to sell. Mm-hmm. We're thinking what's going to sell. That's the ultimate goal in this business is what's going to sell. Whereas students want to express and like, I don't know.
And also they want an explanation when I say something isn't working. Whereas I think on your end, if you're the boss and you're like, yeah, that's not going to sell. That's not going to work. Like, no one's going to be like, please sit down and explain to me in 20 minutes why this design isn't working. Well, whereas that's my problem. I
mean, if it could be as easy as that's not our customer. For me to
that is a lot of the time the case. Like they went off and designed for somewhere, and I was like, who was your customer again?
Yes.
Like, what happened here?
And that's a great point because when you're designing, who are you designing for? Like, you just, at the end of the day, you have to think of that person, who you're designing for, because you're not designing for yourself. You're designing for a specific person that's going to come and buy your product.
Oh my God, please say that again. You are not designing for yourself.
Oh. You are not designing for yourself.
You know what? I'm going to make a GIF out of that and like post it everywhere. Can I just I'm going to like every class I teach, I'm just going to be like, you don't design for yourself. You don't design for yourself. You don't design for yourself.
Like I said, it's the ultimate goal in this industry is to make money, is to sell your products. Unfortunately, that's the ultimate goal.
Yeah, and I say to my students, at the very least, you need enough money to make the next collection.
Yes.
At the very least. Obviously, we all want to make money, but at the very least, if you don't have enough money to make your next collection, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Do you still design?
Yes.
You spend a
Okay,
lot of time
so-
overseeing, but
Yes. So what I forgot to mention is, yes, our separates line, meaning tops, sweaters, things of that sort. That's our separates line, which is Taylor and Stage, and dresses. We have a collection line called Coco and Jameson. Now, I designed the collection line. And what's great about that in our setup is when you're designing a collection, it's tops, bottoms, it's coordinating pieces. So when I'm designing the theme boards and the color palette, I'm thinking in terms of a collection and cohesiveness. So it's great for the collection, and then when the designers for Taylor and Sage, separates designers design, it all kind of like just kind of works together, like it all gels. Because when you're thinking in terms of a collection, it's really easy to like get your prints sorted, get your colors sorted. It's a different way of thinking versus a line of separates where you're doing all these key item tops. Like it's hard. It starts to look choppy when you lay up your line on the wall. We want everything here to look very pleasing to the eye. Like when it goes up on the wall and the buyers look at it, we want it to flow and like just have an emotional response with it versus thinking in terms of numbers and what's selling. We try hard to like have a great presentation when we're showing our product.
So back to the whole separates versus collection thing, so that my viewers can kind of understand what that means, the differences between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Like, collection is more like what people understand a collection to be, where things all go together and you use the print several times in different bodies and different design elements. And then your separates is like, looks more like the closet of one really fashionable person who is your customer, right? But
that's a good way of saying it.
Yeah, like where it's not the same prints over and over and over again, but it's all like one aesthetic,
Right.
one kind of
Yes.
mood.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly right. The main point of collection is there are stores that buy a collection.
Mhm.
They'll buy the whole capsule. And again, that's bottoms and tops and dresses and sweaters and jackets. It's all coordinating pieces that create outfits. The collection creates outfits, whereas separates, why it's called separates, is you wear it with your denim. Like
Mhm.
there's no specific coordinating pieces.
Do you guys want to get into denim?
No.
That's a sphere of insanity all on its own.
We've touched upon chambray a lot, and that's been really successful for us. But
Chambray's been huge.
yeah, but actual denim bottoms, no. At least not right now.
I mean, yeah, that would require like a whole separate
Yes.
like production.
And another designer would have to come on board.
Yeah, that's like a different area of expertise, like beyond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe down the line, but not anytime soon.
What are your favorite parts of the job?
That's easy. Design.
Mm-hmm.
I will always be a designer at heart. I love putting together color stories. I love putting together theme boards. I love creating stories to build upon. That's the most fun. I love seeing concept to creation, like the product, the end product is very exciting. I'm just highly in that creative world. Like that's my favorite. I hate the budget. I hate fucking production. I hate approving tech packs.
Oh my god! You have to really go over those with a fine-tooth comb, don't you?
Yes, and
what software do you use for that?
Excel.
Yeah,
I hate Excel.
I love Excel. That's my OCD side. Like I love a good little like.
No, not here. Not for me.
But
know,
it's your job to go over them all.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
And as well as the designers, we approve our own tech packs. We don't execute our tech packs. We have people who do that, but we need to approve it before it goes to China. Sign off in blood, so to speak.
More like tears from
That
staring
too.
at like the fine print for like approved, just like the wrong button stay and you're screwed.
What? It's a 12-line eyelet, not a 14-line eyelet.
Oh my god! See, you guys, I'm not exaggerating about this stuff. I think people think that I am like exaggerating how detailed these spec packs get. And like just the simplest little varsity jacket, it was always like this top stitching, this many stitches per inch, and this snap and this color, and
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I just did a video where I was explaining to them all the steps in how to order a zipper. And I was like, oh good old days.
Just
purchase orders.
Just in a zipper.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, antique nickel. Like what kind of metal, what kind of size? I'm separating, one end separating. Like just, there's all these just types of zippers.
I love it when industry professionals like back up shit I already said in a video. I feel vindicated.
Okay, so you guys, you just
I'm doing a fist pump right now.
You just have to listen to Zoe. She knows her shit. Okay?
I worked in the industry just long enough to get the details. Oh my God. I'd love to go back to designing someday. There are definitely parts that I miss. I mean, I love teaching, but I do miss
there's always ups and downs to every job.
Any regrets for being in fashion?
No.
I remember when we first met, you had transferred in from, you went to UCSD, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. I was not pursuing fashion at the time. But at the end of the day, you end up doing what you love and what you're passionate about.
Yeah.
And I took a safe route, and safe isn't always good. Passionate is good. You got to do what makes you happy. Like at the end of the day, that's what's most important. So no, I don't have any regrets, but I'm very fortunate that I love who I work with. And you guys, surround yourself with good people when you eventually get out into the workforce. Don't let people put you down or speak down to you, or you surround yourself with people who lift you up and inspire you. And that's hard to find. And I feel fortunate to have found it here. And that's what keeps me going day to day, is having a creative outlet and having great people to work with. That's the yummy stuff.
In terms of school, because I have a ton of viewers who are either about to start school or in school right now, what would you say were the most important things that you retained from your education, and what things you really didn't need in the future, and then what you wish you learned more of?
Okay, so you and I went to the same school,
Mm-hmm.
Otis, College of Art and Design. We were in the same class together. Big picture, what I learned from going to Otis was building my work ethic, because we were up pulling all-nighters and we were doing things we didn't know we were physically capable of doing. And you're thinking, oh, fashion school, that should be fun or whatever. But it's a lot of hard work. You're up like sewing your samples like at midnight. And remember,
I've totally told that story where you just sewed over your fingernail.
I was doing an invisible zipper sample, and I just totally sewed my finger, and I had to go to the emergency room.
Oh my God, I've totally told that story. And you know, there are still some songs, when I hear them on the radio, completely remind me of like staying in the studio till 3 a.m.
Yes.
listening to like garbage radio and cutting stuff.
Yeah. I mean, so no doubt in this industry, you have to have a crazy work ethic. You can't be lazy. You can't, but that's what I mean about passion and work ethic kind of go hand in hand. If you're passionate, the work ethic, I believe, will come. But in school, that's something that you just do things you didn't know you could do. And then on top of that, making connections with other students and who I still keep in touch with till this day. Like the relationships are very important. Stuff that I felt like I didn't really need so much of. For me, I always knew I wanted to be a designer. I did not want to be a pattern maker. I did not want to be a fit and tech designer. I knew what part of design I wanted to be in. So I'm not saying learning pattern making is not important, because you need that foundation, but knowing where you're going to go and what you're passionate about, maybe you don't need to be a perfect pattern maker. So don't stress about your pattern making class. Like I don't know. It helps to know what area of design you want to get into, I think. And then just put your energy towards that.
Any last words of wisdom?
Words of wisdom.
I'm sure you have tons from all your work experience.
Well, it's hard to be put on the spot like that.
No pressure, Jen. I only have like 10,000 subscribers watching your every move.
You'll edit.
Welcome to my world.
You'll edit this to be exciting.
Okay, now the pressure's back on me. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Jen. Thanks a lot.
You better edit the shit out of this. I'm kidding.
This is what happens when you interview your friends instead of like actual, like, you know, professional relationships where they will be polite to you. No.
Are you gonna have to bleep out? I shouldn't curse. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to bleep that. Or
No, I will. I don't cuss a lot on camera, but every once in a while it's fine.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's the internet. Like, there are worse things than us out there.
I mean, I don't want to be cliche, but I mean, I just am a huge believer in just doing what you're passionate about. I know I've said that already, but that's the one takeaway that I'm a big believer in, because having gone that route, that safer route, spending 2 years at UCSD as a psychology major, I minored in costume design just to get that creative juices flowing and just still have it. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's what you're going to go out into the world and do is what you're going to be doing for the majority of your time. Like, why not do it because you want to do it? Like, that's just huge for me. Like, for you and teaching and how that excites you and like you're passionate about it, and like you're doing all these amazing illustrations and like you just feel it. You just kind of know that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and just you're going to have people say you can't do it or it's not the safe route, and just kind of just give them the middle finger and just do your thing. Sorry, I'm eating candy really quick.
Eat all the candy. We're very informal on my channel. We like the real stuff.
I just wanted to mention for the students out there who, when you get your first job, if you want to get into design, you're probably going to start off as a design assistant. And I just have to say, when I was a design assistant, knowing that I wanted to be a designer, yes, you have your designer assistant duties of sampling the line, let's say, or sending out your FedEx packages of samples, or, you know, whatever it is you have to do for your assistant responsibilities. What I would recommend is when you're done with that and you go home at night, take out your sketchbook, sketch for, I don't know, whatever comes to you. The next day, go to your designer and say, I was just sketching last night. Here it is. What do you think? Get feedback. Like be involved in the design process. Just because you're an assistant designer and you're doing your assistant responsibilities, go that extra step and design on the side and hound your designer, your boss, and just be like, what do you think of this? It's okay. Like I find it refreshing when associates, our design assistants here, contribute creatively. I think it's great, and I say put in that extra time and show your boss that what you're capable of and what you can do. And I was a design assistant for 1.5 years, and that's a very short time. And that's why, because I was designing at home, constantly trying to like show them what skills I had. And if you just keep it to yourself, no one's gonna know. So just put it out there. What have you got to lose? And if they have some criticism, constructive criticism, take it and don't take it personally. Listen to them, digest it. It's not personal. You're not designing for yourself. Hopefully you work for someone that can give you input and help you grow. Susie, you're on.
Hey guys, so this is Susie. So I don't know if you picked up on this earlier, but Jen, Susie, and I, the three of us went to college together. We went to Otis together. And if you ever wanted to get all the blackmail stories of my drunken shenanigans, these are the girls to ask. But pretend you didn't hear that for a second. Because, you know, I was very good and well-behaved all throughout college. Shut it, ladies. Anyway, so we have now Susie. Hi, Susie. Would you like to introduce yourself to my viewers?
I'm Susie. I've been here for maybe about 2 months, so I'm still pretty fresh. I work with Jen as the Missy designer, and I love working with Jen because, you know, we go way back. So it's always good to have friends here.
So can you show us what you're working on right now?
Yes. So this is what I just completed, which is spring. I do a different line, the Missy line, which is for an older customer. She's ideally in her 50s, but she has like a more youthful spirit. So she's more fashion conscious, and she comes to us because the market out there is kind of dry for that type of product.
You know, you're right though, because there's not a lot of cute stuff for older women. Like they just have to either buy basics or steal their kids' clothes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's super annoying for that age bracket.
Yeah, and sometimes when you go shopping, it's kind of like, gosh, this is kind of depressing. It's like, is this what they expect us to wear where we're, you know, starting to age gracefully? But we're trying to fix that problem.
Well, you know, people are living longer and longer, and 50 now is not the 50 of 20 years ago. Yeah, it's a totally different thing.
Yes. So I start with a mood board, just pulling some inspiration for what I think is spring is going to be about. We went with Mykonos, and I'll put together a fabric story. Usually I like to pull from like actual fabrics. I'm sorry, a color story, so that you can actually see what the colors would look like on fabric sometimes. It looks different when it's on paper versus fabric.
Totally. So you swatch the fabrics, and then later on you go in and pull the Pantone chips.
Yes.
So that everyone is on the same page in terms of color.
Yes,
cool.
Exactly. I do all of my development overseas, and so we have to be really technical with all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So this is the color palette here, and then I always expand with a few more like artwork colors because we do a lot of prints and things like that. So it's nice to kind of like have all the colors tie in together.
So you're designing your bodies and the prints kind of, or the art team is developing the prints while you're designing bodies at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Like while I'm designing bodies, sometimes I'll have like a placeholder for the prints, and then I'll say, this is what I'm kind of feeling, this is the placement, this is kind of like the general colors that I'm going for. And so that gives like the artist like a guideline of where to go. These are the more complete line sheets, but it's pretty much the way that I would design it is just to like, you know, do the CADs on the computer, make sure they kind of look nice together as a page. And
these flats are gorgeous.
And to inject, Susie's Missy line is a collection. So you can see there's tops and bottoms, coordinating pieces.
Yeah, and so, you know, we'll, I'll sit together.
You mentioned earlier that this is for spring. So when you guys do your collections, it's not the month-to-month thing for the separates line.
No, it is. Well, hers are grouped into 2 months.
Okay.
Gaps.
Yeah, I have fewer deliveries than the junior line, and so we'll do more like, I guess, kind of like seasons, like spring, summer, winter, and fall. But we do ship it in deliveries.
Is that because you guys, the Missy brand is new, or because it's Missy?
I want to say because it's Missy, it doesn't, it's not as fast as juniors, which they kind of want new product on the floor like every month. With Missy, they're less about fast fashion, and so, you know, the stuff that I do is not so trendy, trend based. It is fashionable, but it's not like, oh, this for next month we need exactly this type of, you know, skirt that is trending right now for the market.
Yeah, juniors, like, you know, that age bracket, they're like, I want something again today, and another one today, and another one today. Yeah.
They see a celebrity wear it on Instagram, like, I need that now.
Right now. Right this second.
And then Missy is more body conscious. So the silhouettes have to be more, I don't know, just more flattering for that type of body.
Do you guys use a different pattern block for that fit?
Good question. We use the same fit model. However, when we're fitting, it'll be a size small for Missy and size medium for junior.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the rundown, the overview of how it goes. And I guess as I'm designing, I'm also thinking about the specific fabrics that it's going to go into, because that's really important for designing to know which fabrics that you're actually going to be using.
So, sorry.
I know this looks a little crazy.
Oh my God, I love that. What the hell is that?
It looks a little crazy. But we're actually like very organized. rings of fabric. So you know how I mentioned how our merchandiser president goes to China and she like orders all these fabrics and the fabrics get sent back. Once the fabrics arrive here, the design associates give a code to each and every fabric. They swatch it and they make these little cards with the code on there, and the designers add it to their ring. So when we're designing, we're like, okay, we need a lace. Let's flip through all the new laces. Okay, I love this lace. This is code AON. So we write this code in our call outs to like have the information there so that the design associates, when they're executing the samples, they know exactly what lace is what. Or
You
what
guys are
fabric
so
is.
organized.
We are so organized here. That's the only way to be.
I know, I kind of really sort of totally hate the whole disorganized, chaotic, creative genius stereotype, where it's like, you can be creative and have some semblance of order in your life as well, you know?
Right.
Because I think people, they always do that thing where they're like, oh yeah, you know, my desk is a disaster and that's how I create and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you don't have to. you don't have to be a disaster. You can be awesome and also not be a disaster.
That's true.
So Susie, because so many of my viewers are in school or about to start fashion school, can I ask you a couple questions about school?
Sure.
Your take on the Otis experience, what you thought was something that you learned at school that was super valuable?
I think for us, they always drilled into time management, particularly in our curriculum, because it was just so heavy with, you know, juggling all these different projects that we had to do. That was something that I struggled with a lot in school, and even though they always told you time management, it was like when you're, 18, you're just kind of like, oh, whatever, I just want to relax. But seriously, when you're out of school, it's like there ain't enough time to relax. Because if you want to succeed, then you just kind of have to say, okay, I need to get all of this done, and it all needs to get done. And so how are you going to get it all done? It's just to be able to manage your time.
I would just like to interject by saying that Susie was not in the room when I asked Jen this exact same question. And I would like to point out that neither of them said, oh, this was no, they're all talking about work, ethic, time management, getting your shit together and getting shit done. Notice how both of them, successful designers with a long history in working in the industry, both talk about the same exact crap. Just like to point that out. Okay? I did not coordinate this. You guys know I don't have the forethought for that shit because Susie was out in the bullpen earlier. But yeah. That's what I have to say about that. So when I tell you guys to practice and get your shit together and do the work, and work ethic is more important than so-called creative genius, I got my backup squad now. My backup squad. I did not pay them to say that. Okay, if I had the money for that shit, I would just buy myself something cute from their line. All right.
So something that we could have done without. It's a hard one because I really enjoyed everything that we learned in school, even though some of it I don't really use.
Mm-hmm.
I probably don't use all of that illustration work that we learned in school. However, I feel like that gave me the opportunity to, let's say if I didn't want to go into design, I could have easily have gone into illustration because I had all of that know-how. What they taught us in school, So
Josie, please call Rose Urgent.
So it's hard. I don't know if there's anything that I could have done without in school.
I do feel like, when you're working in the industry, you don't do illustration very much, but it's a conversation starter, and it's more about like making that portfolio amazing to get those first few jobs. And so it's a skill that you would invest in the beginning. And it's kind of like a foundation builder for how you look at bodies and how you do flats later. Not that you do so much hand drawing, like working every day in the design studio.
Yeah, and I think the reason why our flats look so great is because we had that kind of illustration and all that model drawing, and we know how fabrics drape on a body. And so even though we're not actually drawing in some companies, I guess they do draw on the figures. In our company, we do more of the flat sketches, but I'm still using like what I've learned in illustration and model drawing for that kind of stuff too.
Any last words of advice or wisdom or anything?
I guess to just keep doing what it is that you love. A lot of times, for me personally, there was a time where I got kind of disenchanted with fashion because it was just, I guess it turned out to be something that it seemed like it was just really hard for me. And I was kind of like, maybe I don't really want to do fashion. But then I just kept going with what it was that I really loved doing, which is design. And when I followed that path, I realized that my jobs kind of like aligned with, what it was that I really wanted to do. Because I don't know, I guess it just kind of happens that way. You work at some place and they see that you have passion for something, and they'll say, oh, we see this passion that she has, we're going to kind of like shape this position to kind of like go along those lines. I felt like that's kind of where I'm at here now.
Can I add something?
Of course, since you guys gave the same freaking answer anyway.
Okay, so I know a lot of you are probably, putting in a lot of money into school, and I know you're gonna want to make money, obviously, when you graduate. But I have to say, do not let money be your driving force in what you get into, because, again, going back to the whole doing what you're passionate about, some people have so much college debt and like they're stressed out because they need to make a certain amount of money, and sometimes you have these two positions in front of you. One pays more, one pays less. This one's more catered though to what you want to do, what makes you happy. Go for that. Don't go for the paycheck. That's just really important. Just because you will in the long term regret it. So don't be money driven, be passion driven. And I know we keep repeating ourselves, but that's just the most important thing.
Well, I think you guys are all repeating yourselves and also repeating what I said without you guys knowing that I was saying that those things already is because they're true.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, when you have three geniuses in a room saying the same shit, it must be right? Okay, my viewers already know I'm a sarcastic ass, so whatever.
It's why we love you.
Sort of, I guess. All right. Thank you so much, both of you. That was awesome. You can yell as much as you want. I mean, we're interrupting your workday.
Okay, ya está haciendo un video de mí y me dijo que tengo que gritarles.
Oh, she hit the whip. You know that?
Para que los estudiantes saben que es verdadero, de verdad, right? And look, I'm even all prepped, see? Because I got my socks and they don't match. Yay me.
All right. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
Would you like to introduce yourself to my viewers?
I'm Kathleen Fasanella. I own a sewing factory in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I'm a pattern maker. 35 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 35 years.
Can you talk us through the process of hiring a sewing factory from the first phone call to order delivery?
That's a nightmare. For one thing, the very best thing you should do, in my opinion, is your pattern maker should facilitate that whole thing, okay? Your pattern maker should do it because your pattern maker is going to know who's good, who's not good. It forces them to develop relationships with people. And basically the pattern maker is the technical counterpart between design and production.
So what if you don't have a pattern maker?
Then you need to get one.
How would you do that? I'm just trying to put myself in the mindset of my viewers and what question they would ask you.
All right, somebody like you.
Okay.
And probably your students. They know how to make some patterns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have pattern making. Maybe they even enjoy it and they can sew a little. And that's awesome. That's perfect. The point is, though, is that before you go to a factory, your patterns need to come up a whole other level. Mm-hmm. Okay, for one thing, most people, we're a very small factory, but we still have to have everything digitized.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can do things by hand, sure, for sure, But the thing is, though, is that when I get stuff, if I want to look at it, I want to look at it in the computer because I want to see what the yield is, what the allocation is going to be on this, and tell people so I can tell them how much fabric they need to order and that kind of thing. So if you're not computerized yet, I would say that you need to do that.
Okay.
Okay. So go to somebody who's good, and it's terrible these days. How do you find somebody who's good? You know, somebody says, I'm good. It's like, this is the terrible thing. And this is the thing that people today do not understand. It's that you want to go, you try to get referrals from your fabric salesman, from a factory that if you've been talking to a factory, say, hey, who do you guys like? You know? But the one way you don't want to find a factory, find a pattern maker, is go online and find somebody who's got this gorgeous site and says, I'm a pattern maker and I have so much experience. And then they show you all these pictures of customers' product that they've made.
Okay.
Okay.
Why do we not want that?
Because you want to have your product all over the internet so anybody can download it before you've even had a chance to take it to market or sell it to your customers? Seriously? And that you just don't ever do that. You go, what you want to do is you want to hire somebody who looks like they've got a site from 1995. From 1993, I swear to God. Okay?
I love.
Basically, one page. I'm serious. Maybe one page, maybe a contact page, and it looks very, very old school. You know, somebody obviously don't spend any time on there. Okay? You want to hire, you can look for pattern makers, but you always want to look and see if they post pictures of their customers' products. That's very uncool. That is very uncool. And you see a lot of people, young people doing it these days. And it's like, you know, if you have to feed off of your customers, borrow your customers' cachet in order to make a point for yourself, you know, you must not be very good, in my opinion. And a lot of people. So a lot of times when I, you know, because I get a lot of pattern makers trying to get me to get them work and stuff, so I don't do the full makeup. I'll go all over their social media, I'll go to their websites, I'll do everything. And if they've got customers' product up, no, I don't send them any work.
Yeah, I don't put up illustrations from like freelance clients on my Instagram or anything. All of that is just like doodling I do on the side. And
exactly. You don't put customers' work up.
Yeah.
No, that's slimy. So, but anyway, you go to somebody who you go to. I've got a huge website. Huge. Okay, seriously. You know, as far as people in this side of business, it's probably the largest site easily, with no exaggeration. 3,000 posts. And in there you'll see customers' product, I don't know, maybe once, because the customer, you know, wanted me to put it up there for some reason. Once. So, yeah, it's just not cool. But anyway, so, you know, there's ways to do it. We do it on our, you know, people who get the book that I wrote and sign up for the forum. That's a good way to do it, you know.
So when you are trying to find a pattern maker and you found someone with a decrepit 1993 website with no photos of anybody's work and you contact them, then what's the next step in figuring out if they're any good or not? Give them something to do? Like give them a test project and be like, can you draft something?
Well, let's say you said that your people already have some patterns. They already have some patterns. They already have some.
Oh, I have viewers who have nothing. Come interrupt us, it's fine. Yeah, I have viewers all over, like some who went to school and can do some patterns or have a little bit of experience. I have viewers who have nothing. Like they're watching my channel as background information because they want to get started.
Okay, so let me find this. I've got several posts on this blog, so I write this stuff down so I don't have to keep repeating myself, if you don't mind.
No, it's awesome because I tell people to go to your website, but if you tell them that you have a post on it already, then they can go look it up themselves. Because I say that to my viewers all the time. It's like, yeah, I made a video on that. This is the title. Go watch this.
Do set up appointments more if you can. Don't expect to pay for the interview the first meeting. Unless the situation evolves into a consulting session, they should tell you so, and what will it cost. Okay? Will they give you a quote on the spot? No. It depends. Okay? It depends on the company. Usually they won't. Your package is incomplete. what you can expect is ballpark estimate. I'm just reading this post that these people can see themselves. They should tell you their hourly rate and how long it typically takes for this sort of job. Usually these costs will be itemized as separate charges. You don't have to take all the recommended services. Depends on your needs. Okay, here are basic items you should receive quotes for. The sketch, if it's not ready, the pattern, cutting a sample, sewing the sample. Okay. I suggest you get quotes for services you will need after the pattern and sampling is done because you may not want to switch horses, okay, and want to make sure those services downstream are competitive. A lot of the old school pattern makers don't actually offer sampling services.
Mm-hmm.
There's this other post I wrote that it's like, it's really hard for people to see it because they're just coming into the business now, so they don't have a before shot, A lot of this stuff happened before you came around too. But this one is called Bewildered by Bewildered by Pattern Services. This is a really good one. But this one says, why can you only find patterns? You can only find pattern makers who make patterns or grade patterns, but not both. That sounds crazy to people, okay? But that's traditionally how things work. And this explains why. Okay, why don't pattern makers write sewing instructions and all this other stuff. Anyway, once you are going to move forward with a, it depends on the factory. You've got somebody.
You're like a cat with that wire.
What am I supposed to do?
Like with a ball of yarn.
It depends. It depends. A lot of times people are going to just tell you stuff just to get rid of you. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't come across
the big problem is we get a lot of people and they have the wrong idea about this business. And they think that the whole industry is war torn and starving and we're basically killing each other for work. Seriously. So they all think that we're just starving, and so we get these calls from people and they're really arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
And they're used to consumer services. They're used to going to, what I call Burger King.
Mm-hmm.
They're used to going to Burger King and having everybody kiss their butts.
Mm-hmm.
Will not happen here.
Mm-hmm.
Just will not happen. We don't need your money.
Mm-hmm.
We don't.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. You're just going to go out into the world and embarrass us. We can't refer you to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Is that not coming clear? You're just sitting there going, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, you and I have known each other for a long time, so we've had some of these conversations before, but I want that to be really clear to my viewers.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are, they just have no idea what the industry is like at all, and they're watching my videos because they want to get some sense. And that's why the interview series is popular amongst that crowd, because it gives them a realistic look, because, it's people who are actually working.
Right. Yeah, it's just hard. Just don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk, and don't assume that people are out there to, people aren't out there to screw you either.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like any other. We need the issue that we have is this is the big problem dealing with a small company. The big problem with a small company, especially a brand new company, it's like it's getting to the point I don't want to deal with them now. It's gotten so bad. It's gotten so bad because they've never hired anybody before. Because they've never hired anybody, they have no idea what to expect from the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can give them all these services and give them this awesome stuff, really give them the white glove treatment, But because I'm the first person they've ever dealt with, and they might get pissed off at something or think I'm too expensive, so they go off and they're all pissed off, and they don't even know how good they had it. Do you see what I mean? And not just me, but somebody else. I've gotten other people too, and they would, really trash the other person that they were with, and it's like that doesn't seem like a bad thing at all. And it's like, why did you? I would ask these people, why did you leave? Because I couldn't understand it. So it's hard to do work for somebody who has no experience. I don't want to make patterns for somebody who's never hired a pattern maker anymore. It's just awful.
Well, it's not your job to teach them. And
they think it is.
Yeah, they come into the factory thinking, well, I'm paying you X amount of dollars, so part of that is you teaching me, right?
That's what they think.
Yeah.
They think that that's my job, and it's like, no, I sell time. That's what I sell. I sell time. How you want to use that time is completely up to you. It's completely up to you. So if that time is spent counseling you, or telling you how to find resources, or I don't know, just any range of things, discussing your project with you, or a better way to sell it, or whatever, or actual pattern making, actual cutting. We charge everything by the hour. We don't do anything for free, and that's a problem with a new company that's really small, is they require intensive care. They require a lot of attention. I understand that. You get people that are really great. I mean, they're just super, super nice and everything, and so you want to help them. And I had one company like that I just got rid of, within the last 10 days. Super nice people from Oregon, and this is what so many people do. They say, so do you have any feedback for me? And the whole time I've been giving them feedback, you need to X, Y, Z, but they don't ever do it. Mm-hmm. But they keep asking you for feedback and keep saying, we're very open to feedback. What they mean is they want you to give them, feedback that they feel is actionable. Or you give people a list of 3 things to do. First, get your fabric. 2, hire a pattern maker. 3, get a factory. They look at that and they think, oh, that's a list of options. Is that lettuce or tomatoes or onions? And, not all 3, and not necessarily in that order. So they'll pick out one item from that list. Oh, factory. Oh, I'll go to the factory. And then they wonder why nobody will give them the time of day.
Yeah, there's an order of operations.
Yeah, it's not a bullet point list, pick whichever one of those you like.
Not multiple choice.
No.
Order of operations.
No. Yeah, and they get upset because they're the customer and you should be doing what they say.
No, like I was explaining in the wholesale video, it's like you can't just go up to a sales rep and be like, you, rep my stuff. It has to be a back and forth, like figuring it out together, figuring out what the sales rep is going to do. Yeah, figuring out what the sales rep is going to do, and then what you're going to do, what you have to prepare for them to do their job. And, it's that whole back and forth relationship, and not just do this.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So, yeah, and the problems we've got now is, there's so much business, and our problem is we don't have anybody to do the work, I turned down so much work. It's crazy. I'd have work for at least 3 more people if I could, get the people.
So yeah, that was going to be one of my questions, is what are the biggest problems facing kind of U.S. sewn product manufacturing?
Labor. That's number 1. Labor. Easy.
So all these people saying that they can't find a job, what does that mean?
Well, they're looking for jobs as fashion designers. See, I didn't even have to laugh. You did.
I feel like I'm allowed to laugh because I'm a designer. Mm-hmm. And I hear it all the time. It's like, well, I don't want to do that. I want to be the designer.
Okay.
And, I remember I had a student who, she was a design major, mm-hmm. and she transferred into tech design, mm-hmm. product development. Right. And all of her friends were like, why did you do that?
Because she has a brain.
And I was like, no, don't give her a hard time. If that's what she wants to do and she thinks she's going to be successful there, leave her alone. And they're like, why don't you want to be a designer? She's like, and it was funny because she was looking at me kind of funny because she was in my drawing class. And so she kind of looked at me like this, and then she's like, well, I really don't like drawing, and I really don't like coming up with ideas.
Yeah.
And she's like, but I like making clothes.
She should have been a pattern maker.
Well, I think that was kind of like her, like she was only a sophomore at that point, but she had just switched to product development, and that was, she was going to switch her classes to more construction heavy classes. Mm-hmm. And she's like, yeah, I like making clothes. I just don't want to think them up. Yeah. I was like, go for what you want.
Well, pattern makers make more than designers.
Oh my God, I tell this to people all the time.
They just don't.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to talk about manufacturing in the U.S., sewn product manufacturing in the U.S., and, what its problems are. I had a viewer who wanted to ask you, LET asks,
Could you ask Kathleen her thoughts on the current political climate and how it could impact fashion manufacturing? Is she doing something to prepare for potential turmoil / changes in tariffs, etc.?
It's a tough situation. Well, for one, I've gotten hit with this question already a couple of times with customers that they think that this is going to be really good for us. And
really? Why do they think that?
Because they're not in the business and they don't know how it works.
Oh, okay.
No, they think, yeah. So it could be really bad for supply, number one, because a lot of our fabrics come offshore because we still don't have domestic sources of supply and hardware and stuff like that. But although that is coming back. But it's really going to hurt consumers. It's really going to hurt consumers a lot. And it's not really, all it's going to do is put more of a crimp. It just, like right now we don't have all the workers that we need. Okay? So I don't know how creating tariffs and all that kind of stuff is going to improve that situation. We have people, we can't get people into chairs. They don't want to do that. So I don't know how raising tariffs is going to solve that problem for us. All it's going to do is for people who are, financially constrained and have, severe budgetary problems, all it's going to do is eliminate their choices, it's going to hurt the people who can least afford it. For us, it's I don't think, at least in the short term, it's not going to make much of a difference either way. We already have people that are wanting to produce here for whatever reason, because for one thing, producing here in the U.S. is not that expensive as people think.
Yeah, a lot of people think that they would like to do U.S. made, but it'll end up with products that are too expensive, like more than they wanted their products to cost.
Yeah. Well, it could be. It's just that people are using an outdated playbook. It used to be in the olden days, quote unquote, 20 years ago, when you had a mix of how your finances went. Who you gave money to and whatever, right? So, and now the mix has gotten to the. Marketing was always a portion of that pie, but it was a relatively small portion of that pie. Your marketing, basically, for the most part, for most manufacturers, was you had road reps. They went out and they serviced the stores that they had, and so you covered their commissions plus whatever expenses they had. You didn't do a lot of, consumer-oriented marketing unless you were like something like, Levi's or something like that, unless you were a huge global brand. And most people did pretty well. These days, and so you had this small, relatively small marketing budget, and the majority of your expenses actually went into production and pre-product development. So you actually paid more for production than people, want to. Because what's happened is things have turned, they've decided, I actually want to spend a lot more on marketing than I ever did before. So I'm going to make production pay for that. And the way they're going to make production pay for that is to send the work offshore. Okay? So they're still spending as much money as they ever did. It's just how they allocate that spending has changed. Now it's all in marketing, and so now everybody thinks that's what you have to do. You have to spend all this money and stuff on marketing, and it's like, well, maybe you don't. Maybe you can reallocate that. Find out, before you try to fix something that's broken, find out how we did it first. And figure out what the holes, what are the weaknesses. These regional shows, for example, for people to get into, and they are awesome. And I don't see nobody asks me about that. Nobody asks me. It's what's appalling are the questions that people do not ask me. But anyway, so I don't think that these trade barriers or tariffs or whatever we're talking is really going to do much but hurt us. And I say that as somebody who produces here in the U.S. We don't do any offshore work at all. We don't do anything. So, we do.
But your customers bring in imported goods for you to sew, yes?
What's happening, we're having more people that are figuring out that between the turnaround on stuff, and then it's like they have fit problems. Like you saw this morning, we were working on those ladies, that lady's yoga pants or stretch, whatever they were. So what people are realizing is that they actually want to have time. That time is more important to them than money. And so they have all their stuff done offshore, so they send it back and forth until they get everything nailed down. But some people are like, I'm really tired of doing that. So they'll bring their product here and we'll do the fit. We'll correct the fit, and then send them a pattern that their factory can use in China to, produce their goods.
Mm-hmm.
So we do that. And then we have a lot of people, actually we've had probably, about 3 different customers over the last year that are bringing their production back from China.
Mm-hmm.
And, their problem is the Chinese won't give them their patterns. So, we get their product in here. Yeah. I don't blame them because the customer didn't pay for it.
Okay.
You're only entitled to what you pay for.
Right.
So, and that's the whole reason why this is so important that your viewers need to understand is that you should always pay for the pattern.
Mm.
Okay? If you go straight to a factory and the factory does the product for you and does the pattern for you, you don't own that pattern. So good luck if you want to change, if you want to switch, if you want to go somewhere else,
Well, to me, like the pattern is like almost the last stage of the design, right? Because that's when it's finalized. Like those are the proportions it's going to be. That's the final fit, and that really like.
No, I think patterns should come in sooner than that.
No, what I mean is like once you have a final pattern,
okay,
that's really when the design is finalized.
Yeah.
People think design is finalized when it's a flat sketch, but it changes so much in the product development process that the design isn't finished until you have your final pattern done.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you don't have that, then you've lost your design, really.
Exactly.
Your tagline on your website, the sustainable factory floor. What does sustainable mean to you? Because I think that we get a lot of greenwashing, like there's a lot of stuff floating around out there. And I would like to hear what you consider sustainable.
Well, sustainable means that you're not wasteful. And everybody thinks that they're not wasteful. They all think that they're lean, and they're not. So what the key component is that people should only cut to order. But it's just people think, oh, well, I'm green because my contractor has a couple of solar panels on their roof, or they're here in the U.S., or that's not what sustainable is.
Oh, you know what? I think one of the first blog posts I ever read of yours when I first found you was you were talking about push versus pull manufacturing.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Push versus pull manufacturing. And I've been writing about that for 12 years. Mm-hmm. Actually, more than that. I've been doing sustainability stuff well before it was popular.
Yeah, people think like, oh, my stuff's made of bamboo. I'm totally sustainable.
No, it's not. No, it's some of the most polluting textile production that there is. Actually, it is the most polluting that there is. So,
because all the chemicals involved in making that fabric.
Exactly. There's 3 Superfund cleanup sites. 3 worst Superfund EPA Superfund cleanup sites in the U.S. are all former rayon plants. And bamboo is rayon.
Right.
That's what it is.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it's like the worst thing you can do. Number one, but everybody thinks it's awesome. And it used to be okay because it was a waste product that just grew whatever. But now that it's become popular. Now it's become a monoculture into itself. They're cutting down, jungles and stuff so they can plant bamboo. When the whole selling point of it was that it wasn't a monoculture. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so.
I know. So it's like horrible. You want to know what I think people should do?
Yeah, I want to hear all the things.
Okay, this is what.
Lay it on us.
And do not ask me how to go about doing it because I don't know. I haven't never found anybody who's interested in doing it. So why am I going to do the work? Because the information will change. Okay. If people really are interested in sustainability, they should buy transitional cotton. Do you know what transitional cotton is? No, I'm so glad you asked. Okay, transitional. It's okay when a grower is becoming organic. The grower has to use organic processes, with no chemicals and all this other kind of stuff for 5 long years before they can get the organic certification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in other words, for 5 long years, that farmer is investing. He can't or she can't use, these things that are proven to increase yields, to get rid of bugs and all this other kind of stuff. So they have these excessively high costs but their product can only be sold in the regular cotton market, not in the premium organic cotton market. It's terrible. So basically for 5 long years, you have to survive for 5 years before you can get that stamp of approval and sell your cotton in a premium market.
So this leftover unorganic...
It's transitional. It's transitional from traditional growing to organic.
So previously, what have they been doing with that cotton?
No, they use it. It gets sold into the regular market.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying is you don't get the premium price because it's regular cotton.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? So
that pricing would be in between because it's not full organic yet.
Right. Okay, now I'm going to tell you something else that not going to make people happy. They're not going to want to hear this. Do you know who the biggest buyer of transitional cotton is in the world?
Lay it on me.
They are the worst retail bad guy you can think of.
I don't know, Walmart?
Yeah.
Oh! God damn it! I hate it when I'm right about that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Ugh.
They are the biggest buyer of transitional cotton in the world. So I'm not a Walmart apologist, and I certainly don't know much about them, but I do know that. And they pay a premium for that over the price of regular cotton. So that way that they can sustain those growers until they can actually jump into the premium markets. So,
but then do they ever buy the organic once it's organic?
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is transitional cotton. I think that's awesome. I think that's because they're paying a premium over regular cotton. Do you see what I'm saying? So they're actually,
and it encourages people to get into more organic.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And so what I think needs to happen, I think that there needs to be right now to encourage farmers to go that route. If you really care about sustainability, it's spending your dollars, not the last leg. It's like, think back, So it would be great if there were a transitional cotton market, specifically goods made from transitional cotton, and that designers would buy these goods and they would have a special tag, a special licensing deal, and say, this is transitional cotton. This is why this is awesome for you, the consumer. This is why you need to support me, support the farmers. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so, help people get there.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you have such a long investment period and you have to just suffer and keep losing money during 5 years, like nobody wants to deal with that. And so people
they'll go broke.
Yeah.
They'll go broke. It's not serving anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not serving anybody.
Ooh, it's a whole thing I've not even thought about before.
Yeah, but people can be sustainable by people just want to buy their way into sustainability. They think they can just buy the right thing and, it's like a magic wand. Ding, they're not
I think sustainable is more in process.
It's actually...
people don't really think about.
It's in what the designers do. It's like they call me up and, this customer that we're working with right now is, pretty good. But like a customer calls me up and they say, okay, I want 100 of this. I'm like, okay, do you have orders for those? No, but. And it's like, no, we're not going to make them. Okay, this makes my customers really mad. But guess what? Do you know how many of my customers go broke?
Mm-hmm.
Not many.
Because they listen to you?
Well, if they don't listen to me, they go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, because that affects my reputation. And besides, it took me however long to break them in, right? I'd have to start over with somebody else. Be a pain in the butt. So, and like one customer I had who was very, very pushy, just would not take no for an answer, and I fired him like 3 different times, and he kept coming back. I did it for him. I finally broke down. I did it for him because he said he had cataloged orders. He didn't. So, we must have made like 400 products for him, 400 different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to donate them all. He went under.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's when people over-order, and I know how hard it is, and we can talk about that too, why people don't want small orders. One, I know that's a problem. People want to have a larger order so that a factory will take them on. Mm-hmm. But that's not why the factory doesn't take them, okay? The factory doesn't want small orders for completely different reasons that they don't tell you, because they're using a different paradigm than the customer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Basically, a contractor has to charge you for all their time. So in the olden days, the way, and it still is, people that do this, our thinking is rolled around. We give you a package price for something. We figure, you have to have 1,000 of these, and it's going to be $5 a piece or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason, a lot of that, it's not just sewing time, but it's the amount of time that went into cutting. Cutting is something that almost nobody understands, and it terrifies me. Okay. So cutting is the one reason why a contractor will not want to do a small order.
Okay.
And so my feeling is I'd rather tell my customers about this. I'd rather tell people about it. And then that way we can work together to figure out the most economical way to do things. So we technically have no minimums in this factory.
Mm-hmm.
But I charge for cutting separately. Okay? So, which is good and bad. One, if it takes us 2 hours to cut out your outfits or whatever, we're going to charge you, 2 hours of labor for that. And then the sewing time is separate.
Mm-hmm.
In a traditional factory, they just roll the cutting and the sewing all together, but then they have a minimum order quantity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we do it, we're more transparent with our pricing.
Okay.
Sometimes people appreciate that, and then other people don't. They expect the high quantity, pricing to apply to 2 items, I guess.
Because how much would it suck if I went home and I lost your sound?
I'm telling you.
I would be so sad.
You'd have to come back.
I am going to come back. I'm going to shoot that boot camp video for you. Cool. Remember? Cool. Yeah. Can leather be sustainable? Like, you're into sustainability,
yes,
but you also do leather, and people
yes,
think that does not mesh up.
No, well, it depends. It depends. We are using, I will use hides if the animal was not killed for it.
So how do you figure that out?
Well, I don't buy fur hides.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I mean, there's some things that are really obvious. I mean, if you know
Mm-hmm.
leather, like Astrakhan, you don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to use Astrakhan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm not going to use. That's fetal lamb, right? You know
Mm-hmm.
that.
My viewers do now.
Okay. Yes.
I think you forget you're not really talking to me, but you're talking to my viewers who know far less than I do.
Okay, Astrakhan means they kill the baby lamb before it's born, like within 3 days of it being born, and they skin it, and that's where that curly, that beautiful
Mm-hmm.
hide comes from. Curly, beautiful hide.
Mm-hmm.
It's from a fetal lamb. So we don't personally here. Well, I've been a vegetarian for many years, many years. So I only work on hides that the animal was not killed for their hide, and that basically means pig,
Mm-hmm.
Cow, elk,
Mm-hmm.
deer. It's not hard.
Can you ask the tanner? Are they supposed to tell you?
No, but nobody's going to kill a pig for anything but food. Nobody kills a cow for anything but food. And those hides would just go into the landfill. So
what about lamb? Because people eat lamb, but it is a baby animal.
Yes, yeah, I know. But then you get into the whole discussion of, okay, is it okay to eat animals as long as you're nice to them? Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't have that discussion. So the thing is a lamb is eaten by a lot of people. Lamb is eaten by a lot of people. So I will work with a hide that the animal is killed. It's a food animal.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And mink, have you ever met a mink? They're nasty, nasty, nasty animals.
Oh, no, I've not met a mink.
Yeah, they're nasty creatures. So, I could almost see working with one of those, because they're so vile. Yeah, they're really mean.
Are you an Albuquerque native?
No.
When did you move out here?
When did I move out here? That's so funny. I moved out here 28 years ago. 28 years ago. Yeah, and I never thought about moving here either. It was one of those things I haven't ever told anybody publicly, but
You don't have to share if you're not comfortable.
well, I mean, the statute of limitations is over. No, seriously, I was married to somebody that I shouldn't have been married to. Was a very bad person, was a very, very bad person. And I literally was going into the witness protection program. I know. And you tell people that, and it sounds like the opening of a big scam, but yeah, it's not what people think. Going into the witness protection program is not like in the movies at all. And it's like a 6-month process. It takes a long time. You have to go in front of a judge. You got to do all this stuff. It's crazy. So, but anyway, yeah. So I was in the process of doing that, but then where I was being held, the safe house I was being held, my husband found out where I was because he was paying off the police, and so I'm freaking out and I'm screaming. Basically, I'm screaming because he's going to come and kill me, and our son. And so they got me out of there. The feds, basically, they came over and they said, we have to get you out of the state as quickly as possible. You need to be gone. And so they said, where do you want to go? And they would name off places. I had to go someplace where I'd never been before, where they didn't know anybody and I'd never lived. So they would name, and it had to be a place where there was a federal courthouse.
Okay.
There had to be a federal courthouse.
Okay.
For this thing. So they would name off, I think they named off Minneapolis and Chicago and all these places. I'm like, God, no, I don't want to go there. It's cold. It's cold and all that. And we couldn't and I'm like freaking out because I'm trying not to, I'm panicking.
Die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they put a blindfold on me and they put me in front of a map of the United States. And they said, pick a spot. And my finger landed on Albuquerque. And they took off my mask and it was on Albuquerque and they said, do you know anybody there? No. Have you ever been there? No. Do you know anything about it? No. I was on a plane to Albuquerque in 4 hours. I would landed in Albuquerque between that time and 4 hours.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's how I ended up in Albuquerque. That's how I ended up here. And I ended up, and I was in the battered women's shelter. I lived there with my son for about 6 months. And my son was very, very ill at the time, and he was in the hospital almost all the time. So I couldn't even get a job because he was so sick all the time.
Oh, man.
And we had just come back from South America, and they thought that it might have been something that he got there. They just couldn't figure out ever what was wrong with him. He just, he'd be in the hospital for 2 weeks, then he'd come out for a day or two, and he'd go back in. It was just horrible. But anyway, so, I kind of just stayed. It's like, Albuquerque is really screwed up. It's a really screwed up kind of place, but it's got its own charm, and it's like, they took us in. We were refugees. The city took us on. They made a way for us. They made a home for us, and I'm just paying it back. But there's other places I could go. It'd be a lot easier to make a living, but somebody's got to stay down and hold down the fort, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
I told you how, my long-term goal was to travel the world teaching. Because, I want to know, one of the things about that is I want to see how the industry functions in all these areas. And, if I were to come to a university out here and, I would love to hear stories about how the industry functions here. As opposed to, everyone has these ideas of summer in Italy and that's all grand and everything. But I also want to go where people are just making stuff. I want to see all the sections. That's why I love checking out factories like yours, because I want to see.
So you're going to come for boot camp, and then that'll be incredible.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I have it on my calendar already. We're doing it.
That's going to be great.
Oh my God.
And tell you people if they're going to sign up for that, it fills up super fast, within 18 hours.
Oh, so we need to tell them about boot camp, because we don't have any of that on camera.
Okay.
So please tell my viewers/students about your boot camp program.
Okay. So we do manufacturing boot camp twice a year, and we it's for charity. Nobody makes any money on it. As a matter of fact, my company loses a lot of money on it. But basically what we do is we bring in people for 4 days, and we take anybody, whoever signs up. In other words, somebody who has no experience and somebody who has a lot of experience. But basically we take and we create a product during that time. I mean, we've had the patterns and all that stuff done ahead of time, but we will spread the fabric, cut and sew it over 4 days, and, you know, do this. So for example, this is what we made last fall. Is we make coats every fall. So we bring in 20 to 25 people to make 100 or more coats. So and they're nice. So they've got, you know, got a collar, they've got facings, they've got zippers. You know, it's a nice quilted lining. They're fully lined. We make they have pockets. They have this reflective tape, because the kids who live in the areas where we send these coats don't have any infrastructure, you know. Rib knit cuffs, so it lasts the kid for a while.
That is so clever. I was just when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that's cute, but no, it has a purpose.
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then right here, in this sleeve right here, is a little zip pocket. This is for the kids to put like their lunch money or their house keys or something right here.
Oh.
So they like to have one zip pocket, so that's just in the one sleeve.
Nice.
So we made these 100 of these in blue and black. So this is one colorway. That was the blue was the one colorway, and then the black is the other colorway.
Mm-hmm.
And we're very particular. See this, I only have these products because they're defective.
What's defective about those?
This one, you bring your camera way over here so you can see this. There's a little tiny, the ribbing didn't get sewn in there correctly.
Ah, okay.
So that, but otherwise this one is perfect. This one is because see this box stitching around the waist? On this waistband tab, It doesn't go up all the way. So we don't charge anything. We don't charge for the boot camp. It's not a class or anything per se. People have to kick in money so we can buy fabrics. So we can buy fabrics, ribbing, all the materials that go into it. It's catered. So we do collect money from people who come, but as a way to cover the expenses of the event itself. So nobody makes money on this. And the other reason why we do it is because we give people, there's a lot of people that want to learn how to run factories. And it's not, these are younger people, and there's really no way for that. It's not like it was when I got out of school, where you just got a job in a factory. Figure out how to stuff. There's no factories for people to get jobs in anymore. And what little ones there are, it's like, you know, a lot of them are little and they don't know what they're doing themselves. So we bring people in for this event so that they could see how a model facility, you know, what production looks like in a model facility. And they're not going to know everything. They're not going to figure everything out. I've got my camera here. Wait. Here's some boot camp shots from, and I can get you more of these pictures. This guy's an environmental attorney in Austin.
Oh.
Yeah, we get people from everywhere. We've had people from Norway, from India, Mexico, Canada, U.S., I mean, from all over. Senegal, I don't know, everywhere we've gotten people. But anyway, it gives people an opportunity to see, you know, how is production organized, you know, how do we bundle things, how do we sort things, how does all this stuff happen? So, and we have a blast, we have a lot of fun. So people who have never sewn before, and they leave sewing. You know, that doesn't mean they can do a whole garment construction and everything, but so it's a lot of fun.
Trial by fire. It's like drop them in.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. But the thing is that it fills up very, very quickly. It fills up in like 18 hours for the time that I announce it.
Holy crap.
Yes.
They better subscribe to you.
I know, but
quick.
it's funny because I get people email me all the time. Oh, yeah, I heard about your boot camp, and I'm planning on signing up, Kathleen. And it's like, well, I don't know when. But, I mean, it's like they think they're doing me a favor. It's like, no. You need to get on that waiting list. And then as soon as it's announced, sign up, you know?
My video camera and I will be there to witness all the magic. I'm excited.
It's fun.
I'm excited. No, I've seen the pictures. Everyone looks like they're having a good time.
Yeah, we do. We have a great time, and we get to do a really positive thing. So this March, we're going to be making kids' school pants. So kids' school pants. And in the fall, every fall, we make the kids' coats. Yeah, and it was the thing that was really reaffirming this last time is our defect rate is our defect rate was like 4%.
Mm-hmm.
And of course we repair everything except that one jacket I showed you, but on all of our defects it was one side of one label was coming out.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I know.
Just whipping them into shape, Kathleen.
No, I'm the one. I know if I do my no. If I do my job right, if I do, first day I'm in my office, but after that I'm working the floor. I'm sewing.
Nice.
Yes. No, I know. We bring people in and they get assigned to be supervisors and coaches and managers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen you a picture of Jamie. You'll see Jamie sooner or later, but she's the one who basically is, runs the show now. I sew.
You enjoy sewing? What's your favorite thing out of all the things that you do?
I like really hard patterns.
What's the hardest pattern you've ever done?
I don't know. I did one.
What's an example of a hard thing, though? Because I think people don't know what's really hard.
No, they don't.
Yeah. Because even myself, I will think like, oh, that's going to be, not too hard to draft. Mm-hmm. And then laugh at myself later.
Yeah, famous last words, huh?
Always.
Yeah. Well, I like leather patterns. I like drafting leather patterns. I like drafting patterns that, for example, aren't obvious. If something is well done, you don't notice that it's different.
Mm-hmm.
Like that little vest I was showing you right there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the front pieces are all different pieces?
Can we show this on camera?
Absolutely.
It's like,
no, that's mine. So it is designed. It's seen bad times, but
okay. Let me angle my camera down. There we go.
Okay. So anyway, these days people basically will make something and they'll just make it overlap here, and they call it good, right?
Mm-hmm.
They call well enough alone. Not me.
Of course not.
Of course not. Mine, this with the overlap and everything is set up so that when it's set up, when the buttons are on it,
mm-hmm.
we have a perfect V right here. Do you see this?
Oh. So you've moved this. Oh, okay. Instead of the slightly asymmetrical.
So it's not like this. This is how everybody does it now. It's like people have forgotten we used to be able to do it that way. No. Mine all do this.
That's nice.
So, but it means that this piece and this piece are not mirrored pieces of this.
Oh, no cut two.
That's right.
All the cut one, right side ups.
Right. Yeah. So I like that kind of stuff. I like, I'm like pleasantly satisfied if I've got at least 50 pattern pieces to a pattern. I start getting totally happy and into the zen of it if I start going upwards of that. It's like, everybody leave me alone. I'm like a pig in slop.
So can you, oh God, this is probably going to sound like an ignorant question, but can you explain a couple of the main differences between pattern making for leather versus wovens? Or is that like do you have a semester's worth of time? Or?
No, I can tell you a couple things. I mean, It's different. Leather is really neat to sew with, and I wish I could get people to experiment with it more, because I
love sewing leather.
Yeah, okay, well, on the internet, there's just all this stuff out there, and most of it's BS, people who are just repeating other BS that they learned, and that's the way they learn to say, think that's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically teach people to be afraid of it, and I just think, just grab a scrap of leather and just put it on the needle and see what happens, But leather is a nice material to work with. I've learned some things the hard way. You can pull down that black jacket right there. So this jacket I made 25 years ago, and I didn't even know it was in here. We were showing it to another customer, I think. But this right here, I did learn some. Okay, like when you're making your facings and stuff, you know how you have to cut the facings back and they can't be an exact match to the neckline, because you can't have area still. It's a matter of physics. You can't have two things in the same place,
mm-hmm.
And that becomes very, very noticeable in leather. So This pattern is actually, because it's so thick, this is, I don't know, it's like a 4.5 ounce. We actually had to cut this. You see how we've got this curl right there? Do you see that? It's because the facing still isn't small enough. And the facing is already 3/8 of an inch smaller than the shell.
Because it's so bulky and it's so curved, like right in there. It has to be engineered to lay.
It has to be, yeah. So it's already 3/8 of an inch smaller than the shell. It's crazy. So I did learn that. I mean, that's interesting. And then I mean, like, okay, you know how people like to argue about whether there's such a thing as sleeve cappies. It's like, okay.
I remember this.
It's like, all right, start sewing in leather sleeves and then come and talk to me about it. Yeah, because these have to be smaller than the armhole, or they're just not going to go in. You know.
Sleeve cap eases. I'm very anti.
No, it's sloppy pattern making.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, even as I was learning it in school, I thought it was BS. And I'm just like, this is weird. I don't like this.
It is. So these sleeves are actually 3/8 of an inch smaller than this armhole. They had to be because there was no other way to get them in.
Yeah, because, again, with the bulk and the curvature.
You've got ID and OD. You have ID and OD. Now, if you're dealing with thin, lightweight fabric, the difference is minimal, maybe 1/64 of an inch, so nobody notices, right? You can, like, crowd it in.
Yeah.
Once you're dealing with something that's 2, 3, 4, 5 ounces, you know, if you calculate 1/16 of an inch per ounce, what are you looking at by the time you get to 4 ounces, right? Your minimum looking at 1/4 of an inch.
And then you just get puckery.
Yeah, because you got ID and OD. You know, you've got the, you know, outer diameter and the inner diameter. Okay, this has got to be smaller to fit into here.
Yep.
And that's the issue. So, but anyway.
Yeah. Thickness of the leather versus
and
curvature.
and you can wash leather and you can iron it and you can do all kinds of things to it. I think you should do whatever you want to it. But yeah, it's like my favorite material to work with. So it's not hard, you know.
I love working with leather.
Yeah, and it impresses people, so why not, right? And then I like to do things like this. You can pull that one out. I don't know why these things were not placed strategically here for your visit.
I'm just lucky is all.
All right, so you see we've got these seams going around here. And as you can imagine, this can get a little heavy, right? Because we've got this, you know, we've got a facing here, see? So just imagine how heavy that's going to be.
So it's the shell fabric doubled over, and then at the seam allowance, it's quadrupled over.
Right. Okay. So why don't you feel that? Why don't you stick your hand in there and feel that?
Do you have interfacing in there?
Yes, of course. No. Did you feel that? You didn't make the appropriate response.
What's the appropriate response? It's very stiff, but I don't feel the seam allowance.
You don't. It's amazing.
I feel like I got some sort of like quiz question correct by not feeling the hem allowance in there.
There's the seam allowance. There's the side seam.
Of course you have a seam allowance, but you don't feel it.
And there's the...
Did you graduate the hem allowance?
No, this is the side. I broke up this piece right here. It is not the same shape for the hem facing. Do you see this? I broke it right here where there's no... I created, do you see? You see? I created a seam right here where there was no seam here. And then I eliminated the seam here at the side seam. Right? And then created another seam right here where there was no seam here.
So what you're essentially doing is, like, normally people would make them identical, and so you would have a really bulky side seam because all that... The outside seam allowances and the facing seam allowances, they would be all bunched together in one spot, but you move the facing and the outer seams, and so it just like the whole thing looks smoother.
Now this is just mock-up fabric that we use, okay? This is not like any fancy fabric. This is just what we use for mock-ups. So isn't the back cool?
That is cool. That looks hard to sew though. That
Actually,
V.
it's not. Actually, if you do it in really small seams, it's really not that bad. Okay, and then of course I like to show off. So there's the back.
I did tell my viewers that there was just going to be a lot of you and me like talking about things and just like rambling on.
Oh, good, good. All right. So what other questions do they have?
All right. So we talk about this on a couple of occasions, but for people who are, I mean, I call them all my students because they're my students. So whether they're in school studying to be a designer or they are trying to teach themselves, what are some of the things that you think they should really focus on if their ultimate goal is to have their own line?
Oh, okay. They're going to teach themselves?
Well, some students do. Like they can't afford school. And so they have to figure out how to do this on their own. And then I do have a lot of students who are in a fashion school program.
Right.
But there are things that they
actually just gumption. It's gumption because this is the tragic thing that nobody wants to hear. But most of the people that I've worked with that make it don't have design school backgrounds. So that's it's over 75%. Never went to fashion school.
Yeah, I don't think people need to go to school. I think, and I'm going to do a video on this later on, but the things that you learn in fashion school aren't like...
There are some good things. There are some good... I mean, especially if you're going to be a technical person, you must go.
Well, it's funny because I went and interviewed a couple of my girlfriends who are design directors in LA.
Okay.
And one of the questions I asked them both was, what did you learn in fashion school that has like continued to be invaluable to you now? Because they went to school with me, so they graduated like a million years ago. And they're like, they answered separately, but they answered the same kind of stuff. They learned how to manage time and how to work really hard and the limits of how hard they could work and, work process and things like that, and not like individual skills so much. Right. And I think that that's something that not a lot of self-educated people can get is, in school you have someone really pushing you.
Yeah, but they come from other businesses too. People come from other businesses, and so it's...
I think they do better off because they have a work experience, but I also have people who don't. They're also in their early 20s, and they don't have a lot of job history elsewhere, and they don't have the fashion school background.
Yeah, it can be challenging.
So yeah, a lot of, explain gumption to my viewers what you mean by that.
There's an old saying, word to the wise is sufficient. A word to the wise is sufficient. So if you come and you ask somebody for advice, and they give you some advice and you don't follow it, but you come back for more advice, and they, give you more advice and you also don't follow it. The third time you come back for more advice, and it's like, this is like in a public arena. Okay, this literally happens to me. And I can't, by then I just want to reach to the screen and smack the person. But there's all these other people who aren't party to what's been going on. So they don't know that this person has asked me yet another question for the third time, not having done, followed any of my previous advice. Fourth time. There's a fourth time. There's a fourth time when I will unload and I will say, you know what, you're just insulting me now. You're just insulting me. You're not following up, you're taking advantage of me and my time. So it's actually doing what somebody says. I don't have a vested interest in whether somebody follows my advice or not. So if I make that time to give you some advice, do it. Then come back, and tell me how wrong I was. I'm more than thrilled to hear that. So, but it's mostly that, and it's mostly people who take the lazy way out. They're looking for a bullet point list on how they can make their, dreams come true. And the other thing is that people need to learn that maybe they really don't want to be a designer. Okay? Because I run into people all the time, and I consider this like my gift. I run into these design students and found out they're not really designers. And I touch them and say, it's okay, you don't have to be a designer.
Totally.
And they become pattern makers. And it's awesome.
And they make way more money than designers do.
Way more money than designers. they get into something else, you know, and I've had them be like relieved. Oh, I thought I had to be a designer because I went to fashion designer school. And some of them were like really hot about marketing and, you know, becoming sales reps. And it's a centralized, you know, education, and you can branch off from there, you know, do what you like.
Yeah.
You know? So.
It's this funny thing, it's like there's these two kind of programs that, like, kind of in U.S. universities. You either have these kind of vague programs like liberal arts, where you take this program and then you don't do anything with it, and you go into a career that has really nothing to do with liberal arts, or, you know, you just go get a job. But if you go to a school where your degree is specific, like fashion design, people think, oh no, I have to go into fashion design or I'm a failure.
Right.
They're like, I see students lock themselves into that. I'm like, well, no, it's about taking the information you learn in your degree and then building the career that you want out of it.
Right.
And if you don't use everything, that's fine. You use the stuff that applies to you.
Yeah, and I can tell you what I wish people would learn. I can tell you what
Tell us, please.
Yeah. Math. I'm the only person I know that says I wish I'd learned more math. So I do math every day, all day long.
I do have a lot of junior high and high school students who watch, and I'm like, no, you have to really learn fractions if you do pattern making in the US.
That's right. No, even as a designer, you need to be able to add and subtract and multiply. You do a lot of math. A lot of math. And math will not scare the art away. I guarantee it. It's understanding that as a designer, the number one thing you are doing is you're actually a project manager. And I wish I could get people to understand this. Somebody's in charge, and it's you. You're leading the show, and you need to bring all these components of everything all together and do it successfusly and on time, you know? So it's a very challenging job. It's not a job I would want to do. No way. No, because designers get blamed for everything. You know, that's the thing. Being a designer doesn't pay. And
it does not.
And then you get you know, you get blamed for everything that goes wrong.
They're always the first to get fired if a collection doesn't sell.
That's right.
Doesn't matter if there was a problem in distribution.
That's right.
Crazy promises made by sales reps. It doesn't matter at all.
I know. It's always...
Because they always assume, like, if the design was good enough, it would have overcome all those other problems. And since your designs weren't good enough, bye-bye.
What were you talking about?
So we were talking about designers being project managers more than anything, and how they get blamed.
Oh, they get canned a lot.
They get canned.
But you know, it's always been an understanding of the business. So if you're a designer, you get canned a lot. Even 35 years ago, it was not considered, it wasn't really held against you. You know, it really wasn't. And it was just something that was, you know, par for the course. You just went from place to place to place, and probably made designers more vibrant.
Yeah, I did hear when I was first getting started, I had a meeting with like the school job resources person, and she's like, fashion is one of those industries where if you change jobs every year, it's one of the few industries where that's not a terrible thing.
Well, except the technical people, that is a bad thing.
Yeah, but that's, you know, that's different.
Yeah, your technical people, they're changing jobs, it means you're incompetent. But your designers, it's not a job, it's a very difficult job, and it's always your fault. Everything's always your fault. You're held accountable, people yell at you. It's like, no, I do not want to sign off.
I'm going to get so many comments on this video. I don't want to be a designer anymore, Zoe. Like, good, go become a pattern maker.
It's just, you know what, the other thing is, you know, I mean, I get people all the time, they're like, well, what should I study? What kind of fashion degree should I get? And it's like, well, what do your parents want you to do? They want me to be an electrical engineer. And I'm like, yay, mom. You know, or it's always, you know, my parents were accountants. And it's like, do that, get that, because you can also be a designer. You know who my favorite designers are? Accountants. They're my favorite. They're my absolute favorite.
Please explain.
Because they're not afraid of math. They're not afraid, I mean, they look at something, they're not afraid to assign a value to something. Like X amount of time. how much did that time cost you? How much did it cost you for somebody to complete that project? They're not afraid to look at the hard numbers. It's like, okay, a roll of fabric, it's $100, okay? And how much of my product did my product use of that? They're not afraid of numbers. Numbers give very good information, and so that tells them, it's like, here, your pulse, your respiration, your temperature to a doctor. So they don't hide from that stuff. And so they figure out right away whether or not that's something that they can do. Or they find a way to make it work, and they're great to work with. They'll say, how can we do this? What can I do to make this cost lower? You know, as a matter of making more of these, or, you know, so, you know, they're not, you know, but the worst customer is one who, hold on a second, that is just driving me nuts. Okay. I don't know who that is. I adore her. I adore all my employees.
I've known you for 10 years. I've figured it out. So what were we talking about?
Oh, accountants being my favorite customers.
And then your least favorite customers are?
Artists. They're the absolute worst. I'm serious.
Bring it to me. Yeah.
They're the worst. They're the worst. I mean, bless their hearts. I mean, they're just, you know, I mean, they're immensely talented. You know, I think it's awesome. They need to be brought into, I think, into organizations that are more robust, that have a place for them and need their direction. Okay. But they're not ideal at starting companies.
I always felt that those kinds of people need a partner. Like, they can't do it on their own. You know, I was explaining to you how successful my husband's company has been. It's because, you know, in his field, my husband is the artist. He's so into developing the software, he has no brain space for anything else. Like, literally, I make fun of him because he doesn't know how to write a check. Like, he literally doesn't know how to write a check. But he is, you know, people call him a software genius constantly. He's so smart. He does not know how to write a check. His business partner, he's the guy who schmoozes. He's the guy who kind of figures out organization. He does the sales. He hired more salespeople. Like, like, if you are one of the more artistically inclined, like, you're so in this headspace person, I don't think you can be successful without
I don't know, but you'd have to, I mean, I have known artists who were very successful too. I don't know how they did it. I didn't know them well enough to know.
I think they have, like, the best assistant or partner that really helps them with keeping them on track and, like, doing the things that they might not want to do.
I know, I love having that energy. You know, we do get quite a few of them. I mean, they're just special.
Hey, Zoe from Chapman Ellisor. Will you ask Kathleen what was the biggest error she has made while working in the industry and how she overcame it?
Oh, that was easy. The biggest mistake I ever made in this business was buying Optitex software.
What's that?
It's CAD software. It's Optitex. It was a brand, and I got ripped off. And they just thought that I would never tell anybody about it.
Oh.
Yeah.
And now you're telling more people about it.
Yes, I am.
Because I have 30,000 subscribers.
There you go. That's right. And if they don't like it, they can refund my money, which I never got back.
Oh, dang.
Oh, yeah. Basically, I paid, you know, for a $10,000 doorstop. And then the thing that, you know, there's a lot of lessons to take from it. And it took a long time to sort this stuff out. But there's a lot of people who have stumbling blocks and issues of one thing or another. And if you're new to something, you don't know where the problem is. Like it's with software. Okay, you just think it's you. You don't know the software, so you just think that you're the one with the problem. Once you get a little more experience, you figure out you're in a position to judge. And so you know, no, it was the software, or no, it was this person, or no, it was this system. You know, so it's really hard. But yeah, I didn't think I'd ever actually become digital, you know, until I got this other CAD software, which is great, StyleCAD. And the thing I like about it best is that it's particularly good for people who learn to make patterns by hand. Because basically I can still make patterns by hand, I just do it in the computer. So I don't have to do all this crazy stuff. So, but it's a great company. It's a small company. It's a Korean company, actually.
Wait, this is not the company you were bashing a second ago.
No.
What's the company you use now?
StyleCAD.
StyleCAD.
Yeah.
And they're awesome.
Yeah, and it was funny because they came up in a discussion on our forum. We have a private members forum, as you know. You were a member for however long. And I can't remember, somebody was talking about this. Two girls were kind of, loggerheads about this software, and they were going back and forth. And I just said, well, you guys could just calm down. It's not that great a thing if I've never heard of it. Can't be that good. Can't be that good if I haven't heard of it. But no, it's great. They just don't do any marketing. They just don't do any marketing, but and it costs as much as Optitex and everything else does. It costs as much as Gerber and Optitex and Electra. It's not any cheaper. It's just better.
All right. So you promised us 2 demos, one on the CAD and one on Welt Pockets, right?
Oh, CAD? So I can show you, grading is it's like, I get other computer users in here, and they think, yeah, this is great, this is wonderful, but it's not until I show them grading that they freak out.